Chapter 17:12. What's going on? Yi Xian, who was on his way, raised his eyebrows, not understanding the situation. Could it be that the people of Navy Tide Nation had discovered the change in the Black Demon prison? Before he could react, a deafening roar resounded in the sky. Roar. This roar shook everyone's mind. Even Yi Xian's celestial heart of dazzling speed could not help but tremble. This was clearly the roar of an immortal beast. It's coming from the north. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, hurriedly asked in his mind, and released a few people. These people were all top experts of the Black Demon prison, all of them Xian immortals. As soon as they appeared, they heard a second roar. Roar. Everyone shuddered when they heard this terrifying roar. What a terrifying roar! How could there be such an immortal beast in the Black Demon prison? I think so too. I've been in the Black Demon prison for 500,000 years, but I've never heard such a roar. It seems to be coming from the north, not far away. Shall we go and take a look? Everyone discussed and decided to go and take a look. The sound seemed to be very close, but it still took more than a day to get there. A day later, Yi Xian and the others arrived in front of a cavern. Strange, this used to be my city. Why didn't I know there was such a big cavern? A Xian immortal said in surprise. Who wants to go down and take a look? As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. This cavern seemed to be very complicated, and no one wanted to go down and explore. Wei Zhentian, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, go down and take a look. Yi Xian shouted. After the two obeyed, they immediately rushed into the cavern. As for the old tree, he stayed by Yi Xian's side to protect him. Yi Xian shared his vision with his companions, so he could only see the dark stone wall through Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor's eyes. However, as they continued to go down, they finally saw light. However, this was a purple-black light. There's a formation down there. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He discovered that what was trapped in this formation was a huge black lion with horns. What the hell is this? Yi Xian did not recognize this immortal beast, so he projected it for the other Xian immortals to see. When the Black Demon City Lord saw this immortal beast, his eyes lit up. Black Demon City Lord, do you recognize it? Someone on the side, asked. It's not just that, this is a demon-horned demon beast, a top demon-horned demon beast. It is a demon beast. It is said that the demon world's Azura sovereign's mount is a horned devil lion. Hearing this, the city demon. That's impossible. How could the Shura sovereign's mount be trapped here? Someone questioned. Indeed, the Demon King's mount is at least at the Demon King level. It can trample 10,000 Navy Tide rulers to death. How could it be trapped here? The Black Demon City Lord rolled his eyes and said, I only said that the Demon King's mount is the horned demon lion. I didn't say that this is the Demon King's mount. Who said that there is only one horned demon lion in this world? At this time, Yi Xian spoke, you have been here for countless years. Don't you know this? I'm not sure, but from the looks of it, the horned demon lion should be sealed. Could it be the doing of the Navy Tide ruler? The Black Demon City Lord shook his head. This sealing formation is powerful. I'm afraid it's not something an ordinary person can break. Let's wait for the Demon King to come out of seclusion. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Now that the little Demon King was about to come out of seclusion, they would listen to him. Everyone waited here for 3 days. 3 days later, the little Demon King came out of seclusion. Yi Xian told him about the horned demon lion. Oh, horned demon lion? When the little Demon King heard this, he raised his eyebrows and immediately came out to check. This is the mount of my good friend, the great Demon King. We went through life and death together in the early years. Later, we were separated because of a great battle, but I didn't expect it to be sealed here. The little Demon King blurted out. Before anyone could react, the little Demon King had already dashed into the catacombs. It's actually the mount of the little Demon King's friend, not the Demon King's. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was too much of a coincidence. After the little Demon King went down, roars came from the cave. After a while, the little Demon King came up. It's confirmed. It's indeed the great Demon King's mount. Back then, It was only a demonic beast comparable to a Deluo golden immortal. The little demon king nodded slightly and said, "It should have been seriously injured," and then it was met by the Navy Tide ruler and suppressed with an immortal artifact. "Then how do we break the seal?" Yi Xian asked. "With my current realm, I'm afraid I can't break this seal alone. However, I have other methods." After the little demon king finished speaking, he turned to look at the demonic cultivators and said, "Next, I will set up a demon ascension formation that will forcibly raise your realms. This formation has its pros and cons. Once someone can't withstand it, their soul will scatter. However, once it succeeds, your realms will increase by at least 3 realms. Who's willing?" Hearing this, the demonic cultivators were all startled. "Increase by at least 3 realms in one go? If it succeeds, we'll increase by at least 3 realms. If it fails, we'll die." The Black Demon City Lord swallowed his saliva. This kind of thing was not something that could be encountered at any time. They had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, and until now, the strongest was only a 2nd-tier mystic immortal. Previously, he had heard that 3rd-tier, 4th-tier, and even 5th-tier mystic immortals had gone to the Sea of Corpses, but without exception, all of them had died. "I'm willing." "Me too. Isn't it just death? If it succeeds, we can increase by at least 3 realms." Without a doubt, all of the demonic cultivators agreed. "After your realms increase, I'll teach you the demon dance formation. At that time, if you join forces, you may be able to fight against a high-level mystic immortal. As long as this horned demon lion escapes, it's time for us to leave the Black Demon prison." After the little demon king finished speaking, he turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian understood and immediately put everyone into the planting space. In the following days, the little demon king was going to do something big. Now, there were 10 million demonic cultivators in the planting space. If he forcibly increased their realms by 3 realms, it would be very terrifying. Of course, the success rate of this demon ascension formation was not 100%. No one knew how many of these 10 million demonic cultivators would survive. At this time, the little demon king was already setting up the formation in the planting space. The whole process took 3 days, which was 3 days in the outside world, which was equivalent to 300 days in the planting space. After 3 days, the demon ascension formation was finished. Then, the little demon king let the demonic cultivators enter. Chapter 17:13. The demon ascension formation could only be used for 10,000 people at a time. However, more than 8,000 people died on the first try. However, the remaining 2,000 people all improved by at least 3 realms. In general, the lower one's realm was, the higher the success rate. There were 10 million demonic cultivators in the planting space, which meant that the formation had to be used 1,000 times. The Xian Immortals chose to enter the last time. Since the formation was carried out in the planting space, time in the outside world was relatively slow. It only took an hour. However, only 600,000 of the 10 million demonic cultivators survived in the end. That was less than 1/10 of them. Not only that, but only 6 of the Xian Immortals were left. However, those who survived all improved by at least 3 realms. The strongest one even broke through to level 7 Xian Immortal, which was a full 5 realms improvement. "Thank you, Lord Demon King." The master of Black Demon City shed tears of gratitude. After all, he was only a level 2 Xian Immortal before. It was incredible that he could improve to level 7 Xian Immortal in an instant. Now, there were only 600,000 demonic cultivators and 1 million cultivators at most. However, their current strength was more than 100 times stronger than before. After all of them improved by at least 3 realms. Good. Next, I will teach you the dance of demons formation. You will be the eye of the formation. This army of demons will be under your command, Little Demon King said. "Yes, Lord Demon King," the master of Black Demon City replied respectfully. Now that he had reached level 7 Xian Immortal, he might be able to fight Little Demon King. However, the Little Demon King in front of him was the real Demon King of the demon world. As long as he could leave Black Demon Prison, he might be able to follow Little Demon King to the demon world. In the future, he would have a meteoric rise. Therefore, he now regarded Little Demon King as his master. He was willing to be Little Demon King's henchman. In the outside world, Yi Xian was also very curious about how powerful this Dance of Demons formation was. He had heard that this formation was commonly used in the demon world. Although these demonic cultivators were all golden immortals and Xian immortals, it was still extraordinary when 600,000 of them joined forces. Previously, the Demon Ascension Grand Array took 3 days, but this time, the Dance of 10,000 Demons Grand Array took an entire month. A month in the outside world was 8 years in the planting space. It's finally done. Among the 600,000 people, 100,000 of them have already refined the low-grade purple extreme demon heart. When the time comes to use the Dance of 10,000 Demons Grand Formation, I reckon they will be able to fight against a 9th-tier mystic immortal at the same time, Little Devil King of Chaos said. So strong. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. One had to know that among the 600,000 people, only the Black Demon City's City Lord was a Tier 7 mystic immortal. Who would have thought that he could actually block several Tier 9 mystic immortals? After all, without the Myriad Demon Dance Formation, even an 8th-tier mystic immortal would be able to take care of 600,000 Zumoists, let alone a 9th-tier mystic immortal. Demon King, as expected of the Demon King, cut the crap. Let's rescue the Horned Demon Lion first. When the time comes, we'll break this immortal artifact. Little Demon King of Chaos could not wait any longer. All right. Without hesitation, Yi Xian released the Little Demon King and 600,000 Shomor cultivators. These Shomor devil cultivators are very obedient. They immediately set up the Myriad Devil Dance Formation, then wait for orders. Aim at the formation and attack. At the City Lord's order, 600,000 Shomor devil cultivators and hundreds of thousands of immortal cultivators all attacked the formation. Let me trigger the demon vein in your body and make it explode. Little Demon King of Chaos's eyes flickered. The next moment, the Horned Demon Lion in the seal suddenly expanded a lot and began to attack from the inside. Although the formation was strong, the Myriad Devil Dance Formation was not for show. Together with the Horned Demon Lion and Little Demon King of Chaos, the seal was broken in less than half a minute. Roar. After being sealed for countless years, the Horned Demon Lion was finally free. It could not help but roar at the sky. It was not until the seal was broken that the aura of the Horned Demon Lion spread out. This time, even Little Demon King of Chaos was wrong. The Horned Demon Lion was not at the mystic immortal level, but a genuine immortal. No wonder there were no high-level mystic immortals in the Black Demon prison, and even mid-level mystic immortals rarely appeared. It turned out that they were afraid that someone would break the seal and release the Horned Demon Lion. Now, the Horned Demon Lion, which was comparable to a genuine immortal, was out. It was enough to break the shackles. Roar. The Horned Demon Lion could not wait any longer. It directly rushed into the sky. Follow it. Seeing this, Little Demon King of Chaos immediately shouted angrily. Immediately, everyone followed closely behind the Horned Demon Lion and rushed into the sky. They were all beaten into the Black Demon prison from the land, so the exit was above them. Attack! Little Demon King of Chaos shouted angrily. Everyone launched attacks toward the sky. These attacks fell on the defensive formation of the Black Demon prison, causing a series of loud noises. The Black Demon prison was a fairy artifact. Although it was good, it could not withstand the attacks of so many people. In less than half a minute, a hole was broken in the sky, and immediately the sun shone in. Light. They finally saw the light of day again. Ha ha ha, I'm finally out. Damn the Black Demon prison, it has trapped me for 300,000 years. Navy Tide Nation, wait and see. 600,000 demonic cultivators could not help but let out a roar that shook the sky. At this time, everyone found that the place where they broke out of the ground was in front of a huge city. This was the Imperial Palace. There were a lot of powerful auras around them. It's the Navy Tide Nation Imperial Palace. Little Demon King of Chaos's eyes lit up. He did not expect to come directly to the destination. Previously, he wanted to destroy Navy Tide Nation after leaving the Black Demon prison. Now that he was in front of the Imperial Palace, Wasn't this the will of the heavens? Prepare for battle. At this time, the experts in the Navy-Tide Nation's imperial palace had already discovered these millions of people. And that huge and terrifying horned demon lion. Immediately, they all jumped into the sky. At the same time, the Navy-Tide Nation's monarch also found the hole in the Black Demon prison and immediately rushed out from somewhere in the imperial palace. The Navy-Tide Nation's monarch, a third-grade true immortal. I miscalculated. I didn't expect Navy-Tide Nation to have a few true immortals. The news was wrong. Little Demon King of Chaos's face was a little gloomy, but they were not afraid of the other party. After all, there was still the horned demon lion. This horned demon lion was once the mount of the great demon king under the Shura Emperor, but they were only at the level of golden immortal. After that, the horned demon lion was seriously injured. The Navy-Tide Nation's monarch wanted to subdue it but did not succeed, so he suppressed it in the Black Demon prison. Now that the horned demon lion was free, its resentment toward the Navy-Tide Nation's monarch instantly erupted. Roar! In an instant, the horned demon lion rushed toward the Navy-Tide Nation's monarch. Kill without mercy. The Navy-Tide Nation's monarch knew that he could not be kind this time, so he immediately shouted. His aura spread out, scaring many demonic cultivators. Chapter 17:14. Brat, I can't take care of you. Be careful. Little Demon King shouted as he unfurled his huge demonic wings and joined the battle. Yi Xian was now a Tier 5 golden immortal, while Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were all Tier 8 golden immortals. However, the people in the palace were all at least Xian immortals, so Yi Xian had to find trouble with those with lower cultivation. Undying War Soul, Sword Blade Storm, 9 Dragons Sky Strike. Old Tree and the other two used their trump cards one after another. Yi Xian was not idle either. Slaughter Seal. First, he condensed a Slaughter Seal. That way, he could condense another Slaughter Seal by killing people. He estimated that he only needed to kill a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal to condense a second Slaughter Seal. Old Tree and the other two had already killed a Tier 1 Mystic Immortal when they joined forces. Hence, the second Slaughter Seal was condensed. Ding! Host has condensed a Slaughter Seal. With 2 Slaughter Seals, he could use the Immortal Slaying Puppet. However, Yi Xian's plan was not so simple. He wanted the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Old Tree, who was a Tier 8 golden immortal, successfully launched sneak attacks in this chaotic battle. In the blink of an eye, several mystic immortals had fallen. After a while, Yi Xian's third Slaughter Seal was condensed. At this time, if he used 2 more Slaughter Seals, he would have 5 Slaughter Seals. However, he did not do so because he was only a Tier 5 golden immortal. Fortunately, the mystic immortals he had just killed were all very wealthy. All of them had their interspatial rings taken away by Old Tree. These interspatial rings naturally fell into Yi Xian's hands. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a Tier 6 golden immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a Tier 7 golden immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a Tier 9 golden immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a Tier 1 mystic immortal. Because the Old Tree had a contract with Yi Xian, it would not surpass Yi Xian by more than 3 realms. However, Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor didn't. This time, they had once again left Yi Xian in the dust. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now a Tier 9 golden immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now a Tier 1 mystic immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now a Tier 2 mystic immortal. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was Wei Zhentian's lifelong magic treasure. It had the same cultivation level as Wei Zhentian, so it was also a Tier 2 mystic immortal. Yi Xian and the others had increased their cultivation by quite a few levels, but this did not have much of an effect on the battle. On the other side, 600,000 demonic cultivators had laid down the 10,000 Demons Dance Grand Formation. Their battle strength was outstanding. However, those immortal cultivators who had been thrown into the Black Demon prison had all scattered and fled. However, to everyone's surprise, they actually held the upper hand in this battle. The horned demon lion, who had blocked all the true immortals of Navy Tide, was desperately venting its anger. The battle continued for a while. Soon, Yi Xian had collected 5 slaughter seals. If he added the 2 slaughter seals that he had not used yet, he had a total of 7 slaughter seals. At the same time, his cultivation level had directly soared to the Tier 9 Golden Immortal realm. Now, it was time to use a big move. Double slaughter seal. Immortal slaying sword formation, rise. Yi Xian instantly used up 7 slaughter seals. Then, the immortal slaying sword formation spread out with him as the center. Whoosh, whoosh. Then, Yi Xian heard a series of system notifications. Ding. Host's killing intent has increase. Ding. Host's killing intent has increase. Ding. Host's killing intent has increase. The immortal slaying sword formation had only lasted for 3 seconds, but it had already caused the death of a large number of Xian immortals. Although there were no survivors in the formation at this time, Yi Xian did not stop the formation. Then, he quickly put away these people's corpses. However, at this time, 7-colored immortal power. Oh no, it's a Deluo golden immortal. A loud shout rang out. Yi Xian recognized this voice. It was the little demon king. What, a Deluo golden immortal? Yi Xian was frightened. A Deluo golden immortal was the realm after a true immortal. There was only one Tier 3 true immortal in Navy Tide. How could there be a Deluo golden immortal stronger than a Tier 9 true immortal? Little demon king? The heavens are really helping me. As long as I catch you, it will be a great achievement. An unfamiliar voice fell into everyone's ears. Humph, it's not that easy to catch me. The little demon king snorted coldly. He immediately turned into a black stream of light and fled. This time, he was in trouble. However, before he left, he still sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian, asking Yi Xian to go to the demon realm to find him. A Deluo golden immortal is not someone we can fight. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He did not expect such a strong person to appear in Navy Tide. Without the horned demon lion and the little demon king, there was no way to fight this battle. The dance of 10,000 demons formation of 600,000 demonic cultivators could deal with a few Tier 9 Xian immortals. However, there were still a few true immortals in Navy Tide. There was no way to fight them. In an instant, 600,000 demonic cultivators were scared out of their wits. I have to leave quickly too. Yi Xian's face was gloomy as he quickly descended. Fortunately, he cultivated the immortal heart, and was only a golden immortal, so no one would notice him. Ding. Host has completed the random mission, unlocking the second immortal auxiliary bloodline column. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Only then did he remember that he still had a random mission. Now that he had left the Black Demon prison, this random mission could be considered completed. During this period of time in the Black Demon prison, he had already swept through the new bloodlines that appeared in the immortal devouring system and decided on the second immortal bloodline. Ding. Host, do you want to exchange for the space-time bloodline? The system notification sounded. Yes. Ding. Space-time bloodline exchange complete. Do you want to fuse it now? Yes. Ding. Space-time bloodline fusion. This space-time bloodline was the second immortal bloodline that Yi Xian had carefully selected. The space-time bloodline, as its name implied, could control time and space. Space control gave Yi Xian the ability to teleport. It also had a powerful move called the Extreme Space Shield. The Extreme Space Shield was a defensive skill, similar to the 9-Dragon Thunderfire Shield. It could absorb attacks and then reflect them back 3 times. It was a defensive and offensive skill. Time control increased the flow of time in the planting space, and at the same time, it had the ability to return to the past. At this time, Yi Xian had already fused with the space-time bloodline. Ding. The flow of time in the planting space has changed. Currently, it can be changed to 200 times. Previously, the planting space was 100 times, but now it was increased to 200 times. Staying in the planting space for half a year was only a day in the outside world. Chapter 1715. But now, Yi Xian didn't have time to think about anything else and directly used teleportation. The space-time bloodline allowed him to teleport to the end of his field of vision. Combined with the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian instantly left this troublesome place. But this wasn't the end. He continuously teleported 2 more times before letting out a slight sigh of relief. The space-time bloodline's teleportation could only be used 3 times a day. This time, he directly used it on his journey. However, the current him wasn't out of danger yet, so he quickly changed his appearance and concealed his aura. Just now, the immortal slaying sword formation had killed many mystic immortals, and the items had already been collected by him. The current him was a 2nd stage mystic immortal. Old Tree was a 5th stage mystic immortal, while Ghost Dome Emperor and Wei Zhentian had both reached 6th stage mystic immortal. Originally, they were almost not afraid of any mystic immortals, but Navy Tide still had many true immortals and that mysterious Zenith Golden Immortal, so Yi Xian had to run a little farther. The 600,000 demonic cultivators had already been utterly defeated and were fleeing in all directions. Once the dance of 10,000 demons formation was broken, this group of demonic cultivators no longer had the strength to fight. Then, they were hunted down by the experts of Navy Tide's imperial family. In the end, these demonic cultivators were still completely slaughtered. Almost no one was lucky enough to escape. As for the cultivators who left earlier, quite a few of them survived. After all, they were all cultivators. With so many people, even a mystic immortal wouldn't be able to distinguish if they were wanted criminals one by one. Yi Xian was lucky enough to escape, but he was separated from the little demon king. A Zenith Golden Immortal is chasing after the little demon king. I wonder if he can escape alive. Yi Xian sighed. After experiencing this incident, he knew that even if you had the strength, you couldn't just run rampant, because there might be someone stronger than you. The little demon king was the demon king of the demon realm in his past life, so he shouldn't die so easily. However, for Luoluo's heavenly demon heart, it seems that I have to make a trip to the demon realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. The immortal world and the devil world were 2 different worlds. Moreover, they were on opposite sides. It wouldn't be easy to go from the immortal world to the devil world. Previously, when the little demon king of chaos was being chased by the great golden immortal with the rainbow immortal's immortal force, Yi Xian had already used the death pursuit command to mark him, so he could sense the little demon king's current location. However, the distance between them was increasing at a terrifying speed. After all, if he slowed down, he would be caught up by the golden immortal. The devil king of the devil world was indeed extraordinary. He was actually able to compete in speed with a golden immortal, who was even stronger than a true immortal. Just in case, Yi Xian quickly hid in a nearby city and used the Eye of Revelation to investigate how to get to the demon realm. Because he was a wanted criminal, Yi Xian was very careful. He spent an entire day trying to find out how to get to the demon realm, but still couldn't find out how to get to the demon realm. The entrance to the demon realm, at least Navy Tide Nation doesn't have one, so we have to go to a more powerful nation to ask. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and decided to leave Navy Tide Nation directly. At that moment, Yi Xian rushed towards the north. His target was the border of Navy Tide Nation. Now that a hole had been made in the Black Devil prison, the imperial family of Navy Tide Nation was chasing after demonic cultivators. Although he was an immortal cultivator, he would still be in danger. This time, he spent 3 days on his journey. 3 days later, he arrived at the border of Navy Tide Nation. Is there an inspection going on ahead? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. If a demonic cultivator approached, he would probably be attacked directly. However, he was an immortal cultivator, so there shouldn't be a problem. After all, he had changed his appearance. 2nd stage mystic immortal? After sensing Yi Xian's realm, the Navy Tide Nation's border general couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression. Although he could sense that Yi Xian was an immortal cultivator, right now, mystic immortals weren't allowed to go out, so Yi Xian didn't come out of seclusion. The Navy Tide Nation's border general is heavily guarded, and the general guarding the border is an 8th stage mystic immortal. It's not impossible to break through by force. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and calculated in his mind. He was a 2nd stage mystic immortal, Old Tree was a 5th stage mystic immortal, and Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were 6th-stage mystic immortals. Weren't they always good at challenging those with higher realms? A 9th-stage mystic immortal and 9 8th-stage mystic immortals. If I use my trump cards, I can instantly kill them. At the thought of this, Yi Xian directly condensed the heaven-defying immortal sword. Kid, what are you planning to do by showing your weapon? A guard at the border asked in astonishment. Kill you. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian directly attacked. As a 2nd-stage mystic immortal, Yi Xian attacked at lightning speed, instantly piercing through the chest of the 5th-stage mystic immortal. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, Old Shu and the other two had already appeared, and they immediately rushed over. Enemy attack. Someone shouted angrily. In an instant, a large number of experts rushed out of the checkpoint, including the 9th-stage mystic immortal. At this moment, Yi Xian had already condensed the first slaughter seal. Old Tree and the other two used their ultimate skills. 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Strike. Sword Blade Storm. Although Old Tree was only a 5th-stage mystic immortal, his actual combat strength was terrifying. After all, he had the purple extreme Devil Flame. Coupled with the 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Strike, even a 9th-stage mystic immortal would have to temporarily avoid him. This time, Yi Xian's goal was not to force his way through the checkpoint, but to destroy it to show his anger. In an instant, they directly exchanged blows. At the border of Navy Tide Nation, there was a 6th-stage mystic immortal with 3,000 men. Moreover, they controlled the formation and were extraordinarily powerful. At this moment, Yi Xian directly let Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor kill their way in. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications sounded one after another, and Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. Ding. Host has condensed a slaughter seal. Ding. Host has condensed a slaughter seal. In an instant, Yi Xian's slaughter seals soared to 3. Moreover, he still had 2 that he had not used, which meant that it was enough for him to use the Celestial Slaying Sword formation now. However, he was only a 2nd-stage mystic immortal. If he used the Celestial Slaying Sword formation now, the effect would be too weak. Therefore, he had to break through as soon as possible. Die, brat. At this moment, an 8th-stage mystic immortal attacked. You're the one. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly used the unicorn descent. A terrifying aura spread out. This time, Yi Xian did not summon the ice unicorn, the blazing unicorn, or the unicorn of thunder. Instead, it was the rarely seen dark unicorn. The moment the dark unicorn appeared, the sky instantly darkened. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure instantly concealed himself, and directly escaped from the 8th-stage mystic immortal's vision. Immortal sense. The 8th-stage mystic immortal's eyes flashed as he discovered Yi Xian's trace. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had already launched his attack. Chapter 17:16. After sensing this aura, the mystic immortal snorted. A mere mystic immortal wanted to hurt him? If he hadn't felt that something was wrong with Yi Xian, he wouldn't have come here. However, he didn't expect the 1,000 severing slash to be so powerful. When the 1,000 severing slash landed on the mystic immortal's body, it vibrated hundreds of times. After the 200th and 800th vibrations, the 1,000 severing slash triggered a one-hit kill. Although Yi Xian and the mystic immortal were 6 realms apart, and the chance of triggering was greatly reduced, Yi Xian's luck was equivalent to 36 points. After triggering the 1,000 severing slash, the effect was not bad. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, the mystic immortal's immortal heart shattered and he was killed by the 1,000 severing slash. At the same time, Yi Xian, who had killed an enemy 6 realms above him, condensed the remaining 2 slaughter seals. At this moment, he already had 5 slaughter seals, and he still had 2 spare ones. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a mystic immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a mystic immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a mystic immortal. The mystic immortal's position in the army was extremely high, second only to the mystic immortal. Moreover, he had led the army out to hunt and reaped a bountiful harvest. However, all his wealth had been taken advantage of by Yi Xian. Yi Xian was now a mystic immortal. The old tree, Wei Zhantian, and Ghost Dome Great Emperor had broken through to the mystic immortal realm of the mystic immortal realm. There was no suspense in this battle. Yi Xian originally thought that it would be difficult, but the 1000-severing slash didn't disappoint him. It killed his opponent instantly and led to a complete victory. However, the battle wasn't over yet. Moreover, there was a team flying over from the distant horizon. This realm, a true immortal? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. With the eye of revelation, he discovered that there was a super expert in this team. A true immortal. Navy Tide Nation didn't only have one true immortal, but 7. Yi Xian recognized this person because this true immortal was also present during the battle that day. This was troublesome. What a coincidence. You can enjoy the power of the immortal's sword. Yi Xian's eyes of size. Although he was only a tier 4 mystic immortal, which was 6 realms away from a true immortal, he had all kinds of bloodlines in his body. And SSS. In addition to this true immortal, there were 6 other level 9 mystic immortals. However, these 6 people reacted slowly. Only the true immortal reacted. Was 2. TS. The extreme space shield had an extremely strong defensive ability. It directly absorbed the sword strike and then rebounded it back. T. The true immortal was struck by his own move and was instantly sent flying. Yi Xian's eyes twinkled. He quickly appeared behind the true immortal. The first strike after using the Eye of Assassination was 70% more powerful. Therefore, Yi Xian used the Immortal's sword formation to complement the Eye of Assassination. The Immortal's sword formation was activated in an instant. Countless sword rays flashed and surrounded the 7 people, including the true Immortal. A foul wind and a rain of blood began to blow. Death Hunt, Eye of Assassination, Immortal's sword formation. These 3 should be enough to deal with a true immortal. However, there was a springboard between a true immortal and a mystic immortal. True immortal force was much stronger than ordinary immortal force. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't think he could kill this true immortal. He only hoped to buy some time. Massacre Seal. When the immortal's sword formation was activated, Yi Xian used the massacre seal again. At the same time, Old Tree and the others appeared in the middle of the immortal's sword formation. The other 6 level 9 mystic immortals were simply here to die. Old Tree appeared behind one of them in a flash. Then, he punched and smashed his heart. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host has condensed a massacre seal. Ding. Host has condensed a massacre seal. In less than 2 seconds, the 6 level 9 mystic immortals were all dead. At the same time, Yi Xian condensed 3 more massacre seals. Another one. Yi Xian used the massacre seal again. He condensed 4 massacre seals and then used the immortal eliminating arrow. On one side was the immortal's sword formation. On the other side was the immortal eliminating arrow. Coupled with Old Tree and the others, no matter how strong this true immortal was, he couldn't withstand so many attacks. Moreover, the 6 level 9 mystic immortals gave Yi Xian a large amount of heavenly treasures. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a level 6 mystic immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a level 7 mystic immortal. Yi Xian's realm soared again. Not only that, but Old Tree and the others also broke through to the true immortal realm. Now, they had no opponent. 9 dragons thunder flash. After breaking through, Old Tree's aura skyrocketed. He appeared behind the true immortal in a flash and then punched. Crack. The true immortal's immortal heart exploded. His corpse fell from the sky. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away the universe ring. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a level 8 mystic immortal. His realm rose again. At this moment, Yi Xian was truly invincible. At least in Navy Tide. No, it might not be enough. Because a Deluo Golden Immortal suddenly appeared in Navy Tide. This was a super expert who surpassed the true immortal realm. It seems that revenge on Navy Tide is not possible. I better leave. Yi Xian thought to himself. After killing the rest of the people, he forcibly left Navy Tide. This battle allowed him to obtain great benefits, directly increasing his cultivation by 6 cultivation levels. It was really too awesome. When I return next time, it will be the day of your Navy Tide's destruction. Yi Xian looked at Navy Tide's border and said coldly in his heart. If not for that Deluo golden immortal, he probably would have killed his way back to the Navy Tide Imperial Palace. At this moment, the little demon king was also getting further and further away from him. Fortunately, he marked the little demon king at the last moment. If he died, he would have a notification. Now that the death warrant was still there, it meant that the little demon king was still alive. Being chased by a Deluo golden immortal and still being able to live for so long, as expected of the demon world's demon king. After leaving Navy Tide, they arrived at the ownerless land outside. That true immortal and 6 9th level mystic immortals were actually Navy Tide's diplomatic group. They were going to visit a neighboring country, but unexpectedly, they were encountered by Yi Xian and then completely wiped out. They were really unlucky. The little demon king was very fast, so Yi Xian was unable to meet up with him. They could only search for the entrance to the demon world and then meet there. Chapter 17:17. Previously in Navy Tide Nation, Yi Xian did not inquire about the demon realm's passageway, so his next target was a large nation called Green Rainbow. This Green Rainbow Nation was countless times stronger than Navy Tide Nation, and perhaps it had a passageway to the demon realm. However, between Navy Tide Nation and Green Rainbow Nation, there was a more terrifying danger zone. Sea of Vengeful Souls. This Sea of Vengeful Souls was extremely dangerous, and even a true immortal might not be able to escape unscathed after entering. And to go to Green Rainbow Nation, one had to pass through this Sea of Vengeful Souls. If one were to go around it, with Yi Xian's current realm, it would probably take several decades. Just as Yi Xian was pondering, the system notification came. Ding, the host has triggered a random mission to cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls within a month. If the host fails or refuses, the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline will regress once. Originally, Yi Xian did not want to enter this dangerous Sea of Vengeful Souls, but now that there was a random mission, it was probably not up to him anymore. F***CK, why is this system so ruthless? Even refusing has a punishment. Yi Xian really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. For the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, each advancement was equivalent to earning 6 Devour points, and so was regress. More importantly, if he regress 1 rank, his unicorn bloodline would become 3 unicorn legs again. It looked like this Sea of Vengeful Souls had to go. The punishment for failure is so severe, then the reward should be pretty good, go for it. Yi Xian deliberated for a moment, and finally decided to go. After leaving Navy Tide Nation and entering the unclaimed land, Yi Xian traveled for 3 days, and finally arrived at a boarding point in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. The Sea of Vengeful Souls would have terrifying thunder continuously striking down from the sky, so the sea surface was extremely dangerous. If ordinary people flew into the Sea of Vengeful Souls, they would be easily struck to death by these thunder. Therefore, the means of crossing the Sea of Vengeful Souls was something called an iron lock flying boat. This iron lock flying boat was actually an ordinary flying boat, but the route was an iron lock. Crossing the Sea of Vengeful Souls in this iron lock flying boat would be much safer. Moreover, this iron lock flying boat had a true immortal realm expert overseeing it. Under normal circumstances, only 1 out of 10 flying ships would have an accident at most. Coincidentally, there was a flying boat with iron locks that was about to set off today. Yi Xian immediately bought a ticket and boarded the ship. Although the price was not high, 1 iron lock flying boat could carry more than 1,000 people. After all, the iron lock flying boat would make a trip every half a month. Many people had been waiting here for a long time. Finally, they saw the flying ship with iron locks. All right, everyone get on board. We'll set off in an hour. The captain of the iron lock airship shouted. Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation to scan him, and discovered that this was a rank 3 true immortal, the same as the king of Navy Tide Nation. It's actually Captain He Yuan. We'll definitely be fine this time. Captain He Yuan is rather famous in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. She has traversed the Sea of Vengeful Souls countless times without encountering any mishaps. Haha, this money is well spent. Everyone couldn't help but start discussing. Most of the people who were going to cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls were mystic immortals, and only a few were rank 1 true immortals. Yi Xian was alone. He immediately boarded the flying ship and found a corner to wait. It would take about half a month to cross the Sea of Vengeful Souls. This time wasn't long for others, but for Yi Xian, it wasn't that easy. Since the system gave me such a mission, it definitely won't be peaceful this time. I have to be on guard and retreat as soon as something happens, Yi Xian thought to himself. Compared to the system's punishment, his life was naturally more important. If he encountered any danger, he would directly break through the void and leave. An hour later, the Iron Lock airship set off. Catcher, catcher, catcher. The flying ship set off. The flying ship moved quickly on the iron locks, emitting a series of crisp sounds. The flying ship was actually faster than flying in the air. Yi Xian couldn't figure it out. Thunder rumbled continuously in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. Although no accidents happened, the people on the flying ship were shocked. Fortunately, the first part of the journey was very peaceful, and nothing happened. 7 days later, the Iron Lock flying ship suddenly stopped. We're here. We're finally here. The Island of Vengeful Souls. A smile suddenly flashed across the solemn faces of the crowd. The Island of Vengeful Souls was a transit point in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. It was absolutely safe and wouldn't be struck by lightning. Among you, 371 people disembarked from the ship at the Island of Vengeful Souls. I'll also stay there for a day. We'll set off a day later. The rank 3 true immortal captain, He Yuan, said. The Island of Vengeful Souls. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. On the way, he had heard that this place was on fire. The Island of Vengeful Souls was located in the center of the Sea of Vengeful Souls. It was an absolutely safe place. Many people gathered there, and the island owner was a rank 4 true immortal. Since they would set off the next day, Yi Xian decided to take a look at the Island of Vengeful Souls and stroll around. There were many true immortals on the Island of Vengeful Souls. At the same time, there were various markets. Occasionally, one would find some good things that others didn't know about. However, Yi Xian was a jinx. Trouble followed him wherever he went. Rumble. While he was strolling around the market, the Island of Vengeful Souls suddenly shook violently. What's going on? An earthquake? It can't be. Why would there be an earthquake on the Island of Vengeful Souls? The Island of Vengeful Souls has a history of 10,000 years. This is the first time I've seen an earthquake. The people on the Island of Vengeful Souls all looked surprised. This kind of thing was really too strange. Then, the people saw countless guards flying around the Island of Vengeful Souls. They didn't know what was going on. Bastard thief, how dare you steal the sealing stone of the Island of Vengeful Souls? Hurry up and tell me, and I'll spare your life. An old voice rang out and entered everyone's ears. When the people heard that, they immediately trembled. The sealing stone of the Island of Vengeful Souls? What's that? Everyone raised their heads in confusion, just in time to see a figure flitting across the sky. What a fast speed. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He saw that the person was dressed in black and was in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, he swept across the sky above him. Out of curiosity, he directly marked the person with the death hunting order. However, at this moment, ding! The host has triggered a random task. Capture or kill the thief who stole the sealing stone of the Island of Vengeful Souls. Destroy the sealing stone of the Island of Vengeful Souls. The system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind and made him tremble. Based on his intuition, he guessed that the man in black who swept across the sky above him was the thief who stole the sealing stone of the Island of Vengeful Souls. Chapter 17:18. He's a rank 3 true immortal, but that's nothing to me. Chase after him. Yi Xian ran as fast as he could. Although he was only a rank 8 mystic immortal, his speed was no slower than a rank 3 true immortal. On the other hand, the sealing stone of Wailing Soul Island was stolen. The island owner was furious and sent many experts to search for the thief. However, this thief's speed was very fast. Moreover, he had directly entered the crowd and concealed his aura. It was unlikely that he would be found so quickly. His disguise was good, but Yi Xian had the death hunting order and could find him. Found you. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian quickly found the thief. Then, the old tree appeared. 9 dragons thunder flash. In an instant, the old tree appeared behind the thief and punched him. Bam! The old tree, who was also a rank 3 true immortal, killed the thief instantly. Then, Yi Xian took the interspatial ring. However, there were not many treasures in the thief's interspatial ring. It was not even comparable to a rank 1 true immortal. Is this the sealing stone of Wailing Soul Island? At this time, Yi Xian took out a blue stone from the interspatial ring. Catcher. With a crisp sound, the blue stone shattered. Ding. Host has completed the random mission. Reward. Wei Zhantian has mastered the super transformation ability. Ding. Wei Zhantian has mastered the flying sword form. This random mission was not difficult. After Yi Xian completed it, he received the reward. Flying sword form? Yi Xian didn't understand the situation. He hurriedly checked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Wei Zhantian, who had transformed into a flying sword, had greatly improved both his attack power and speed. Moreover, his speed was not inferior to a flying boat of the same level. Not bad, not bad. In this flying sword form, Wei Zhantian's strength has surpassed the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and is almost on par with the old tree. Yi Xian was very satisfied. This random mission was a free gift. However, right when he destroyed the sealing stone on the Wretched Soul Island, a loud rumble sounded from the Wretched Soul Island again. And this time, the tremors were even more intense. Rumble. Everyone panicked when they heard the earth-shattering sound. Some of them even boarded the flying boat and prepared to leave. Everyone, the sealing stone on the Wailing Soul Island has been destroyed. The giant tortoise under the Wailing Soul Island is about to awaken. When that happens, the Wailing Soul Island will sink. Everyone, leave immediately. An aged voice once again entered everyone's ears. When the people on the island of departed souls heard this, they were all shocked. Was there a giant tortoise sealed under the Ghost Island? Although some people did not know what kind of immortal beast the giant tortoise of resentment was, the voice clearly belonged to the island master of the Resentment Soul Island. If even a rank 4 true immortal could not do anything, what could they possibly do by staying here? Before they could react, the ground quaked even more violently and cracks spread out. It was as though the entire Wailing Soul Island was about to be torn apart. Seeing that, everyone flew into the sky. Not long after, the Resentful Soul Island disintegrated. Roar. An earth-shattering roar entered everyone's ears again. Everyone focused their eyes and saw a huge figure gradually emerging from the deep sea. Yi Xian, who had a phobia of the deep sea, was already standing on Wei Zhantian, who had transformed into a flying sword. He was ready to leave at any time. The huge figure that emerged from the deep sea was so boundless that even Yi Xian's eye of revelation could not see the end of it. However, he knew that it was an immortal beast. It was the giant tortoise that the island master of the Resentful Soul Island had mentioned. He estimated that the giant tortoise was at least a rank 6 true immortal. Moreover, the tortoise-type immortal beast had a strong defense. Even a true immortal of the same level would not be able to break through its defense. In this case, no one present would be able to hurt it. However, at this moment, woo woo woo. Suddenly, there was a series of rumbling sounds. Then, the surface of the sea changed. Pillars of water shot up into the sky. Poof, poof, poof. These pillars of water pierced through the bodies of the surrounding profound immortals and true immortals at lightning speed. They were extremely powerful. Let's go. The giant tortoise is angry. Someone shouted angrily. The giant tortoise was now venting its anger after being sealed under the Resentful Soul Island. The pillars of water just now were very powerful. Even Yi Xian did not dare to underestimate them. Moreover, these pillars of water continued to erupt. Each time, there were hundreds of thousands of them. Everyone on the tortoise's back was on high alert. If these pillars of water pierced through their immortal heart, they would definitely die. Let's go. Although the Sea of Vengeful Souls was dangerous, the giant tortoise was even more dangerous. Many people turned around and left. At the same time, Yi Xian heard another system notification. Ding! You have destroyed the sealing stone on the Resentful Soul Island. The giant tortoise is now hunting you down. The host can choose to escape the Sea of Vengeful Souls or kill the giant tortoise. The system notification caught Yi Xian off guard. What was going on? F***CK, I was the one who saved you. Now you want to kill me? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. However, he knew that this must be the system's doing. Since that was the case, he would just run. The giant tortoise was an immortal beast comparable to a 6th-tier true immortal. Moreover, it was at the very minimum. Yi Xian was currently in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. It was extremely dangerous, so he chose to leave. In an instant, Yi Xian, who was standing on the Skyquake sword, turned into a ray of light and streaked across the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. Even the master of the Resentful Soul Island, who was a 4th-tier true immortal, could not keep up with his speed. Wei Zhantian, who was in the form of a flying sword, was no slower than a flying boat of the same level. Moreover, it was now a 3rd-tier true immortal treasure. Captain He Yuan's iron-locked flying boat had already left. Yi Xian used the death warrant to mark He Yuan and chased after her closely. The thunder in the Sea of Vengeful Souls would always hit a few individuals. In other words, people like Yi Xian who were standing on flying swords. However, the chances of those flying boats hanging on the iron lock were much lower. Therefore, Yi Xian had Wei Zhantian extend a chain and hang it on the iron lock. This way, he would no longer be an individual. However, not long after he left, he felt that something was wrong. The sound behind him did not seem to have stopped. Instead, it was getting closer and closer. What? That giant tortoise is actually chasing after me. Yi Xian was shocked. It was as if the system had placed a death warrant on him, and the pursuer was obviously that vengeful spirit tortoise. Since that was the case, he would just kill it. Chapter 17:19. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to leave the Sea of Vengeful Spirits safely. Die. Yi Xian immediately had the intention to kill. He immediately summoned Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Old Tree was a 2nd-stage true immortal, while Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhantian were both 3rd-stage true immortals. If they used their trump cards, they should be able to kill this vengeful spirit tortoise. Although they did not want to fight here, they had no other choice. Let's fight. 1000 Severing Slash. Yi Xian, who was an 8th-stage mystic immortal, first slashed at the vengeful spirit tortoise. Unfortunately, there was a huge difference between an 8th-stage mystic immortal and a 6th-stage true immortal. This time, it did not trigger a one-hit kill, so this move was useless. Therefore, they could only fight head-on. 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Strike. Sword Blade Storm. Unicorn Descend. Everyone used their trump cards one after another. This time, they summoned Unicorn Thunder, which had a slight enhancement effect in the Sea of Vengeful Spirits. At the same time, Yi Xian was also constantly attacking. Although he had already used the 1000 Severing Slash, the one-hit kill effect was not only triggered by the 1000 Severing Slash. This vengeful spirit tortoise's attack was very simple. Its back would suddenly erupt with a shockwave, causing the seawater to erupt. This kind of attack could not hurt Yi Xian. Boom, boom, boom. Old Tree and the other two stared at the vengeful spirit tortoise's head and attacked continuously. This vengeful spirit tortoise's scales were very hard. They had to attack for a long time before they could break it. Since the scales were broken, the next step was easy. The Skyquake sword swept in and destroyed it from the inside. Not only that, even Yi Xian went in. Fast Dazzling Heavenly Fire, Burn. Yi Xian continuously used the Blazing Heavens sword technique. Together with the Fast Dazzling Heavenly Fire, his attack power was not weak. In the blink of an eye, the vengeful spirit tortoise's body burned, causing it great pain. However, to kill it, the vengeful spirit tortoise's head had to be destroyed. However, when they tore through the giant tortoise's flesh and entered its brain, they discovered that there was actually an enormous blue stone in its brain. What the hell? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but he didn't think too much about it. He had Old Tree and the others destroy the tortoise's brain. Soon after, the tortoise's brain was poked into a hornet's nest, and then it died. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Then, Yi Xian approached the huge blue rock and collected it. Ding. The host has devoured the corpse of the vengeful spirit giant tortoise. 2 system notifications rang out, and Yi Xian's realm immediately soared. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough and is now a level 9 mystic immortal. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 1 true immortal. The corpse of this vengeful spirit tortoise had allowed Yi Xian to break through twice. The benefits were not bad. However, this was not the end. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor can fuse with the vengeful soul pearl. Will you fuse with it? The Ghost Dome Great Emperor can fuse with the vengeful spirit pearl? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and hurriedly agreed. Ding. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has fused with the vengeful spirit pearl and successfully evolved into the Azura Ghost Lord. Evolution. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has actually evolved. Haha. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's appearance had also changed. The original white bone armor had turned black, and a gloomy aura spread out. Even the Ghost Dome Great Sword had turned into a demonic broadsword called Azura Slash. Then, Yi Xian hurriedly checked the skills. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor originally had several skills, which were Grip of the Underworld, Elegy of Souls, Evil Descends, Death Will, and Death Gaze. The sky-shattering flowing rock slash had been blocked by Yi Xian previously, so it had disappeared. Now, the Grip of the Underworld, which required 1 point of Elegy of Souls enhancement each time it was used, had become the Grip of the Underworld, which didn't have any requirements and had 2 attacks. In addition, the Undying Battle Soul and Elegy of Souls enhancement had increased by 3 times. Death Gaze had also evolved into the Eye of the Azura, which could make anyone pregnant. Not bad, not bad. The current Ghost Dome Great Emperor, no, Azura Ghost Lord's strength is probably on the same level as the Old Tree. Yi Xian was very satisfied. This was really a fortuitous encounter. Now that the vengeful spirit tortoise was dead and its entire corpse had been devoured by Yi Xian, he could continue on his way. However, right at this moment. Someone is coming. What a fast speed. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. With the Eye of Revelation, he saw a figure rushing towards him at high speed. Moreover, this demonic cultivator's physique was so strong that the Eye of Revelation couldn't penetrate it. A high-stage true immortal? Yi Xian was shocked. Someone he couldn't see through was at least a high-stage true immortal. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid if it was a 7th-stage true immortal. However, if it was an 8th-stage true immortal, or even a 9th-stage true immortal, then there was nothing he could do. Even if the Ghost Dome Great Emperor had evolved into Azura Ghost Lord, it wouldn't help. Hand over the vengeful spirit bead and I'll spare your lives. The high-stage true immortal demonic cultivator shouted angrily. Vengeful spirit bead. Upon hearing this name, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this what he had just devoured? This high-stage true immortal needed the vengeful spirit bead. However, the vengeful spirit bead had already been devoured by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. This person isn't someone I can fight against right now. If he comes near, I'll be in danger. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and then used his bloodline ability. Space-time bloodline ability, time reversal. In an instant, the scene around him changed. Whether it was time or time, everything changed. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing on the Vengeful Spirit Island, and it had just happened. Time reversal allowed Yi Xian to return to a certain moment 1 day later. However, this ability could only be used once every 3 days, and after returning to the past, everything would return to the situation at that time. Moreover, he was the only one who knew that time had been reversed. Yi Xian, who had broken through to the 1st stage True Immortal Realm, dropped to the 8th stage Mystic Immortal Realm, and all of his abilities were restored. Those who had been killed by the giant tortoise spirit also came back to life. Just now, I didn't want to fight the giant tortoise spirit, so I ran away. However, after I killed the tortoise spirit and devoured the vengeful spirit bead, that powerful demonic cultivator came for me. This time, I have to deal with him as soon as possible, Yi Xian thought to himself. Soon, the vengeful spirit island sank again, and the giant tortoise spirit reappeared. Kill. Yi Xian immediately summoned the old tree and the others to kill the giant tortoise spirit. 1000 cleave. 9 dragons sky strike. Sword blade storm. Unicorn descend. Due to the time reversal, all of their abilities were off cooldown, so everyone once again used their trump cards. However, Yi Xian's luck was good this time. When the 1000 cleave landed on the giant tortoise spirit, it actually triggered a one-hit kill. Ding. Host has triggered a one-hit kill. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Chapter 1720. Haha, I'm in luck. Yi Xian laughed out loud. Then, he dashed over and put away the tortoise's corpse at lightning speed. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 9 mystic immortal. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 1 true immortal. Ding. The Ember of Thunderfire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 3 true immortal. Ding. The Ember of Thunderfire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 4 true immortal. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian and Old Tree's cultivation levels increased twice. Since this was the corpse of an immortal beast, Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian did not make a breakthrough. That demonic cultivator is after the resentful soul pearl. I'm afraid he'll be here soon. It's better to leave now. Yi Xian immediately blended into the crowd. At the same time, he changed his appearance to that of an ordinary true immortal. The sinking of the resentful soul island was not long after the death of the tortoise. Everyone was still in a daze, unable to react to what had happened. However, at this moment, Yi Xian was already sitting on He Yuan's iron lock flying boat, heading towards the northeast. Holy *T, that was close. I didn't expect there to be a powerful immortal beast under the resentful soul island. Who stole the sealing stone? Why did they do that? But, what about that vengeful spirit tortoise? Did it dive? Who cares? It's good that we can escape. The tortoise died so quickly that the people in the airship did not see it clearly. They thought it had dived into the deep sea. Yi Xian blended into the crowd and remained silent. With his current strength, he could actually rob all the people in this iron chain flying ship. However, that high-level true immortal devil cultivator might catch up with him. At that time, he could also disguise himself. Fortunately, he had the space-time bloodline to turn back time. Otherwise, Yi Xian's chances of winning against the high-level true immortal demonic cultivator were less than 10%. For the rest of the journey, nothing much happened. However, on the 6th day, trouble came again. The expressions of the people in the iron lock flying ship suddenly changed because they felt a powerful aura. It's so strong. It's at least a mid-level true immortal. No, it should be a high-level true immortal. How could there be such a powerful true immortal in the Sea of Vengeful Souls? Could he be from the great country of Green Rainbow? In the iron lock flying ship, everyone looked at each other. At this moment, Yi Xian also felt that aura. He hurriedly turned his head and saw a figure rushing towards them. This person was actually the high-level true immortal demonic cultivator who needed the resentment soul pearl. This was going to be troublesome. Last time, that demonic cultivator had asked him for a resentful soul pearl, but this time, he had directly attacked. He would rather kill 10,000 innocents by mistake than let one go. After all, he was a demonic cultivator. Moreover, this was an ownerless land. Who would care about him? Who? In the blink of an eye, the demonic cultivator arrived in front of the iron chain airship. With a single punch, he directly smashed the iron chain airship into pieces. Countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Those with lower cultivation realms were practically unable to dodge. Yi Xian had the ability to teleport, so he managed to dodge the attack. There are still over 100 survivors. Retreat. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately summoned Might Shocks the Heavens and turned it into a flying sword. At this moment, he was about to leave the Sea of Vengeful Souls, so the cooldown of time reversal was over. However, this time, he did not intend to continue using time reversal. Perhaps that demonic cultivator would not be able to catch up to him. Old Tree, go put on a show. Just in case, Yi Xian released Old Shu, who was at the 4th stage of the true immortal realm. Ha ha ha, you want the resentment soul pearl, right? It's in my hand. Old Tree scurried back and laughed loudly. That demonic cultivator revealed a surprised expression when he heard this. He did need the resentment soul pearl to refine something, but how did this person know? However, since this person said so, then the resentment soul pearl must be in his hand. Die. Without another word, that demonic cultivator threw a punch at Old Tree. Although Old Tree was only a rank 4 true immortal, this demonic cultivator was already a rank 9 true immortal and was not weak. With just one punch, half of Old Tree's body exploded. His demonic heart shattered, and he died immediately. However, before Old Tree died, he crushed an interspatial ring. No. That demonic cultivator widened his eyes. He did not expect that he was one step too slow. Once the interspatial ring was crushed, the items inside would disappear, and so would the resentment soul pearl. In order to vent his emotions, he decided to kill everyone around him. At this moment, Yi Xian was already on his sky-trembling flying sword and flying toward the northeast. He was so close to leaving the Sea of Vengeful Souls and completing that damned mission from the system. He had also seen the scene of Old Tree being killed. He reckoned that this demonic cultivator would not be able to find him so easily. The rest of the journey was smooth for a while. However, just as he was about to leave the Sea of Vengeful Souls, a team suddenly appeared in front of him. So strong. Their aura is not weaker than that demonic cultivator's. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. This team consisted of at least 7th grade true immortals. The strongest one was probably a 9th grade true immortal. At the same time, they were all wearing. These people should not have appeared in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. What was going on? Yi Xian ignored them and avoided them directly. Then, he left the Sea of Vengeful Souls and arrived on land. Ding. Host has completed the random mission. You can choose one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1, advance to the ultimate stage once. Reward 2, advance to the 1000 severing / once. Reward 3, increase the flow of time in the planting space by 100 times. These 3 rewards were very good. The ultimate stage was the weapon mastery, which increased all attacks by 10%. Increasing the flow of time in the planting space by 100 times was equivalent to 300 times. 300 days in the planting space was only 1 day in the outside world. However, this was nothing compared to the 1000 severing /. Yi Xian immediately chose the second reward, which was the advancement of the 1000 severing /. Ding! The 1000 severing / has been successfully advanced. After the advancement of the 1000 severing /, not only did the number of vibrations double, reaching 2000, but the triggering rate also increased. This effect was more than doubled. Your Excellency! At this moment, a shout suddenly sounded from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned his head when he heard the voice. He saw that the team from before was actually rushing toward him. The leader of the team, a young man, took out a portrait and said, "We're chasing after this demonic cultivator. Have you seen him before?" Hearing this, Yi Xian focused his gaze on the portrait. After he finished looking at it, his body trembled. The person in the portrait was the high-level true immortal demonic cultivator who had appeared in the Sea of Vengeful Souls. I've seen him before. Yi Xian nodded. Really? Chapter 1721. How much do you have? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Liu Zheng was very generous and directly threw a bag over. When Yi Xian saw the things inside, he couldn't help showing a satisfied expression. It's actually immortal crystals, which are of a higher grade than immortal stones. There are also some natural treasures. Yi Xian was delighted. He estimated that these things could at least help him break through to rank 3 true immortal. Okay, I'll take you to him. Yi Xian immediately agreed. He had already marked that demonic cultivator with a death hunting command, so it wouldn't be difficult to find him. Okay, step on this flying sword. Liu Zheng didn't waste time and threw him another flying sword. This flying sword was under his control. Yi Xian stepped on this flying sword and followed the group. Actually, the people behind Liu Zheng didn't understand why Liu Zheng wanted to find Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was only a rank 1 true immortal. Even if he had seen that demonic cultivator, he shouldn't have been able to find his exact location, right? However, Liu Zheng didn't think so. How could a person who could step on a flying sword and cross the sea of vengeful souls only be an ordinary rank 1 true immortal? Even a rank 5 true immortal wouldn't be able to cross the sea of vengeful souls alone. Of course, it would be a different story if he used an iron-locked flying boat. However, if he had an iron-locked flying boat, why would Yi Xian need to use a flying sword to travel? Most importantly, with Liu Zheng's many years of experience, he felt that Yi Xian was different from others. The things he gave Yi Xian just now were just a drop in the bucket for him. After all, he was a rank 9 true immortal. If he could catch that demonic cultivator, it wouldn't be a problem for him to spend 100 times more. That way. Since Yi Xian had taken the other party's things, he didn't waste time and pointed to the southwest. How do you know that demonic cultivator is in that direction? Someone in the group asked, puzzled. That demonic cultivator went on a killing spree earlier. In order to avoid his pursuit, I left a tracking mark on him, Yi Xian explained. You, a rank 1 true immortal, want to leave a tracking mark on a rank 9 true immortal demonic cultivator? Someone immediately retorted. The people present were at least rank 7 true immortals, much higher than Yi Xian. Well, at least know that demonic cultivator entered the sea of vengeful souls. Let's follow the direction you pointed, said Liu Zheng. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask. But I know. But. Yi Xian lightly nodded and didn't ask any further. Liu Zheng nodded. Yi Xian had already left the sea of vengeful souls, but he encountered this matter again. In fact, a large part of the reason was that the demonic cultivator had tried to kill him. With his vengeful character, how could he not take revenge? Liu Zhang was a rank 9 true immortal, only one step away from Deluo Golden Immortal. Even if he controlled 2 flying swords, his speed was very fast. Yi Xian estimated that with this speed, it would only take him 2 days to catch up with that demonic cultivator. In the following time, everyone was hurrying on with their journey. This little bit of time was nothing to Liu Zhang and the others. That rank 9 true immortal demonic cultivator had killed in the sea of vengeful souls, and Yi Xian had the death hunting order. 2 days later, Yi Xian could clearly sense the demonic cultivator's location. We'll see him in half an hour, Yi Xian said. Very good. Liu Zheng nodded with satisfaction. Half an hour later, they really sensed a powerful aura. It's really him. After sensing it, Liu Zheng's body trembled. His intuition was right. Yi Xian really led them to that wanted demonic cultivator. Your Excellency, this is your reward. Without another word, Liu Zheng took out another bag and handed it to Yi Xian. Then, they directly charged out. In this team, besides Liu Zhang, a rank 9 true immortal, there were 2 rank 8 true immortals and 7 rank 7 true immortals. These people were enough to deal with that demonic cultivator. You can actually track me down? That demonic cultivator had also sensed Liu Zhang and the others. He thought to himself, I didn't want to cause any trouble in the Green Rainbow Nation, so I spared your lives. I didn't expect you to dare to chase after me. You're courting death. At that moment, he directly charged over. A great battle broke out. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's a good show to watch, Yi Xian grinned. Then, he dodged and continued to devour. At first, the things Liu Zhang gave him were enough for him to break through to rank 3 true immortal. Just now, he gave him more, which should be enough for him to break through to rank 4 true immortal. After all, his experience points were much more than the average person. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 2 true immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 3 true immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently, You are a rank 4 true immortal. Sure enough, after devouring those things, Yi Xian directly broke through several times. However, most of the rewards he received were immortal crystals, so the old tree was only a rank 6 true immortal. However, Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian had broken through to rank 8 true immortal. He estimated that Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian should be able to fight against a Deluo Golden Immortal. However, at that moment, ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. First round, kill the target with your own hands. The sound of the system notification shocked Yi Xian. The target had been revealed. It was the demonic cultivator who was fighting with Liu Zhang and the others. If he's killed by others, then this chain random mission will most likely fail, Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he directly released Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. Rank 8 true immortal. Kill him. Yi Xian immediately ordered the two of them. Not to mention Azura Ghost Lord, even Wei Zhentian could probably fight that demonic cultivator alone. If the two of them joined forces, it would definitely not be a problem. However, Liu Zhang and the others seemed to be a little powerless. They were being suppressed by that demonic cultivator. Damn it! His strength is actually so strong. Liu Zhang thought to himself, gnashing his teeth. He was also a rank 9 true immortal. His opponent was also a rank 9 true immortal. Although his opponent was a demonic cultivator, they had the advantage in numbers. Under such circumstances, they were still unable to kill the opponent. At that moment, he suddenly felt the aura of another rank 8 true immortal. He turned his head and saw Azura Ghost Lord, who was wearing a black bone armor, quickly rushing over. Chapter 1722. Is that Yi Xian's flying sword? Liu Zhang recognized it immediately. Before he could react, Wei Zhentian, who was in the form of a flying sword, had joined the battle and stabbed the demonic cultivator. Undying fighting soul. Azura Ghost Lord roared to the sky and his aura surged. The undying fighting soul increased his combat strength by 3 times. Azura Ghost Lord's current strength was much stronger than old trees. Grasp of the Netherworld. Azura Ghost Lord stretched out his hand and a strong tearing force enveloped the demonic cultivator. Although the demonic cultivator had a strong physique and a higher realm than Azura Ghost Lord, he was still quickly pulled over. What? The demonic cultivator was shocked. He could not resist the tearing force with his realm. How could it be? By the time he reacted, Azura Ghost Lord's saber had already slashed down. Rip! In an instant, the demonic cultivator, who was a level 9 true immortal, was cut in half. So was his demonic heart. Dead. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian's killing intent soared. Unfortunately, after merging with the immortal slaying bloodline, there was no upper limit to the killing intent. It could no longer be exchanged for Devour points, which was a little tragic. However, Devour points did not matter. After all, the bloodline made Yi Xian stronger among those of the same realm. As long as there were treasures, Yi Xian's realm could be improved without limit. Compared to improving the bloodline, leveling up was more important. Azura Ghost Lord took the demonic cultivator's interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Ding. Host has completed the first round of the chain random task. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a level 5 true immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a level 6 true immortal. Ding. Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a level 8 true immortal. Ding. Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a level 9 true immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a level 9 true immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a level 1 great golden immortal. Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Host is now a level 9 true immortal. Ding. Ghost Lord Azura has made a breakthrough and is now a tier 1 great golden immortal. Unexpectedly, Wei Zhentian and Ghost Lord Azura both stepped into the perfected golden immortal stage after this battle. In fact, immortals, heaven immortals, spirit immortals, jade immortals, golden immortals, and true immortals were all considered ordinary immortals. However, It was different to become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal possessed 7-colored immortal energy, which was much more powerful than a true immortal's true immortal energy. Yi Xian reckoned that even if he, the old tree, Wei Zhantian, and the others worked together, they would not be a match for the Azura Ghost Lord. On the other side, Liu Zhang and the others couldn't help but tremble violently when they sensed the aura coming from Ghost Venerate Azura. D.A. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? Liu Zhang could not help but ask. At the same time, he had no idea how this Ghost Lord Azura had come out. Everyone, don't worry. He's an immortal beast that I once tamed. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared beside Ghost Lord Azura and patted him on the shoulder. What? Liu Zhang and the others were astonished. Yi Xian, a first-stage true immortal, had actually tamed a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal level Ghost Lord Azura. What kind of joke was this? No, he wasn't a first-stage true immortal. A sixth-stage true immortal? Liu Zhang carefully sensed Yi Xian's aura and realized that something was amiss. Previously, he had thought that Yi Xian was only a first-stage true immortal. He did not expect that the other party had actually concealed his aura, and even he could not see through it. An extremely powerful concealment technique, this Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal level Ghost Lord Azura, and that extraordinary flying sword made Liu Zhang and the others feel a strong sense of curiosity towards Yi Xian. I saw this demonic cultivator before, but I had other matters to attend to, so I had no time to deal with him. Today, I saw that all of you seemed a little powerless, so I killed him. You don't have to take offense, Yi Xian said with a smile. No, he's a demonic cultivator wanted by our Green Rainbow Nation. His death counts as a completion of the mission. However, I implore you to hand over his corpse to us, Liu Zhang said respectfully. Corpses are of no use to me. Take it. Yi Xian waved his hand and the demonic cultivator's corpse was pushed over. This demonic cultivator refined the demonic hearts of vengeful spirits. He probably entered the sea of vengeful spirits in search of the vengeful spirit pearl and wanted to use it to break through to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal level. Liu Zhang finished speaking and cupped his fists again. Thank you, sir, for eliminating this hidden danger for us. You're welcome. Yi Xian grinned. Actually, with his strength, it was already sufficient to rob Liu Zhang and the others. However, he did not do so now because he had triggered a chain random mission. He felt that this mission might have something to do with Liu Zhang. Otherwise, why would it be called a chain random mission? Sir, why don't you come to my residence and have a seat? Liu Zhang suddenly said. Yi Xian was a rank 6 true immortal. His concealment technique was so brilliant that even he could not see through it. Moreover, he was able to tame a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal level immortal beast. He was definitely not an ordinary person. This kind of person was worth recruiting. Just as Liu Zhang finished speaking, the sound of a system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Host has triggered the second round of the chain random mission. Assist Liu Zhang in completing the escort mission. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but feel a little strange. What kind of escort mission did this Liu Zhang have? However, this confirmed that this Liu Zhang was related to this chain random mission. Therefore, he had to agree. That's fine. I also have some things I want to inquire about. Yi Xian grinned. What is it? Liu Zhang asked in astonishment. I came this time to inquire about the entrance to the demonic world. I hate demonic cultivators, so I want to go to the demonic world to train, Yi Xian said. Hearing this, Liu Zhang's expression suddenly became serious. The entrance to the demonic world? My Green Rainbow Great Nation once had an entrance to the demonic world opened, but it was later forcibly closed. I'm not very clear about the specifics. Why don't I go back and investigate? Alright, then I'll trouble you. Yi Xian nodded. It was because of this reason that he did not release the old tree. After all, the old tree had fused with the purple extreme demon heart and was a demonic cultivator. A demonic cultivator was hated by everyone in the immortal world. If the old tree was released, it would cause some unnecessary trouble. Following this, Yi Xian followed Liu Zhang to the Green Rainbow Great Nation. They moved very quickly and arrived at the border of the Green Rainbow Great Nation in less than 3 days. As an official of the Green Rainbow Great Nation, Liu Zhang could easily pass through the pass. Then, they used a nearby teleportation array and were directly transported to the imperial capital of the Green Rainbow Great Nation. The Great General's residence. When Yi Xian found out where Liu Zhang lived, he could not help but tremble. Chapter 1723. So that's how it is. Yi Xian nodded slightly and then followed Liu Zhang into the Great General's mansion. Who would have thought that Liu Zhang was actually the son of an official, the Great General of the Qinghong Kingdom? This official position was not low. However, what surprised Yi Xian the most was that after Liu Zhang returned, he directly went into seclusion for 3 days and then broke through to the Golden Immortal Realm. 3 days later, Liu Zhang came out of seclusion and then went to find Yi Xian to drink and eat meat. Sorry. That battle suddenly broke the shackles and I came back to seclusion for 3 days. I've really let Brother Yi down, Liu Zhang said with a face of guilt. It's only 3 days. It's nothing. Yi Xian said with a smile. 3 days was indeed nothing to him. He was afraid that Liu Zhang would go into seclusion for 3 years, 30 years, or even 300 years. One had to know that Liu Zhang had already lived for tens of thousands of years. 300 years was really nothing to him. Liu Zhang broke through from the 9th grade True Immortal to the Golden Immortal Realm. He was in a good mood and directly drank with Yi Xian for a day. Only when one stepped into the Golden Immortal Realm could one be considered a top figure in the Qinghong Kingdom. Otherwise, one would be an ordinary person. However, Yi Xian came to the Qinghong Kingdom this time not to drink and make friends with Liu Zhang, but for the chain random mission. The second part of the chain random mission was to assist Liu Zhang in completing the escort mission. However, this mission had not been completed yet. This made Yi Xian very helpless. However, on the 5th day, Liu Zhang came again. Brother Yi, in a few days, I will have to lead a team to escort the princess of my country to the Tianqin Kingdom. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you for a drink, Liu Zhang said. Princess. Escort. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, my Qinghong Kingdom has already formed a marriage alliance with the Tianqin Kingdom. This time, I will escort the princess to the Tianqin Kingdom and let the princess marry the prince of the Tianqin Kingdom, Liu Zhang replied. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that the second part of the chain random mission was this. Since that's the case, why don't I go too? Yi Xian suggested. That's great, then I won't be bored on the way. Liu Zhang immediately agreed. Previously, he had led his men to capture that demonic cultivator only for the sake of gaining experience. He was actually a general of the great country of Green Rainbow. Of course, under normal circumstances, the general of the great nation of Green Rainbow was at least at the great golden immortal level, but don't forget, Liu Zhang's grandfather was a great general. This time, with the flying boat provided by the royal family, the round trip will take about a month. In addition, there are a few generals with me. One of them is a 3rd grade great golden immortal. That's my grandfather, Liu Zhang said. A 3rd tier golden immortal? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Due to the appearance of the chain random mission, he felt that this escort mission would not be simple. There would definitely be danger, so he had to be careful. Very soon, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, a group of people had gathered in front of the general's mansion. All of them were experts at the level of golden immortals. Why is there a 6th stage true immortal here? Someone asked in surprise. Sure, that's young master's friend. Don't talk nonsense. When Liu Zhang saw Yi Xian, he immediately came up to him and said, My grandfather will be here soon. As soon as his voice fell, a huge figure swept across the sky. It was a luxuriously decorated flying boat. A good flying boat. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and sighed in his heart. He estimated that this flying boat was probably comparable to a 4th grade great golden immortal. It was not something that ordinary people could own. Only the royal family of the great country of Green Rainbow had the financial resources to build it. At this time, the flying boat suddenly opened a cabin door. Let's go in. At Liu Zhang's order, everyone rushed into the cabin door. This flying boat was full of great golden immortals. There were more than 100 of them in total. At the same time, the strongest one was a third-grade great golden immortal, Liu Zheng's grandfather, General Liu Heng. General Liu glanced at Yi Xian but did not say anything. Then, he controlled the flying boat and left. In this flying boat, there was a heavily guarded room. A beautiful woman sat inside. Although her cultivation was not high, she had reached the 9th stage true immortal realm. She was the princess of the great country of Green Rainbow. This time, she was going to be married to the Tianqin great country. Yi Xian and Liu Zheng found a seat and continued to drink and chat. Not only that, Yi Xian also summoned Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. After all, something would definitely happen on this journey. Soon, this flying boat left the great country of Green Rainbow and headed for the Tianqin great country. Nothing happened on the journey. However, on the 10th day, suddenly, a flying boat stopped Yi Xian and the others' flying boat. "Who are you, scoundrel?" Liu Heng shouted angrily. "TSK, TSK, TSK. So it's General Liu. Long time no see." Suddenly, an old voice sounded. Then, an illusory figure condensed between the two flying boats. When Liu Heng saw the person's face, his expression changed greatly. "General Liu of the great country of Haiyuan, He Yarrow? This is the first time we've met. I didn't expect General Liu to recognize me. This old man is really gratified." He Yarrow grinned. "Let's cut the crap. What do you want to do by stopping us?" Liu Heng snorted. He Yarrow smiled again. "This time, you're going to the Tianqin great country, right?" Liu Heng's expression turned cold again. He did not expect the news to be leaked to the enemy of the great country of Haiyuan. Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose spontaneously. "Just say what you want to say." Liu Heng snorted. "Okay, then I'll say it." He Yarrow grinned. "This time, you're going to marry the Tianqin great country, right? When the time comes, you'll join forces to fight against my great country of Haiyuan. So, you're here to stop us?" Liu Heng asked. "No, I'm taking the opportunity to destroy you." He Yarrow's eyes flashed with killing intent. "With just you?" Liu Heng's eyes widened. This time, the great country of Green Rainbow had sent him because they were afraid that there would be a mistake. "Let's cut the crap. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death." He Yarrow shouted angrily. He directly controlled the flying boat under his command and launched an attack. At the same time, Liu Heng controlled the flying boat and launched an attack. These two flying boats were 4th-grade Great Golden Immortals. Their attack power was huge, and each attack consumed an astronomical amount of immortal crystals. Rumble. The two flying boats bombarded each other once, but no one gained the upper hand. If this continued, there would be no clear winner. So, both sides opened the cabin door and started killing. However, this time, the great country of Haiyuan had come prepared. Other than He Yarrow, a 3rd-grade Great Golden Immortal, there were 2 other 3rd-grade Great Golden Immortals. Although Liu Heng's strength was strong and was already at the peak of the 3rd-grade Great Golden Immortal, it was difficult for him to fight 1 against 3. Chapter 17:24. At this moment, Yi Xian ordered Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian to help. Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian were both 1st-grade Great Golden Immortals. It would not be a problem for them to deal with a 3rd-grade Great Golden Immortal. Undying Fighting Soul. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, Azura Ghost Venerate activated his Undying Fighting Soul. In an instant, his and Wei Zhentian's strength skyrocketed by 3 times. Coupled with the flying sword form, Wei Zhentian's strength was not weak. However, this was not the end. Azura Ghost Venerate, activate the Eye of Azura and start a massacre. Yi Xian transmitted his voice again. The Eye of Azura was comprehended by Ghost Dome Great Emperor after he became Azura Ghost Venerate. This was the first time Azura Ghost Venerate had activated the Eye of Azura. A hole opened in Azura Ghost Venerate's chest. A black eye opened, and a gloomy aura spread out. When the Eye of Azura was activated, Azura Ghost Venerate was the real Azura Ghost Venerate. The 1st-grade Great Golden Immortals from Haiyuan country only took 1 look at it, and their immortal hearts shattered into pieces. Dozens of people from Haiyuan country died in an instant. After these people died, a strand of invisible aura swept toward Azura Ghost Venerate. Once the Eye of Azura was activated, it would start a massacre. This skill was similar to Yi Xian's killing feast. The more people died, the stronger Azura Ghost Venerate would become. What a strange eye! Be careful! Hiyaro shouted in a low voice. His expression turned solemn as he felt that something was wrong. Something was wrong. That was right. Eye of Azura, divine light of Azura. At this moment, Azura Ghost Venerate absorbed the death aura of the dead. The Eye of Azura on his chest suddenly blinked and released a terrifying black light beam. Be careful! Hiyaro shouted and dodged the attack himself. However, the 2 second-grade Great Golden Immortals and a 3rd-grade Great Golden Immortal behind him were not so lucky. They were directly blasted into pieces by the divine light of Azura. The gap between the strength of both parties was pulled apart instantly. What a powerful immortal beast! Hiyaro and the other 3rd-grade Great Golden Immortal could not help but think. This happened too suddenly. They did not have time to react. A 3rd-grade Great Golden Immortal was killed. Good chance, kill. Seeing this, Liu Heng immediately led the experts under his command and charged forward. Originally, they wanted to escort the princess away, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. With the addition of the Azura Ghost Venerate, the situation instantly became one-sided. Coupled with the fact that Wei Zhantian's flying sword was collecting the universe rings, this battle would most likely last 5 seconds at most. After Wei Zhantian collected the Qian Kuan rings, Yi Xian stored them into the planting space. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a rank 7 true immortal. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a rank 8 true immortal. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a rank 9 true immortal. The interspatial rings of the 2 Tier 2 Great Overarching Golden Immortals and the Tier 3 Great Overarching Golden Immortals were destroyed by the Shura Divine Light. Now, Yi Xian's interspatial rings belonged to the group of 1st grade Deluo Golden Immortals. However, this was enough. Yi Xian had advanced by 3 realms, and so had Gao Lord Azura, who had advanced from 1st tier to 4th tier perfected Golden Immortal. Now, everyone present had lower realms than Gao Lord Azura, so who could be his match? Not to mention him, even Wei Zhantian was already a 4th tier perfected Golden Immortal. In the form of a flying sword, his speed was off the charts. Catcher, catcher, catcher. A series of crisp sounds were heard, and Wei Zhantian instantly stabbed the remaining people to death, including the general of the Haiyuan country, Hiyao. This was not the main point. The main point was that Gao Lord Azura had the will of death skill. Those who died were resurrected and became his puppets. Seeing this, Liu Heng and the others were so shocked that they could not speak. In this battle, they did not seem to have played any role. It was completely Gao Lord Azura who killed them all alone. Before they could react, Yi Xian had already collected the spoils of war, including the flying boat of the Haiyuan country. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is now a 1st tier perfected Golden Immortal. Another notification sounded from the system. Yi Xian had finally broken through to the perfected Golden Immortal realm. At the same time, Gao Lord Azura and Wei Zhantian's realms increased again, becoming 5th tier perfected Golden Immortals. Now, even the king of the Haiyuan country could not do anything to Yi Xian, let alone Hiyao. However, Yi Xian was currently carrying out a chain of random missions, so he could not make a move for the time being. Yi Xian, what is this immortal beast of yours? Liu Zheng came over and asked in shock. It evolved from the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Yi Xian replied casually, then asked, what is the strongest person in the Haiyuan country? The strongest person is the king of the Haiyuan country, a 5th tier perfected Golden Immortal. However, all 3 of our countries have backgrounds in the ancient immortal realm. Liu Zheng answered. Ancient immortal realm? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, not understanding what this was. If the immortal realm was the immortal realm, why was there an ancient immortal realm? The strongest person in the Qinghong country, Tianqin country, and Haiyuan country is only a 5th tier perfected Golden Immortal. However, There are some forces in the ancient immortal realm who are betting on the three countries. Liu Zhang paused for a moment before he continued, they won't allow any of our countries to be destroyed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, oh? How strong are they? Overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Liu Zhang answered. Overarching heavenly supreme celestials were the realm below perfected golden immortals. Although Gao Lord Azura was a 5th-tier perfected golden immortal, he was still no match for an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, there were different levels of overarching heavenly supreme celestials as well. Initially, Yi Xian wanted to destroy the Haiyuan country directly. However, he did not expect that all three countries had powerful backgrounds. It seemed like there was no other way. In that case, let's continue our journey. Yi Xian did not ask any more questions. Now that the obstacle had been dealt with, the next step was to escort the princess of the Qinghong country to the Tianqin country and complete the chain of random missions. However, Yi Xian felt that this speed was a little too slow. Your speed is too slow. I'll bring Liu Zhang and Princess Yi Xian directly to the Tianqin country. Yi Xian suddenly suggested. This, Liu Heng and the others hesitated when they heard this. Their mission was to escort the princess to the Tianqin country to complete the wedding. However, they were a little worried about letting Yi Xian bring the princess. After all, Yi Xian was not from the Qinghong country. Don't worry. When I reach the Tianqin country, I have a way to bring you there directly. Yi Xian did not wait for them to speak before he continued. With our strength, if we take the princess by force, you won't be able to stop us. Chapter 1725. Although they did not understand why Ghost Lord Azura's realm had suddenly skyrocketed, they could feel that his aura was extremely powerful. He was at least a Tier 4 Great Golden Immortal. Of course, Ghost Lord Azura's actual realm was already a Tier 5 Great Golden Immortal. His combat strength was probably comparable to a Tier 7, Tier 8, or even a Tier 9 Great Golden Immortal. Liu Heng and the rest could only nod helplessly. Alright, then I'll take Liu Zhang and the princess first. Yi Xian grinned. A force wrapped around Liu Zhang and the princess of Qinghong Great Golden Immortal Nation and instantly left. Wei Zhantian's flying sword form could at most carry 3 people, so Yi Xian and the other 2 were just right. The chain random mission was to assist Liu Zhang in completing the escort mission, so Liu Zhang had to be there. The target of the escort was the princess, so the princess had to be there too. If they were to travel at the same speed as before, it would still take half a month, but now that Wei Zhantian was a Tier 5 Great Golden Immortal, it would take at most 2 days. However, things were not that simple. Originally, the battle between Qinghong Great Golden Immortal Nation, Tianqin Great Golden Immortal Nation and Haiyuan Great Golden Immortal Nation was not allowed to interfere. However, Ghost Lord Azura's strength was too shocking, so he was considered to have interfered. Just as Yi Xian was about to reach Tianqin Great Golden Immortal Nation, a figure in the distance attracted his attention. What a fast speed! Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly focused his eyes to see that it was a young man. However, the young man's aura was incomparably powerful. A Tier 7 Great Golden Immortal? An Tier 8 Great Golden Immortal? Or a Tier 9 Great Golden Immortal? Yi Xian thought to himself. He was only a Tier 1 Great Golden Immortal now. Due to the huge gap between their realms, he could not see through the young man. In any case, the young man could not be from the 3 great nations. He should be from the ancient immortal world. Looks like a battle is inevitable, Yi Xian thought to himself. In the next moment, he heard the young man's voice. Kid, you've broken the rules, the young man said coldly. Rules? What rules? Yi Xian asked with narrowed eyes. I'm afraid the situation between the 3 nations will be broken by the immortal beast by your side, so I can't just watch, the young man replied. Oh. Azura is a great golden immortal, but he's a great golden immortal? Yi Xian said. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Zhang, who was behind Yi Xian, also added, yes, Yi Xian is now an official of our Cyan Rainbow country. Shut up. The young man shouted coldly. Liu Zhang's neck shrank in fear. He knew where this young man came from. He must be from the ancient immortal world, as was a not the immortal. Tedley ed. Immortal God divine. Courses kill immortal. The immortal is the great immortal God mortal immortal immortal mortal kill immortal mortal great mortal thousand. Yi Xian was only a tier 1 golden immortal. Even if he had 10,000 clones, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. Of course, the Azura Ghost Lord was not a threat to him. 1-1. Yi Xian roared in his heart. In an instant, Ghost Overlord Azura and Wei Zhantian flew out together. Undying War Soul. Storm of Swords. The young man did not mind at all when he saw this. He merely struck with his palm. He was a great golden immortal. Let alone a great golden immortal like Azura Ghost Celestial, even a great golden immortal would not be able to withstand his attack. Alas, he was wrong. Azura Ghost Celestial's Undying War Soul had increased his strength by 3 times. Coupled with the Elegy of Souls and Yi Xian's treasure, his strength increased by 7 times. However, Azura Ghost Celestial managed to neutralize the young man's palm attack with just 1 strike. How's this possible? The young man was shocked. I'm a great golden immortal. I'm only 1 step away from becoming an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could my attack be so easily blocked? Before he could recover from his shock, Wei Zhantian had already charged toward him. Wei Zhantian had the Undying War Soul as well. His attack was 7 times stronger. Moreover, he was in the form of a flying sword. His speed was fast enough to pose a threat to the young man. It was humiliating for a great golden immortal to be challenged by someone with a higher cultivation base. All of you must die. The young man roared as he unleashed his 7-colored celestial force. A terrifying aura spread in the air. This is bad. He's going to go crazy. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Although Azura Ghost Celestial and Wei Zhantian were strong, they were not a match for the young man in a fight. At this moment, there was only one way to kill the young man. Death Hunt Command. Extreme Void Shield. Eye of Assassination. While the other party was in shock, Yi Xian suddenly arrived behind the young man and slashed out with his sword. 1000 Cleaving Slash. This time, the 1000 Cleaving Slash effect had increased to 2000 points. Moreover, the activation rate had increased as well. He might be able to kill the young man in an instant. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was only a 1st-grade Great Golden Immortal while his opponent was a 9th-grade Great Golden Immortal. There was an 8-grade difference between the two of them. Although the attack landed on the young man's body, it did not even break through the young man's celestial force defense. How dare a mere 1st-grade Great Golden Immortal sneak attack me? The young man snorted. Although he was a little surprised by Yi Xian's attack, he knew that it would not hurt him even if it was 100-fold stronger. Die. A majestic 7-colored celestial force was blasted away. If an ordinary person was nearby, their celestial heart would be shattered and they would die. Even a demonic cultivator would not be spared. However, Yi Xian had used the Extreme Void Shield before he rushed over. In addition, the young man did not use his full strength in this attack, so it was absorbed by the young man. Tremble. Yi Xian released the Extreme Void Shield and its power tripled. This time, it broke through the young man's 7-colored celestial force defense. However, after breaking through the 7-colored celestial force, it did not hurt the young man. How can you break through my defense? How is that possible? The young man was shocked again. Before he could react, Yi Xian flashed behind him again. This time, he was blocked by the young man's 7-colored celestial force. At first, Yi Xian wanted to try devouring by force. However, since he could not even touch the young man's body, he naturally could not devour him. There's no way to deal with this. We can only leave. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He teleported to Liu Zheng and the Princess of Qinghong's side and forcibly put them into the planting space. You want to leave? Stay. Without another word, the young man blocked their path with his 7-colored celestial force. However, there were not many people who could stop Yi Xian if he wanted to escape. The Eye of the Void. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he darted in. Chapter 1726. Whoosh. The void gate closed, and Yi Xian and the others disappeared from the young man's sight. He ran away. The young man was so shocked that he was speechless. Not only was he challenged by someone of a higher level, but he even ran away. How was that possible? At that moment, he quickly rushed out and randomly found a direction in an attempt to drag Yi Xian out. However, Yi Xian had returned to the place where he fought with He Yarrow. No matter how fast the young man was, it would take him half a day to arrive. He would wait for a while and then return to complete the second round of the chain random mission. After returning, Yi Xian waited for a while. With the help of the death hunt token, he could clearly feel that the young man was coming toward him. Has an imprint been left in my body? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, Wei Zhentian probably did not have it. Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Xian opened another eye of the void and let Wei Zhentian enter it. The others were a burden to Yi Xian, so he kept them all in the planting space. He did not want to expose this secret, but he had no choice now. This young man will find me in 2 hours at most. I have to put some distance between us and use the Eye of the Void to keep him busy. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart as he quickly left the area. Although he was fast, the young man was a 9th stage Great Golden Immortal, so he was even faster. 2 hours passed quickly. Yi Xian felt that the young man was about to arrive, so he quickly broke through the void and returned to the place where he fought the young man. I'm back there again. The young man was shocked. He did leave a mark on Yi Xian, but he did not expect the young man to suddenly return. This meant that he had to travel for another 2 hours. What a good move. After I kill you, I'll search your soul. The young man's eyes flashed with killing intent again, then he turned around and rushed back. At this moment, Yi Xian was letting Wei Zhentian travel while he dealt with the young man. Anyway, there was a long distance between them. Even if the young man rushed over at full speed, it would still take him 2 hours. If one time was 2 hours, then 12 times would be a day. After more than 10 times, Wei Zhentian flew to the capital of Enchanting Kingdom alone, and then Yi Xian broke through the void. The princess was successfully sent to Enchanting Kingdom. Yi Xian also completed the second round of the chain random mission. Host has completed the second round of the chain random mission. The young man was still rushing toward Enchanting Kingdom, but Yi Xian was already in front of the palace. It's a pleasure. The one who came out to greet him was the crown prince. When he saw Liu Heng, he couldn't help but smile. So it's your highness, the crown prince. This old man is shocked. Liu Heng quickly replied. After a while, they were invited into the palace. Oh right, General Liu, why did you guys seem to be ahead of schedule? The crown prince of Enchanting Kingdom asked. That's right. Our plan was to reach Enchanting Kingdom within a month, but we were intercepted by Haiyuan Kingdom. Liu Heng nodded. The crown prince was shocked. Haiyuan Kingdom? That's right. This time, Haiyuan Kingdom sent 3 third-grade Great Golden Immortal generals. Fortunately, a hermit cultivator came from Qinghong Kingdom and wiped out He Yarrow and the rest. After Liu Heng finished speaking, he couldn't help but turn to look at Yi Xian. Hermit cultivator? The crown prince followed his gaze and realized that Yi Xian was only a first-grade Great Golden Immortal. With his second-grade Great Golden Immortal realm, he could only sense that Yi Xian was only a first-grade Great Golden Immortal, so he guessed that he couldn't see through Yi Xian. The strength of Qinghong Kingdom was similar to that of Enchanting Kingdom. The hermit cultivator of the royal family was at least a 4th-grade Great Golden Immortal, so the crown prince also thought that Yi Xian was a 4th-grade Great Golden Immortal. Greetings, senior, the crown prince hurriedly said. Rise. Yi Xian pretended to be profound and waved his hand. In fact, when they arrived at Enchanting Kingdom's capital, Liu Zheng, Liu Heng, and the rest were all under Yi Xian's control to prevent the news from leaking. In other words, the current 3rd-grade Great Golden Immortal Liu Heng was Yi Xian's puppet. Naturally, he wouldn't expose Yi Xian. Haiyuan Kingdom sent experts to intercept General Liu. They're probably afraid that our 2 kingdoms will join forces. If that's the case, even the ancient immortal realm won't be able to say anything, the crown prince thought. Then, he brought Yi Xian and the rest to meet the king of Enchanting Kingdom. Enchanting Great Nation, Cyan Rainbow Great Nation, and Haiyuan Great Nation. The kings of the 3 great nations were all at the level of a 5th-grade Great Golden Immortal. In order to not look down on the other party, Yi Xian specially summoned the Azura Ghost Sovereign to suppress the situation. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian were both 5th grade Great Golden Immortals. Even if the entire royal family's experts were to mobilize, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. When the king of Qianqin Kingdom saw the crown prince's introduction, he couldn't help but size up Yi Xian. What royal family's hidden cultivator? He was clearly just a 1st grade Great Golden Immortal. However, even he couldn't see through Azura Ghost Lord beside Yi Xian. So strong. That 9th grade Great Golden Immortal from the ancient immortal realm will probably be here soon. Since that's the case, I'll catch him off guard. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he made a decision in his heart. Without waiting for the king of Qianqin Kingdom to speak, Yi Xian directly ordered Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. Whoosh! In an instant, the Azura Ghost Exalted Ghost charged forth. With lightning speed, he seized the initiative. By the time everyone reacted, Azura Ghost Lord's black broadsword was already resting on the shoulder of the king of Qianqin Kingdom. He could slash down at any time and cut the king's immortal heart in half. Protect the king! The personal bodyguard of the king of Qianqin Kingdom shouted loudly. However, even the king of Qianqin Kingdom, a 5th grade Great Golden Immortal, was seized in an instant. What was the use of these people? What are you doing? The king of Qianqin Kingdom shrank his neck and asked in horror. At this moment, Yi Xian had already used the Eye of Assassination to come behind the king of Qianqin Kingdom and then took off his Qian Kuan ring. He was the monarch of a large country, and the strongest expert in a large country at that. Although his interspatial ring was not part of the national treasury, he still had many more things than Liu Heng and the others. After obtaining this Qian Kuan ring, Yi Xian's aura instantly soared. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 2nd grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 3rd grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently a 6th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently a 7th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Currently a 6th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Currently a 7th grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Currently a 5th grade Great Golden Immortal. Chapter 1727. Azura Ghost Lord was originally a 5th grade Great Golden Celestial, but after devouring the interspatial ring of the monarch of Qianqin Great Country, his strength had skyrocketed by 2 realms. Now, there was no one in this place who could stop him. At this moment, the surrounding people were still unaware of the situation. Even Liu Heng and the others who were under Yi Xian's control were the same. Now, the monarch of Qianqin Great Country is me, Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly looked around and announced loudly. Everyone present was shocked. Holding the monarch hostage in someone else's territory and then becoming the monarch himself. Yi Xian added, my Azura Ghost Lord is a 7th grade Great Golden Celestial. He's not someone you can fight against. A 7th grade Great Golden Celestial. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. How could such a powerful person appear in this place? This was impossible. Could it be that he was from the ancient celestial world? The monarch of Qianqin Great Country asked in shock, Sir, could it be that you're from the ancient celestial world? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, I'm not from the ancient celestial world, but I'll go there sooner or later. Forget it, I don't want to be the monarch anymore. There's no need for that. Now, he was no longer afraid of the young man. Now that the young man was about to arrive, it was time to take revenge for yesterday. Although the Qianqin Great Nation wasn't bad, to the current Yi Xian, he already didn't think much of it. He was interested in the young man. In this world, the strong are respected. Don't blame me for stealing your interspatial ring. Now, even if an overarching heavenly supreme immortal comes, I'm not afraid. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he stepped on Wei Zhentian, who had broken through to 7th grade Great Golden Celestial, and left the imperial city of Qianqin Great Country. He was not interested in the battle between the 3 countries. However, he had broken the balance between the 3 countries. If he did not kill the young man from the ancient celestial world, there would be no end to it. Yesterday, Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian had joined forces to barely hold the young man back. However, today, Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian had both broken through, twice in a row. If Azura Ghost Lord went all out, he could kill the young man in an instant. Ding. Host has triggered the third round of the chain random quest. Kill Chang Kang Cheng from the ancient immortal world and obtain the ancient immortal token. At this moment, a system notification sounded. The third round of the chain random mission was finally here. Even though Zhong Xian had no idea what the ancient immortal token was, he was certain that it would be useful to him. That youth had left a mark on Yi Xian, so he had already rushed into Tianqin Great Empire. Coincidentally, Yi Xian went up to meet him. Very soon, the two of them met again. A third stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? Chang Kangcheng was shocked. When he saw Yi Xian yesterday, Yi Xian was only a first-grade Great Golden Immortal. How did Yi Xian suddenly increase 2 realms in just one day? Brat, you actually managed to escape from me. You're quite capable. Chang Kangcheng only said coldly. His plan was to capture Yi Xian and search his soul to obtain Yi Xian's method of breaking through the void. However, Yi Xian did not want to waste time with him. He summoned Azura Ghost Lord. Undying Fighting Soul. Grasp of the Netherworld. An invisible and powerful force enveloped Chang Kangcheng. Following that was the second attack of the Grasp of the Netherworld. Catcher. The youth's body was crushed into pieces. Even the immortal heart in his body was shattered. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian had already rushed over and kept the youth's Qian Kuan ring. Immediately after, Yi Xian devoured all the heavenly and earthly treasures inside. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a 4th-grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a 5th-grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a 8th-grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a 9th-grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Host is now a 8th-grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. Host is now a 9th-grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding. Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. Host is now a 7th-grade Great Golden Immortal. Ding. Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. Host is now a 8th-grade Great Golden Immortal. His realm had actually soared up by 2 levels again. However, this time, Yi Xian's luck had run out. When he heard the next notification, his face fell. Ding. Host's bewitchment value has reached 60. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly checked the bewitchment value. If the realm increases too quickly, the bewitchment value will increase rapidly. If it reaches 100, I will be bewitched. Yi Xian was shocked. Bewitchment, and it was not an ordinary bewitchment. Once the bewitchment value reached 100, he would lose his mind and would not be able to recover. In short, Yi Xian would become a different person. He would be replaced by a bloodthirsty demon. How could this be? No, I can't be bewitched. Yi Xian could not help but gulp. When the bewitchment value reached 100, he would be bewitched. Now that he had reached 60, perhaps the next time he broke through, it might soar to 90. How could that be? At that moment, he quickly checked the immortal level devouring system to see if there was anything to reduce the bewitchment value. What? 1 devouring point to reduce the bewitchment value by 10? My 60 points actually need 6 devouring points. Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. The current him did not even have a single devouring point. Of course, the bewitchment value could be recovered. In his current situation, the bewitchment value would decrease by 1 every month. In other words, if he did not level up, he could return to normal in 5 years. However, 5 years was a very long time for him. Oh, I can also find specific things to reduce the bewitchment value. Yi Xian sighed in relief. To reduce the bewitchment value, other than being able to recover over time and use devouring points to clear it, he could also find specific things to recover it. For example, the tranquil sacred lotus, the 100 bright flower, and so on. In short, Yi Xian did not dare to level up his realm easily. This was a bit of a scam. However, at this point, it was useless to say anything. Ding, the host has completed the 3rd round of the chain random quest. Reward, Megatron activating the flying boat form. The system prompted. Flying boat form? At this moment, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He already had the flying boat system. How could there be another flying boat form? He immediately checked the flying boat system and found that Megatron had become his lifebound flying boat. Chapter 1728. Yi Xian immediately ordered Wei Zhentian to transform into the form of a flying boat. It was similar to an ordinary flying boat. Fortunately, the appearance could be altered. Wei Zhentian was now a level 7 great overarching golden celestial. If he transformed into the flying boat, his defense would be so strong that even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be able to hurt him. As long as he hid inside the flying boat, Yi Xian's safety would be guaranteed. Of course, this was because he had sacrificed his attack and speed in exchange for his defense. That was why his defense was so strong. Right, the ancient immortal token. Yi Xian suddenly thought of a problem. The chain random mission had asked him to find an ancient immortal token. Since he had kept everything in the interspatial ring into the devouring system, Yi Xian had obtained the ancient immortal token by default. Yi Xian immediately searched for it. Activate system analysis. Yi Xian looked at the ancient immortal token and muttered in his heart. This was the new ability of the devouring system after it was upgraded to the celestial grade. He could use the system to analyze something. The celestial grade devouring system analyzed the ancient immortal token through Yi Xian's eyes and came to a conclusion. The ancient immortal token is the only key that connects the ancient immortal world and the outer immortal world. Yi Xian was slightly shocked when he saw this. In other words, the ancient immortal token was the only key to enter the ancient immortal world. If I close the entrance to the ancient immortal world, the people in the ancient immortal world won't be able to enter the outer immortal world. Yi Xian thought to himself. He could go to the ancient immortal world, but his top priority was to find the little demon king. When the little demon king was being hunted down by a great overarching golden celestial, he had sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian saying that they would meet in the devil realm. Yi Xian could sense that the little demon king was very far away from him. In fact, Yi Xian had gone back to the place where the little demon king had disappeared to investigate. However, he did not find any clues. Therefore, he wanted to see if there was an entrance to the devil realm in the 3 great nations. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's take a look at the entrance to the ancient immortal world. Yi Xian thought to himself and quickly moved. The young man had a map with the location of the entrance to the ancient immortal world recorded on it, so Yi Xian quickly found it. The entrance was a door, and the ancient immortal token was the key. However, the door was wide open. The ancient immortal token is the only key to enter the ancient immortal world. Now that the gate is open, did that young man forget to close it? Yi Xian was puzzled. No matter what, he had to close the entrance to the ancient immortal world first. That way, Yi Xian would be the strongest person in the outer immortal world. Boom! With a loud bang, the entrance to the ancient world of immortals was shut, and the only key was in Yi Xian's hands. This ancient immortal token had been analyzed by the immortal grade devouring system. If the system said that it was the only key, then it must be the only key. Let's go back and take a look. After closing the entrance to the ancient immortal world, Yi Xian went through the Eye of the Void and returned to the palace of Tianqin Great Kingdom. At this time, the king of Tianqin Great Kingdom and the others were still waiting in the palace. As soon as Azura Ghost Venerate appeared, his powerful aura made everyone's heart tremble. Now, I've closed the entrance to the ancient immortal world. Yi Xian's eyes fell on the king of Tianqin Great Kingdom. I took one of your interspatial rings. Now, I'm going to destroy Haiyuan Great Kingdom as repayment. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The entrance to the ancient immortal world was closed. Your Excellency, you're going to destroy Haiyuan Great Kingdom, the king of Tianqin Great Kingdom asked in shock. I'm a man of my word. But before that, I want to ask you all, who has news of the demonic world passage? Yi Xian asked. Demonic world passage? Everyone looked at each other. The demonic world passage has never appeared in Tianqin Great Kingdom, but it did appear once in Qinghong Great Kingdom. The king of Tianqin Great Kingdom looked at General Liu Heng. The demonic world passage did appear once in Qinghong Great Kingdom. It was a one-way passage from the demonic world. Later on, our kingdom sealed it and it's gone now, Liu Heng explained. Can't it be opened again from this side? Yi Xian asked curiously. No, because it was a one-way passage from the demonic world. Liu Heng shook his head. Since Liu Heng was under Yi Xian's control, his words could be trusted. Of course, unless Liu Heng himself didn't know. In that case, I'll help you destroy Haiyuan Great Kingdom first. With that, Yi Xian tore open the void and left, leaving behind a group of stunned people. Haiyuan Great Kingdom, Tianqin Great Kingdom, and Qinghong Great Kingdom had been fighting for countless years. Now that they were destroyed, they couldn't recover from the shock. At this time, Yi Xian had already arrived at the place where he saw Haiyuan Great Kingdom's general He Yarrow and continued on his way. Wei Zhantian, a 7th-tier Great Golden Immortal, transformed into a flying sword and was faster than the 9th-tier Great Golden Immortal youth. 2 days later, he charged into Haiyuan Great Kingdom and headed straight for the imperial capital. He was already a 5th-tier Great Golden Immortal, and so was the monarch of Haiyuan Great Kingdom. Therefore, Yi Xian directly took control of the monarch. Then, the entire imperial family was plundered by Yi Xian. However, these things weren't worth mentioning to Yi Xian now. After all, they weren't even 1% of what was in the young man's interspatial ring. All the experts of Haiyuan Great Kingdom's imperial family were forcibly taken into the planting space by Yi Xian, so the entire Haiyuan Great Kingdom was destroyed. Then, Yi Xian tore open the void and returned. From now on, only Qinghong Great Kingdom and Tianqin Great Kingdom were left. I've already searched the place where Little Demon disappeared, but I didn't find anything. It seems that his disappearance was due to his own means. Yi Xian thought to himself. Little Demon still had a death warrant on him, but since he was so far away from Yi Xian, his connection was so weak that it was negligible. Therefore, he must have used some sort of secret technique to return to the demon realm. It seems that I have no choice but to enter the ancient immortal world. Yi Xian sighed. The outer immortal world and the ancient immortal world were actually enveloped by a formation. Encircling the outer immortal world was a faction called Zhuantianzong. There were a total of 3 factions in this faction, corresponding to Qinghong Great Kingdom, Tianqin Great Kingdom, and Haiyuan Great Kingdom. Simply put, these 3 factions were sometimes used to make bets, such as who would win if Qinghong Great Kingdom and Haiyuan Great Kingdom fought. Although the system said that the Ancient Immortal token was the only key to the Ancient Immortal world, it didn't say that others had to enter through the entrance. After all, they were the ones who'd set up the formation, so they had other ways to enter. At this thought, Yi Xian became extremely cautious. Wei Zhantian, try opening the door. Yi Xian handed the Ancient Immortal token to Wei Zhantian for him to open the door. Chapter 1729. Boom. Wei Zhantian transformed into his human form and placed the Ancient Immortal token into the door. In the next moment, the entrance to the Ancient Immortal world opened again. Wei Zhantian quickly entered the Ancient Immortal world and searched the surroundings. However, he did not find anything. Good. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he used the Eye of the Void to arrive next to Wei Zhantian. Boom. With a muffled sound, the entrance to the Ancient Immortal world closed again. Although that young man is a disciple of Zhuantianzong, I've already avenged him. However, I should go to Zhuantianzong and have a look first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes when he arrived at the Ancient Immortal world. In fact, the Ancient Immortal world was the real immortal world. The outer immortal world was just a small place. Zhuantianzong was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Therefore, Yi Xian had to be careful. Although he had killed the young man, Yi Xian could not search the young man's soul due to his low cultivation base. Therefore, he did not know much about Zhuantianzong. My bedevilment points are now at 60 points. If I use time to recover them, I'll only be able to recover 1 point every month. Since I don't have any Devour points, I can only find a special treasure to recover them. Yi Xian thought to himself as he stepped on Wei Zhentian and flew towards Zhuantianzong. Zhuantianzong was not a powerful person in the ancient immortal world. However, he was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Therefore, Yi Xian had to take him seriously. 3 days later, Yi Xian, who was stepping on the sky-shaking flying sword, finally arrived at the foot of the mysterious sky sect. My cultivation base is not high. I can control it, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was now a grade 5 great overarching golden celestial, which was similar to Zhuantianzong's outer court disciples. At that moment, he remotely controlled a few of the Black Heaven sect's outer sect disciples who were at the level of tier 5 great overarching golden immortals and transformed into one of them. Yi Xian entered Zhuantianzong's inner court. After searching the soul of a disciple, he learned about the internal conflicts in Zhuantianzong. There were 3 branches in Zhuantianzong, led by the sect leader, the Grand Elder, and the Enforcement Elder. They corresponded to the Azure Rainbow Nation, Tianqin Nation, and Haiyuan Nation. The relationship between these 3 branches wasn't very good. In recent years, the sect master and Grand Elder's 2 branches were still quite good. Thus, the outer immortal world's Green Rainbow Great Country and Tianqin Great Country were preparing for a political marriage. In other words, the law-enforcing elder in the Black Heaven sect was being suppressed. After all, the law-enforcing elder had too much power. If there was a chance, he could even dismiss the sect leader. The outer sect disciple that Yi Xian controlled was under the command of the law-enforcing elder. However, Yi Xian wasn't interested in this kind of power struggle. What he wanted to do was to find heavenly and earthly treasures that could lower the bewitching value of an hall. He looked at all the items listed in the Hall of Alchemy and only found one. It could only reduce one's bewitchment by 1 point and cost him a lot of money. What a tragedy! Yi Xian couldn't help but say in his heart. It couldn't be helped. After all, he had only become an immortal for less than a year. In a year, he had broken through from an immortal to a golden immortal. This breakthrough speed was so fast that even the immortal level devouring system couldn't stand it anymore. But then, suddenly, an 8th grade great overarching golden immortal entered the alchemy hall. Senior brother, I've completed the hunting mission. I'm here to receive my reward. He was an inner court disciple. He walked to the counter and handed a sheepskin scroll to the disciple in charge of the Hall of Alchemy. Junior brother, you're amazing. You completed the mission. I'll go get your reward now. After the Hall of Alchemy deacon finished speaking, he left quickly. Soon, he returned with a heaven and earth treasure. When Yi Xian saw the heaven and earth treasure, his eyes almost popped out. The tranquil sacred lotus? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The tranquil sacred lotus was exactly what he was looking for. It could reduce one's bewitchment by 5 points. It turned out that the items listed in the Hall of Alchemy weren't everything. Some were used as mission rewards. What a coincidence. Yi Xian happened to run into them, an 8th grade golden immortal. Even Wei Zhentian could kill him in an instant. But this is Zhuantianzong. I can sense many auras more powerful than that young man. I'd better be careful. Yi Xian looked at the 8th grade golden immortal. He was planning how to lure him out of Zhuantianzong and steal the tranquil sacred lotus. Just as Yi Xian was wondering what was going on, the 8th grade golden immortal suddenly turned to look at him and said in surprise, "Eh? You're here too, cousin?" When Yi Xian heard this, he trembled and turned to look. He saw the inner sect disciple who'd obtained the tranquil sacred lotus looking at him. Yi Xian's current appearance was that of a 5th grade golden immortal outer sect disciple. He didn't expect that he'd disguised himself as this inner sect disciple's younger cousin. He quickly searched through his memories and found that he really did know this person. This was going to be fun. Congratulations, cousin, Yi Xian hurriedly said with a smile. Cousin, you have to cultivate well. In another 10,000 years, you might become an inner sect disciple. The inner sect disciple said in a serious tone. Thank you for your kind words, cousin. Yi Xian suddenly transmitted his voice to the inner sect disciple. Cousin, I have a secret that I want to tell you. Oh, what secret? The inner sect disciple's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Xian transmitting his voice. Let's not talk about it. Why don't you just come with me, cousin? Yi Xian said mysteriously. Where are you taking me, cousin? The inner sect disciple didn't suspect anything. After all, his cousin was his aunt's son and they were very close. Cousin, you'll know when we get there. Who knows, you might be able to use this opportunity to become a 9th grade golden immortal. Yi Xian kept him in suspense. A 9th grade golden immortal. The inner sect disciple trembled and hurriedly grabbed Yi Xian and left the weapon refinement hall. Then, he summoned a flying sword and left Zhuangtianzong. Yi Xian and the inner sect disciple shared a flying sword. He stood behind the inner sect disciple and smiled slightly. The tranquil sacred lotus is mine. Under Yi Xian's guidance, the 8th grade golden immortal inner sect disciple flew north for a full hour. Cousin, what are you talking about? Tell me quickly. I can't wait. The inner sect disciple asked curiously. After all, this matter concerned his cultivation. This must be a fortuitous encounter. All right, I'll tell you then. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up as he said, Actually, I'm not your cousin. As soon as he said that, Yi Xian summoned the Skyquake sword and slashed horizontally, instantly chopping off the inner sect disciple's head. The most important thing for immortals was their immortal heart. As long as their immortal heart wasn't broken, they wouldn't die. A mere head was nothing to him. Cousin, what did you say? Chapter 1730. But before he could react, his universe ring had already fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Not only that, but a hand had also appeared in front of his chest, pinching his immortal heart with unerring accuracy. Give up resisting, or your immortal heart will shatter in the next moment. Yi Xian solemnly reminded him. The inner sect disciple felt his immortal heart being pinched and exerted force. If he didn't obey, he was afraid he would immediately die. However, he didn't know what Yi Xian meant by giving up resisting. In the next moment, he understood. On the way here, Yi Xian had secretly used Force Devour on this person. Originally, with 18 points of luck, the success rate of Force Devour should have been high, but this time it failed. However, there were times when one's luck was bad, and Yi Xian could understand. Thus, he used the normal method to put this person into the planting space. Seeing that you're the cousin of the person I'm impersonating, and that you gave me the tranquil sacred lotus, I'll spare your life. Yi Xian grinned and threw this person into a corner of the planting space. Ding! The host has devoured a tranquil sacred lotus. Bewitchment points decreased by 5. In addition to the 1 point just now, Yi Xian's bewitchment points had dropped to 54 points. If he worked a little harder, it could be reduced to less than half. However, it had to be said that the amount of heaven and earth treasures required for bewitchment points was related to the level of the current realm. If Yi Xian was a 6th-stage Great Golden Immortal, the amount of heaven and earth treasures he required would definitely be more precious than now. After all, he was only a 5th-stage Great Golden Immortal. First, I'll lower my bewitchment points to less than 50 points, then I'll consider leveling up. Yi Xian thought to himself again. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease leveling up. Moreover, what he had now was not enough for him to break through. After that, Yi Xian stepped on his flying sword and returned to Zhuangtianzong. Then, he found the inner sect disciple's residence and ransacked it, but he still couldn't break through. However, he found something interesting in the interspatial ring that he had hidden. There's an explanation of the demonic realm passage. And there's a lot of information. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He did not understand why an inner sect disciple would be interested in the demonic world passage. Could it be that Zhuangtianzong wanted to open a passage to the demon realm and then have a great battle? It seemed that he had encountered a good thing. Wasn't his goal also to find a passageway to the demon realm and then go to the demon realm? At this time, he thought of another thing. The passage to the demonic realm was not so easy to open. It would take at least years. Perhaps it would take hundreds or even thousands of years. One had to know that time was nothing to immortals. Looks like I still have to investigate thoroughly. Maybe the immortal grade devouring system can speed up the opening of the passage to the demonic realm, Yi Xian thought to himself. The immortal grade devouring system had many uses. It could repair teleportation arrays and speed up the opening of the passage to the demonic realm. However, there was another problem. He was only an outer sect disciple. How was he going to investigate? However, just as he was feeling puzzled, a group of figures suddenly appeared in the sky. They were all dressed in black. Their auras were so powerful that they had surpassed the level of great overarching golden celestials. They were all overarching heavenly supreme celestials. When they released their auras, the entire Zhuangtianzong shook. Demonic cultivators. They're all demonic cultivators. No. The demonic cultivators are attacking. Everyone, get into formation. All the disciples of Zhuangtianzong could sense the demonic aura from the demonic cultivators. At the same time, the higher-ups of Zhuangtianzong also rushed out. Zhuangtianzong, right? Today is the day that your sect will be annihilated. Kill. The leader of this group of Shomor devil cultivators gives a loud shout, directly setting off a reign of terror. No one would have thought that this group of demonic cultivators would come and kill as they pleased. At the same time, somewhere in Zhuangtianzong, 3 Zhuangtianzong elders were looking at the scene in surprise. Enforcement elder, what's going on? Didn't we say that we would attack in 3 days? One of the elders looked at the white-haired old man standing in the middle. The white-haired old man shook his head and said, "No, they're not the demonic cultivators from Hyman Mountain." "Oh, then they're from somewhere else. Why are they attacking Zhuangtianzong?" The leader is a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Let the sect leader and the supreme elder deal with them. If they're injured, it'll be easier for us to carry out our mission in 3 days, the white-haired old man said with a faint smile. In that case, let's enter seclusion immediately. Otherwise, people will say that we're not helping. There were more than a dozen demonic cultivators attacking Zhuangtianzong. The weakest among them was a grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In addition, devil cultivators had strong physiques and were slightly stronger than immortal cultivators at the same level. Therefore, even if the sect master and grand supreme elder of Profound Sky sect joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to get rid of this group of devil cultivators in a short time. "How dare you attack my Zhuangtianzong? Die!" A loud roar was heard. Several experts with strong auras charged out from the center of the Black Heaven sect and started fighting with this group of demonic cultivators in an instant. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, an outer court disciple, was deep in thought as he watched the battle in the sky. They don't seem that strong. If Ghost Venerator Jura and Wei Zhantian join forces, they should be able to deal with one of them. If I can obtain a corpse, I might be able to lower my bedevilment points. At that time, both Ghost Venerator Jura and Wei Zhantian will be able to become overarching heavenly supreme celestials. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian decided to wait and observe the situation first. They did not have to kill the demonic cultivators, but they had to obtain the corpse. The demonic cultivators had 1 grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial, 2 grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestials, and the rest were grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The demonic cultivators had already defeated many forces in the area. Now that they had arrived at the Zhuangtianzong, they did not expect the Zhuangtianzong to have so many experts. The sect leader and supreme elder of Zhuangtianzong were grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. They had 4 grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestials and more than 20 grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestials under their command. Clearly, the demonic cultivators were at a disadvantage. "How dare you provoke the Zhuangtianzong? You're courting death." One of the Zhuangtianzong exalted celestials shouted furiously. The flying sword he controlled turned into a streak of light and pierced the devil heart of one of the demonic cultivators. This is a good opportunity. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he saw this. He immediately summoned Ghost Venerator Jura, Wei Zhantian, and the old tree who was a grade 8 great overarching golden celestial. In just a blink of an eye, 3 of them appeared near the corpse. 9 dragons galloping thunder. The old tree appeared next to the corpse in a flash and took the interspatial ring. Then, Yi Xian quickly stored the interspatial ring in his storage space. Chapter 1731. Success. Yi Xian grinned. The reason why the old tree was able to take away the interspatial ring was mainly because Azura Ghost Venerate had used the grasp of the underworld on the assassin. The old tree, Azura Ghost Venerate, and Wei Zhantian had disappeared not long after they appeared. Some people did not even see them. Be careful. There are still hidden enemies. The expert from Zhuangtianzong immediately reacted and shouted. Everyone became more cautious when they heard this. However, the devil cultivators were puzzled. Who were the hidden enemies? Damn it. The people from Haimen Mountain gave us false information. This Zhuangtianzong is a tough nut to crack. Retreat. The leader of the devil cultivators shouted and retreated quickly. After them. Leave no one alive. Sect leader Zhuangtianzong shouted. Be careful of the ambush. Zhuangtianzong's Grand Supreme Elder said through voice transmission. Since these devil cultivators dared to attack Zhuangtianzong with so few people, they must be up to no good. Therefore, they should not pursue them. Zhuangtianzong agreed with sect leader Zhuangtianzong's words. He only chased them out of Zhuangtianzong. However, since they outnumbered the devil cultivators, they did not suffer any casualties. On the other hand, the devil cultivators lost 3 grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Of course, those disciples had died unjustly. After the demonic Zumoists left, the sect master of the Black Heaven sect turned his head and asked in astonishment, Elder Lin, what did you mean by a hidden enemy? I'm not sure. Just now, I clearly pierced a demonic cultivator's heart with my flying sword, but in the next moment, a figure took away his Qian Kuan ring. Even his corpse was gone, replied Elder Lin. A figure? What's his cultivation base? Sect leader Zhuangtianzong asked in shock. Elder Lin was a grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could his loot be taken away? I sensed an 8th stage great overarching golden celestial. Apart from that, there was also a 9th stage great overarching golden celestial controlling me from afar. Elder Lin explained. 8th stage or 9th stage great overarching golden immortal? How was this possible? Even a 2nd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial would find it difficult to steal the spoils under Elder Lin's watch, let alone a great overarching golden celestial. Elder Lin, are you sure? Sect leader Zhuangtianzong continued to ask. I'm very sure. I've clearly killed a demonic cultivator. I definitely didn't fall for his illusions. Elder Lin nodded. At this time, another elder at the side said, yes, I saw it too. It's really strange. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seems that there are still hidden experts in Zhuangtianzong. Investigate, investigate, Zhuangtianzong said. He speculated the young man's cultivation base was higher than Elder Lin's. He was a 4th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That was why Elder Lin had misjudged the young man's cultivation base. While everyone was discussing this matter, Yi Xian had already hidden himself far away. He had already put away the corpse of the 3rd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial along with his interspatial ring. Damn. So many things. I'm going to make a killing this time. Yi Xian was shocked when he checked the interspatial ring. He speculated that if he had a breakthrough now, he would be able to break through from a 5th grade great overarching golden celestial to an 8th grade great overarching golden celestial or even a 9th grade great overarching golden celestial. Unfortunately, he could not increase his bedevilment points now that he had obtained a bedevilment point. Fortunately, there were many good items in the interspatial ring. Yi Xian's bedevilment points were reduced to 40 points. Therefore, he should be able to break through now. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is currently a 6th grade great overarching golden celestial. Ding. Lightning Embers has broken through. Host is currently a 9th grade great overarching golden celestial. Ding. Wei Zhantian has broken through. Host is currently a 1st grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through. Host is currently a 1st grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Host's bedevilment points have increased to 75 point. A series of system notifications rang in the air. Yi Xian had only broken through once, but his bedevilment points had increased from 40 points to 75 points. If he broke through again, he would definitely be bedeviled. My cultivation base has increased too quickly. Sigh. Yi Xian could only sigh. Although he had plenty of cultivation resources, he could not devour them. This was not a good feeling. Currently, he was a 6th grade Great Overarching Golden Celestial, while the corpse of the 3rd grade Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was a 6th grade Great Overarching Golden Celestial. The difference in their cultivation bases was so great that it would take him a long time to perform a soul search. However, this was a devil cultivator. Who knew if he came from the devil realm? With such a huge difference in their cultivation bases, Yi Xian was mentally prepared. However, on the 3rd day of the soul search, he sensed powerful auras around Zhuantianzong. What powerful auras? There are so many experts. Are they trying to destroy Zhuantianzong? Yi Xian recovered from the soul search. The auras of the devil cultivators were 3 times stronger than 3 days ago. There were at least 3 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It seemed like there was going to be a big battle. Yi Xian loved this kind of big battle the most. He hurriedly put away the corpse of the devil cultivator and went out to observe. As an outer court disciple, he could not participate in such a big battle. However, he wanted to join in and see if he could get some corpses. At this moment, many figures were standing in front of Zhuantianzong's mountain gate. These people were all dressed in black. There were more than 100 of them, and the weakest among them was a 9th grade Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Their combined strength was not to be underestimated. As for Zhuantianzong's side, they had already begun to gather their men after the sect leader and the Supreme Elder had sensed the auras of the devil cultivators. This time, the people from the Enforcement Elders faction had gathered as well. If a fight broke out, Zhuantianzong would not lose to these devil cultivators. However, things were not as simple as they seemed. The Hyman Mountain, a new force that has risen recently. The sect leader of Zhuantianzong narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the newcomers. Are all of you here to die today? Die? Sect leader, you must be joking. Look at us. Do we look like we're here to die? A person suddenly stepped forward. It was the leader of the devil cultivators who had been defeated 3 days ago. Previously, he had been used by the people from Hyman Mountain to test Zhuantianzong's strength. After that, he had caused a huge ruckus on Hyman Mountain. In the end, he had reached an agreement with the leader of Hyman Mountain to occupy Zhuantianzong together. He was a 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Together with the 2 leaders of Hyman Mountain, there were 3 of them. Zhuantianzong also had 3 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, unbeknownst to them, the 3rd 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial in Zhuantianzong's camp had colluded with the people from Hyman Mountain. Let's cut the crap. Celestials and devils can't coexist. Die. The sect leader of Zhuantianzong shouted furiously as he made his move. Cultivators usually fought with flying swords. If they gathered together, they would have an advantage in a group fight. Chapter 1732. In just a blink of an eye, the 300 experts began to fight. It was a grand scene with countless flying swords flying everywhere. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing below with a faint smile on his face as he waited for both sides to suffer casualties. However, 3 seconds after the battle began, the experts under Zhuantianzong's command suddenly changed their targets after receiving a secret voice transmission from the Enforcement Elder. Kill. The Enforcement Elder shouted angrily. In just a blink of an eye, Zhuantianzong's people were severely injured. Many of them had even died. What? The sect leader and Supreme Elder of Zhuantianzong were shocked. Why would the Enforcement Elder attack his own people? Could it be that the Enforcement Elder had colluded with the people from Hyman Mountain? Right now, this was the only explanation. I don't want to explain. After today, there will be no more Zhuantianzong. The Enforcement Elder shouted angrily as he assisted the 3 experts from the devil cultivators in attacking the sect leader and Supreme Elder of Zhuantianzong. Initially, it was 3 against 3, but now, it was 4 against 2. Moreover, The devil cultivators were naturally strong, so the sect leader and supreme elder of Zhuangtianzong were defeated in just a blink of an eye. Let's go. The sect leader and supreme elder of Zhuangtianzong knew they were in trouble. They did not expect the enforcement elder, who was the most senior among them, would betray Zhuangtianzong. In fact, when they were still disciples, the enforcement elder was already the enforcement elder. It's not that easy to leave now. Stay here. The enforcement elder instantly turned into a streak of light and blocked the path of the two experts. Soon after, the sect leader and supreme elder of Zhuangtianzong were killed. As for the others, when they saw the two of them, they began to flee in all directions with a boom. What a joke! Even the sect leader and supreme elder, who were both fifth-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials, had died. What was the point of them staying here? After all, they were facing devil cultivators. Ha ha ha, good. One of the leaders from Hyman Mountain laughed loudly. Now that the two troublemakers were dead, it was time for them to rule the world. Below, Zhuangtianzong's disciples saw this tragedy and quickly fled. Even Yi Xian had the same thought. Although Ghost Empyrean Azura and Wei Zhantian had broken through to the overarching heavenly supreme immortal realm, they were not confident of defeating so many devil cultivators. Fortunately, he had also secretly taken away many interspatial rings during this battle. He had made a lot of money. However, just as he was hesitating, the battle in the air changed dramatically. Just now, the law-enforcing elder, who had assisted the Zumoists in killing sect heads Zhuangtianzong and Grand Supreme Elder, was unexpectedly besieged by 3 Zumoists and killed in an instant. He's too naive. He actually wants to cooperate with a demonic cultivator, the leader of Hyman Mountain sneered. Patriarch of Law Enforcement had negotiated with him before. As long as Zhuangtianzong was killed, they would share the benefits equally. However, the words of a demonic cultivator were not trustworthy at all. Therefore, after the death of sect head Zhuangtianzong and Grand Supreme Elder, they immediately went back on their word and killed the law-enforcing elder. The leader of the Zumoists trembled when he saw this. He cursed inwardly. The great leader of Hyman Mountain looked at him and said with a smile, "Don't worry. From now on, you're the third leader of Hyman Mountain." What happened next was needless to say. Zhuangtianzong's elites either died or fled. Rivers of blood flowed in Zhuangtianzong, and corpses were strewn everywhere. However, there were still many people who did not care about their lives who were trying to steal the loot. One of them was Yi Xian. I collected the corpses of those elites on the spot. Although I collected many corpses, there were only 10 overarching heavenly supreme immortals. It's still not as good as 3 days ago, Yi Xian said helplessly. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's still a level 6 great overarching golden celestial here. Don't tell me he's so scared that his legs are weak. A level 1 overarching heavenly supreme immortal said in a deep voice as he stared at Yi Xian. TSK, I'll start with you. Yi Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, the 3 people from the old tree surrounded the demonic cultivator. Catcher. Before the demonic cultivator could react, Azura Ghost Venerate's saber had fallen and cut his body and demonic heart in half. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian had already obtained the interspatial ring. Let's go. In an instant, Yi Xian broke through the void and left Zhuangtianzong. The battle had only lasted less than 10 seconds, but the Zhuangtianzong that had been established for 1,000,000 years was destroyed in just 10 seconds. It was really unbelievable. However, there was a traitor in Zhuangtianzong, one of the 3 experts in Zhuangtianzong, so it made sense. In fact, Yi Xian could have asked the old tree and the others to go out and fight, but he did not do so because he had a hunch that something else might happen. Although I didn't gain much from this trip, my bedevilment points have been restored to 65 points. It seems that I'll be able to break through to the next stage soon, Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he was already far away from Zhuangtianzong. However, he had left a spy in Zhuangtianzong, Wei Zhantian, who had turned into an inconspicuous statue. Through their shared vision, Wei Zhantian could observe the movements of the devil cultivators from Hyman Mountain in Zhuangtianzong. At the same time, he took out the corpse of the first-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial that he had just killed and searched his soul. With the difference of 2 cultivation bases reduced, it was much easier to search his soul. It turned out that this group of devil cultivators did not come from the devil realm. They were originally from the celestial realm. They had just cultivated their devil hearts and gathered together. However, through Wei Zhentian, Yi Xian learned something from the first leader of Haimen Mountain. Meanwhile, in Zhuangtianzong, the enforcement elder of Zhuangtianzong said that there's a passageway to the devil realm under Zhuangtianzong, and it's almost ready. As long as the time is right, we'll be able to open a passageway to the devil realm, the first leader of Haimen Mountain said. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Find the passageway to the devil realm." Yes. The group of devil cultivators turned Zhuangtianzong upside down and finally found the original entrance to the devil realm. At this time, a formation had been set up around the passageway to the devil realm. However, this formation required a powerful devil cultivator. The first leader of Haimen Mountain said, "With the cultivation bases of the 3 of us, it shouldn't be a problem to open the passageway to the devil realm. However, we don't need to open it so quickly. Let's destroy the surrounding forces first." Although Yi Xian did not hear this, he knew that this group of devil cultivators had found the passageway to the devil realm. However, at this moment, ding, host has triggered a random mission to open the passageway to the devil realm. Reward, time and space bloodline control time advancement. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Chapter 1733. Since the system mentioned opening a passage to the devil realm, it means it's possible. In that case, I'll destroy Haimen Mountain first. Yi Xian thought to himself as his eyes flashed. Celestial Eye, Eye of the Void. In just a blink of an eye, he returned to Zhuangtianzong. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding devil cultivators. However, the old tree and Azura ghost venerate had not met for a long time. "Wei Zhentian, don't worry about me. I can take care of myself," Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Although he was only a grade 6 great overarching golden celestial, even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be able to do anything to him. After all, he had many different bloodlines. Although he was not as strong as Azura ghost venerate and the other 2 leaders, he was not an easy target. A bloodbath broke out in Zhuangtianzong. Haimen Mountain was quite strong. The weakest devil cultivator was a grade 9 great overarching golden celestial. There were dozens of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. At this moment, the 3 leaders had gone underground to look at the entrance to the devil realm. Therefore, there were not many elites on land. Eye of Azura. Upon receiving Yi Xian's order, Azura ghost venerate immediately activated his ultimate move, the Eye of Azura. In just a blink of an eye, all the devil cultivators who were grade 9 great overarching golden celestials and grade 1 overarching heavenly supreme celestials died tragically. Apart from that, those who had died in Zhuangtianzong earlier and those below grade 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials were resurrected by Azura ghost venerate's will of death. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of figures appeared. "Don't leave a single one alive. Kill," Yi Xian said in a low voice. Wei Zhentian had already transformed into his flying sword and began to kill. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that Wei Zhentian's sword Bladestorm was no longer as effective after Wei Zhentian transformed into a flying sword. After this battle, it would be better for him to pawn off the sword Bladestorm and add his devouring points to his other bloodlines. While the 3 leaders were away, Yi Xian and the others took the opportunity to clean up the devil cultivators. Although there were still 4 4th-grade overarching heavenly supreme immortals, Azura ghost venerate had no intention of fighting them. Rumble. When the 3 underground leaders heard the commotion, they immediately rushed to the surface to take a look. They found that corpses were strewn all over the place. Some of the dead had even been revived. What happened? The chief of Haimen Mountain was confused. When Yi Xian discovered these people, he immediately ordered Azura ghost venerate to attack. After absorbing the death chi from so many people, the Eye of Azura had accumulated a huge amount of energy. After receiving Yi Xian's order, he immediately targeted a grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Eye of Azura, divine light of Azura. A terrifying black beam of light shot out and engulfed the fourth grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in the air, indicating the death of the fourth grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The old tree quickly appeared and took the interspatial ring. Then, Yi Xian opened a portal and stored the old tree in his planting space. Swoosh. The portal to the void closed. Hyman Mountain had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Not only did they lose a fourth grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but they had also lost all their third grade overarching heavenly supreme celestials and below. If the three leaders had not appeared, all of them would have died here. What's going on? The leader of the Black Barbarian Mountain shouted. Great Chief, I'm not sure either. Earlier, some enemies suddenly appeared, and those who died revived to attack us. I only remember that the strongest among them was a first-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a ninth-grade great overarching golden celestial who could teleport. A fourth-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial explained. How did they manage to kill all of you with such a weak cultivation base? The chief could not believe his ears. He reckoned the other party was at least a fifth-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had concealed his aura. Otherwise, how could he have done this? The second leader of Hyman Mountain asked, Big brother, it doesn't matter how many useless trash we have. If we need more people, we can always recruit them. What should we do now? Zhuangtianzong has been destroyed, and a mysterious enemy has appeared. Let's open a passage to the Devil Realm and follow the army of the Devil Realm to turn the Celestial Realm upside down. The first leader of Hyman Mountain made up his mind. Following that, the three of them went underground again to activate the Grand Formation. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Zhentian, who was hiding in Zhuangtianzong, had overheard their conversation. Meanwhile, somewhere outside of Zhuangtianzong, they're going to open a passage to the Devil Realm? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This would not do. After all, he had a random mission. If the passage to the Devil Realm was opened by someone else, he would not be able to complete the mission. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, it was not easy to open a passage to the Devil Realm. He had to collect his spoils of war first. Not bad. My bewitching points have dropped below 50 again. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this result. He had gained quite a lot this time. However, the treasures required to lower his bewitching points were different for each cultivation stage. It was difficult to find a specific treasure. A treasure that could lower his bewitching points by 5 points when he was a grade 5 great overarching golden celestial might only be able to lower his bewitching points by 1 point when he was a grade 6 great overarching golden celestial. Now that Yi Xian's bewitching points had dropped below 50, he reckoned he could break through again. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a grade 7 great overarching golden celestial. Ding. Lightning fire ember has broken through. Host is now a grade 1 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now a grade 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Ghost venerate Azura has broken through. Host is now a grade 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Yi Xian could feel his aura skyrocketing. However, his face turned pale in the next moment. Ding. Host's bewitching points have reached 96. This time, his breakthrough had actually increased his bewitching value by nearly 50 points. He was only 4 points away from being bewitched. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Xian was scared half to death. He immediately understood that the closer the gap between two breakthroughs, the faster the bewitching points would soar. Last time, his bewitching points had soared from 40 points to 75 points, an increase of 35 points. This time, it had increased by 46 points. It was too terrifying. However, as long as Yi Xian did not take the initiative to devour, he would not level up again. At this time, he was a grade 7 great overarching golden celestial. He would not be in danger. Let's go back and kill again. Yi Xian grinned and broke through the void again. He returned to Zhuangtianzong. Now, there were probably not many people who could stop them. Zhuangtianzong was empty at this time. This was because the experts of Hyman Mountain had all gone underground to open the passage to the Devil Realm. At this moment, Yi Xian let Azura Ghost Lord and Old Tree go down to scout the way. If they encountered anyone, they did not need to talk nonsense and directly killed them. As for Wei Zhentian, he turned into a small flying boat. Yi Xian hid inside and would not be in danger. Chapter 1734. Meanwhile, in the underground. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The three leaders of Hyman Mountain and the other elites were standing in the middle of the grand formation. Demonic chi filled the entire cave. Although the formation was not a powerful one, with the help of a few elites, they should be able to open the passage to the Devil Realm within a day. Since the formation was not a powerful one, it was likely that the passage to the Devil Realm would be located in a place where the average strength of the Devil Realm was weaker. However, it did not matter. Once the passage to the Devil Realm was opened, the army of the Devil Realm would descend and enter the Celestial Realm through the passage. Yi Xian no longer cared about the battle between the Celestial Devils and the Devil Realm. All he knew was that this was a mission given to him by the system. Through the shared vision, Yi Xian saw the elites from Hyman Mountain. At the same time, the elites from Hyman Mountain noticed him as well. Kill. Upon hearing Yi Xian's order, Azura Ghost Venerate and the Old Tree charged toward the enemies. Damn it! It's you again! A Grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial from Hyman Mountain shouted angrily. At this moment, there were 3 Grade 5 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials and 3 Grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials on the Hyman Mountain side. However, Azura Ghost Venerate was already a Grade 2 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. It was easy for him to deal with 3 Grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. The only ones who could threaten him were the Grade 3 and Grade 5 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Most of Zhuantianzong's possessions are in the hands of the 3 of you. Today, all of you must die. Yi Xian's eyes glinted as he activated 3 slaughter seals. Celestial Slaying Puppet, appear. The Celestial Slaying Puppet that had appeared before appeared again. Its strength was on par with the Old Tree's. Although the enemy had the upper hand in terms of numbers, what was Yi Xian's most powerful weapon? It was unlimited resurrection. Their fighting style was extremely brutal. They would sacrifice 800 of their own men to injure 1,000 of their enemies. At the same time, Yi Xian was looking for an opportunity to kill one of his enemies with the 1,000 severing slash. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. With the help of Azura Ghost Venerate the 3 Grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, the 3 Grade 4 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Celestial Slaying Puppet. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Another immortal slaughtering puppet appeared and charged over. Although the 3 leaders of the Black Barbarian Mountain had left, the Azura Ghost Venerable could block 2 of them by himself. Old Shu could also block one of them by using the immortal slaying puppets. As for the others, they were all dead. Who are you people? The great leader, Tus. Leader. Facing this question, Yi Xian didn't intend to answer. He directly said in his heart, Wei Zhentian, you go too. Wei yes Wei's heaven Wei's heaven. Unicorn, descend. This time, Yi Xian summoned an Icefire unicorn with both ice and fire attributes. However, Yi Xian was only a Grade 7 Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Therefore, the Icefire unicorn's strength was similar to the Celestial Slaying Puppet. Attack one of them first. Yi Xian, who was watching from a corner, gave the order to his men. Finally, he fixed his eyes on the new leader of Hyman Mountain. He was the leader of the devil cultivators who had attacked Zhuantianzong. He was the weakest among the 3 of them. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Icefire Breath. Celestial Slaying Sword Technique. Everyone suddenly changed their target and attacked the 3 leaders of Hyman Mountain. After the Azura Ghost Venerate advanced, the grasp of the Netherworld was extremely powerful. The first grasp was enough to control the 3rd chieftain of the Hyman Mountain. The second grasp was enough to crush his bones. In addition to the other people's attacks, the third leader of the Hyman Mountain was instantly heavily injured. Then, Wei Zhontian's flying sword pierced through his demon heart. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host has condensed a slaughter seal. At this time, Yi Xian had 2 more murderous seals, so he directly summoned a third puppet. Now, it was 8 against 2. Chapter 1735. However, Yi Xian did not dare to break through now because he had already broken through twice today. The first time, the bewitchment value increased by 35, and the second time, it increased by 46. No one knew how much the third time would increase, so Yi Xian held back for the time being. Right now, there were only 2 enemies left. In order to prevent them from self-destructing, Yi Xian had the Azura Ghost Lord deal with one of them while the rest of them surrounded the other one to ensure that nothing went wrong. The faces of the second chief of Hyman Mountain and the third chief, who had just joined, had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. If even a grade 5 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was killed in an instant, they would most likely die as well. Your Excellency, please leave some leeway for us so that we can meet again in the future, the 3 leaders of the Hyman Mountain hurriedly said. Hearing this, Yi Xian only found it funny and said, "Sorry, we won't meet again in the future." Under such circumstances, the second and third chiefs of Hyman Mountain did not have the ability to self-destruct, so they were both killed in less than 2 seconds. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the 2 system notifications. It seemed that this matter was over. If not for the fact that the array formation had been destroyed, Yi Xian would not have needed to use time reversal to salvage the situation. Fortunately, it did not fail this time. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. Ding. Host's bewitchment value has decreased to 10 point. Yi Xian obtained the remaining 2 interspatial rings, which was a great harvest. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough and is now an 8th stage Great Principal Golden Immortal. Ding. Jin Lei Hua has broken through. He is now a 2nd grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding. Wei Zhontian has made a breakthrough. He is now a 3rd grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding. Ghost Venerate Azura has made a breakthrough. He is now a 3rd grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding. Host's bewitchment points have increased to 83 points. Yi Xian's cultivation level rose again. Originally, his bewitchment value was 35 points. Fortunately, he didn't choose to break through just now. Otherwise, with an increase of 73 points, he would have exceeded 100 points. At this moment, Yi Xian walked into the array formation. Ding. To activate this formation, a devil cultivator at the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial level is required. The system prompted. There was no need to look for a demonic cultivator at the level of an overarching Heavenly Supreme Immortal. After all, the old tree was one. However, if the old tree was in charge of this formation, it would take 10 days to completely open the passage to the demon realm. 10 days. Yi Xian could still afford to wait. Moreover, he also needed some time to recover from the after-effects of his rapid increase in cultivation. Then, the old tree entered the formation and began to preside over it. Yi Xian, on the other hand, stood guard at the side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he decided to reorganize himself. Bladestorm, it's too late for Wei Zhontian, Yi Xian thought to himself as he recalled the Bladestorm. Ding. The Bladestorm has been successfully retrieved. Host has obtained 3 Devour points. Bladestorm had been with Yi Xian for a long time and had been upgraded several times. It was already quite good that it could be used as 3 Devour points. Then, Yi Xian used 1 Devour point to upgrade the Immortal Phoenix Bloodline's Immortal Doppelganger. Ding. The Immortal Doppelganger has been successfully upgraded. Beginning to condense the 4th Doppelganger. Ding. The 4th Doppelganger has been successfully condensed. In the Immortal Doppelganger's upgrade path, a new Doppelganger would be condensed after 3 upgrades. At the same time, in the case of triple integration, the combat power would be increased by 1.5 times. If it was quadruple integration, it would be increased by 1.3 times. As for the remaining 2 Devour points, Yi Xian decided to put them aside for the time being and plan for them in the future. Time passed day by day. Zhuangtianzong was annihilated and his disciples had all fled. There was no one more powerful than Zhuangtianzong in the surrounding area. Therefore, no one dared to approach Zhuangtianzong. Soon, the passage to the demon realm was almost completed. The passage to the demon realm will be opened in an hour. Then, I can complete the random mission. The time control will be upgraded and the flow of time in the planting dimension will change again. Yi Xian was looking forward to it. Although the flow of time in the planting dimension was of no use to him, it was very satisfying just thinking about it. An hour later. Ding. The demon realm formation has been opened. Host, do you want to activate it now? Yes. Yi Xian answered immediately. Rumble. A strange passage opened under Zhuangtianzong. This passage to the demon realm was actually a teleportation array that could allow one to cross from the celestial realm to the demon realm. Ding. Host has completed the random mission. The time control will be upgraded once. After hearing the system's notification, Yi Xian quickly checked the planting dimension. He found that the flow of time in the planting dimension had increased from 200 times to 400 times. Staying in the planting dimension for 400 years was only 1 day in the outside world. In addition, the time reversal ability that could be used once every 3 days was also changed to once every 2 days. The cooldown time was shortened. Ding. Host has triggered the chain random mission. First round, head to the demon realm. He had just completed a random mission and now he had triggered a chain random mission. The system was really treating Yi Xian well. Moreover, the first round of the chain random mission was given to him for free. Yi Xian originally wanted to go to the demon realm, but now he had completed the first round of the chain random mission for free. Next, I have to go to the demon realm and find the little demon king. I don't know when I can return to the celestial realm, Yi Xian thought to himself. In the celestial realm, he could do whatever he wanted, but in the demon realm, it was a different story. He cultivated the immortal heart, and the demon realm was full of demonic cultivators. These people cultivated the demon heart, so he could sense it immediately. Simply put, Yi Xian would become a rat crossing the street when the time came. After mentally preparing himself, Yi Xian stood up and the array began to operate again. The last time Yi Xian ascended to the celestial realm from the mortal realm, it took him an hour. This time, however, it took him nearly 6 hours. It was said that there would be some problems with long-distance teleportation. The last time Yi Xian ascended, he was half a month late, so there was a gap of nearly 1,000 years between him and Caprice. How much time had passed in the celestial realm this time? However, this didn't matter to Yi Xian. After 6 hours, Yi Xian successfully arrived in the demon realm. At this time, he was in a forest. Below his feet was the demon realm's passageway. Anyone could come up and teleport to the celestial realm. Ding. Host has completed the first round of the chain random mission. Hearing this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He had finally arrived in the demon realm. Although he was going to become a rat crossing the street, he had a demon king level friend here. As long as he found the little demon king, he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Ding. Host has triggered the second round of the chain random mission. Escape from the dragon's spine. Is the dragon's spine this place under my feet? Chapter 1736. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had an ominous premonition. The mission was to escape. Could it be that he was trapped in a place like the Black Devil prison again? At this moment, Yi Xian turned his head to look. In the distant horizon, there was a scarlet word for kill. It was the death warrant. The little demon king is so far away from me, Yi Xian sighed. It seemed like it would not be easy to find the little demon king. However, he was the one who opened the passageway to the devil realm, and no one else had discovered it yet. Therefore, he decided to set up a concealment formation here to prevent the passageway from being discovered. This way, he might be able to use the passageway to return to the celestial realm in the future. Yi Xian found a concealment formation in the celestial grade devouring system and concealed the passageway to the devil realm. Then, he left in the direction of the little demon king. However, The dragon's spine was not as simple as he had imagined. As he walked, he felt that something was amiss. He was clearly moving toward the target of the death warrant, but now, he was at least 30 degrees away from the target. What was going on? There's something fishy about this fog. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He tried a few times, but he could not find the right direction. Even he, the target of the death pursuit order, had veered off course for no apparent reason. Then, wouldn't the others be lost in it? However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly sensed an aura. A third-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Yi Xian sensed the other party's cultivation base and summoned the Azura Ghost Venerate. Kill. Capture. The Azura Ghost Venerate, who was also a third-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, instantly killed the person and brought the corpse back. Soul search. Without hesitation, Yi Xian began to soul search the corpse of the devil cultivator. He was an 8th-grade great overarching golden celestial, while the devil cultivator was a 3rd-grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. There was a difference of 4 cultivation bases between them. It took him 2 days to soul search. After 2 days, Yi Xian finally understood where he was. The dragon's spine was the place where a powerful devil dragon had fallen. After its death, its huge body became the dragon's spine, and no one was able to take it away. The devil cultivator belonged to the only faction in the dragon's spine, the devil dragon's palace. 1,000,000 years ago, the dragon's spine, and the dragon's palace. No matter who it was, as long as they entered the dragon's spine, they would never be able to leave. This demonic cultivator was from the demonic dragon palace. He had a token in his interspatial ring. With this token, he could find the location of the demonic dragon palace, but he couldn't leave. In other words, Yi Xian was really trapped on the dragon's spine is the dragon's dragon. Yi Xian could not help but sigh. Of course, it might have been affected by the white fog and deviated from its path. The old tree could not help but ask, could this devil dragon be a 9 heavens Xian celestial beast? Yes, it could be a pure yang true celestial as well. Yi Xian could not help but gulp as he nodded. Such a huge devil dragon had to be a super fierce beast. At the very least, it had to be a 9 heavens Xian celestial who was stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial or a pure yang true celestial. That was why the devil dragon's palace was trapped here. It seemed like they were in trouble. The palace master of the devil dragon's palace is a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He's at least 10,000 times stronger than he was at the Hyman Mountain, Yi Xian thought to himself. He had learned all this from the disciple of the devil dragon's palace. It seemed like it would not be easy for him to leave this place. However, there was always a way. He could just fly back to the celestial world and find a new place to open a passage to the devil realm. Let's not go back yet. Let's take a look at the devil dragon's palace first, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, there was a very serious problem at hand. Previously, he had been able to sneak into the Zhuangtianzong because he was an immortal cultivator. Now that he was in the devil realm, any devil cultivator would be able to recognize him. It would not be easy to enter the devil dragon's palace. The devil dragon's palace is so strong. There should be many natural treasures that can lower the bewitching points. As long as I can lower the bewitching points, I can break through. With that in mind, Yi Xian rushed toward the devil dragon's palace with the token of acceptance in his hand. Under normal circumstances, there would not be any immortal cultivators in the Dragon's Ridge. Even devil cultivators would rarely come to the Dragon's Ridge. After all, the terror of the Dragon's Ridge had long spread. No one dared to come in and explore. In the eyes of the devil cultivators outside, the Dragon's Ridge was a place of no return. Anyone who entered would die. Fortunately, the Dragon's Ridge could produce many natural treasures. The Devil Dragon Palace was self-sufficient. Other than being isolated from the rest of the world, there was no difference. However, devil cultivators were known for their cruelty and bloodlust. Even if they were isolated from the rest of the world for millions of years, they would not change their habits. For this reason, the battles in the Devil Dragon's Palace were extremely intense. With the token of acceptance in his hand, Yi Xian could sense the disciples of the Devil Dragon Palace who were out hunting. When they sensed Yi Xian's presence, they immediately rushed toward him. There's a rule in the Devil Dragon's palace. Those who leave the Devil Dragon's palace are allowed to kill each other. Since these people have sensed my token of acceptance, they must be here to kill me and steal my treasures. Yi Xian immediately understood what was going on. Since Yi Xian had sensed the token of acceptance, he could not figure out the cultivation base of the other party. However, he was not afraid of them since he could use the Eye of the Void in this place. Moreover, Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhantian were third-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Their strength was comparable to a sixth-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. If they used their trump cards, even a seventh-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial would not be a match for them. There were not many seventh-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the Devil Dragon Palace. Soon after, a group of 5 people entered Yi Xian's detection range. The leader was a 5th-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial while the other 4 were 4th-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Azura Ghost Venerate, Wei Zhantian, go get rid of them, Yi Xian ordered. Upon hearing this order, Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhantian immediately charged out. In just a few seconds, they returned with corpses in their hands. Although they're 5th-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, their income is much less than the 3 leaders of the Hyman Mountain. The demon realm is barren. No wonder they want to take over the immortal realm. They really are poor. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Although the income was not much, his bedevilment points had decreased significantly. He was only left with 75 bedevilment points. Chapter 1737. The Demon Dragon Palace was very cruel. After all, they did not need to feed so many people. Therefore, the internal strife was very intense. Moreover, the Celestials had a lifespan of 1 million years, so they were not in a hurry to search for treasures. Therefore, there were not as many people in the dragon's spine as Yi Xian had expected. Even so, he still encountered a few groups of disciples. However, their cultivation bases were not high. They were only 5th-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials at most. After a few rounds of robbing and killing, Yi Xian's bedevilment points were reduced to less than 50 points. Although it had been 10 days since his last breakthrough, it was just a blink of an eye for others. Therefore, Yi Xian still did not dare to break through. At this time, Yi Xian had already concealed his aura and arrived at the Demon Dragon Palace. Although I can exchange for items that can change my Celestial Heart's aura in the Celestial Grade Devouring system, I'll be discovered if my opponent is more than 6 stages higher. The Palace Master of the Demon Dragon Palace is a 9th-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed like he could only hunt outside the Demon Dragon Palace and slowly increase his strength. He continued to wander around the dragon's spine. This time, it took him a week. After a week, his bedevilment points were finally reduced to less than 30 points. It had been half a month since his last breakthrough. It should not be a problem for him to break through now. No, if I break through, the treasures that can reduce my bedevilment points will be more valuable. I should first reduce my bedevilment points to 0. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. He was now a 8th-grade Great Overarching Golden Celestial. His 30 bedevilment points should be reduced to 0 soon. However, once he broke through to a 9th-grade Great Overarching Golden Celestial, 30 bedevilment points would take him more time, at least 5 times longer. Therefore, he wandered around the Demon Dragon Palace for more than 10 days before his bedevilment points were reduced to 0. Now, he could finally break through. It's been a month since my last breakthrough. Moreover, my bedevilment points have decreased. It seems like it's about time. Yi Xian thought to himself before he began to devour treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 9th-grade Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Ding! Lightning Fire Ember has broken through. He is now a 3rd-grade Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! Wei Zhantian has broken through. He is now a 4th-grade Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through. He is now a 4th-grade Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding! The host's bewitchment value has reached 20 points. After breaking through a month later, Yi Xian's bewitched points had only reached 20 points, which was still within his expectations. Since that was the case, he could continue to break through. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a first-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding. Jin Lei Hua has broken through. He is now a fourth-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now a fifth-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding. Ghost Venerate Azura has made a breakthrough. He is now a fifth-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding. Host's bewitchment points have increased to 75 point. Another series of system notifications rang out. Currently, Yi Xian had also surpassed the great overarching Golden Celestial stage and became an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Moreover, the Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian had also broken through to become fifth-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Their combat prowess was extremely shocking. It was likely that they would be able to kill their way into the Demon Dragon Palace. I'll kill my way into the Demon Dragon Palace and break through again. At that time, no one will be a match for them, Yi Xian thought to himself. Naturally, the Demon Dragon Palace was not his ultimate goal. His goal was to leave the Dragon's Ridge. To leave the Dragon's Ridge, he had to be strong enough. The Demon Dragon Palace was a stepping stone for Yi Xian to become stronger. Yi Xian immediately boarded the swift boat that Wei Zhentian had transformed into and made his way to the Demon Dragon Palace. The Demon Dragon Palace was originally a force in the outer world. After the palace master of the Demon Dragon Palace had found the treasure land, his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. He had broken through from a 7th-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to a 9th-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Unfortunately, even though he was a 9th-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, he was still unable to find the way out of the Dragon's Ridge. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived at the Demon Dragon Palace with the old tree and the Azura Ghost Venerate. Cultivator? Where did he come from? One of the disciples guarding the Demon Dragon Palace was surprised. The Demon Dragon Palace had been trapped here for 1,000,000 years. This was the first time they had seen a cultivator. No matter what, they had to kill him first. However, this 6th-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial disciple's demon heart was shattered by the old tree's punch. Instant kill. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification rang, Yi Xian had already charged into the Demon Dragon Palace. A bloodbath instantly broke out in the Demon Dragon Palace. If he was facing an immortal cultivator, Yi Xian would more or less go easy on him and wouldn't kill him. However, he would not show mercy to a devil cultivator. Eye of Azura. The Azura Ghost Venerate did not hesitate as he unleashed his ultimate move. Although there were several tens of thousands of disciples in the Demon Dragon Palace, they were all overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Including those below the great overarching Golden Celestial stage, there were more than 1,000,000 disciples. As soon as the Eye of Azura was unleashed, those who had a lower cultivation base than the Azura Ghost Venerate were instantly killed. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. In just a blink of an eye, countless people were killed. The Azura Ghost Venerate had also gathered a large amount of death chi. There's an enemy attack. The people in the Demon Dragon Palace immediately rushed out. However, they were shocked by what they saw. Many of their fellow disciples had launched attacks at them. The Azura Ghost Venerate had the death will so he could resurrect those who were at the same cultivation base as him. Before this, Yi Xian had already formed a slaughter seal. When the Eye of Azura was unleashed, he instantly had 4 more slaughter seals. At this moment, a large number of 6th-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials appeared. For this reason, Yi Xian marked one of them and attacked with the Eye of Assassination. Come, Celestial Slaying Sword Formation. The 5 slaughter seals disappeared as the Celestial Slaying Sword Formation spread out with Yi Xian as the formation core. At the same time, Yi Xian used the slaughter seals again. A strong wind blew within the Celestial Slaying Sword Formation. In just a few seconds, all of the 6th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials were killed. Following that, 4 more slaughter seals appeared in Yi Xian's hand. It was enough for him to use them again. The high-ranking officials of the Demon Dragon Palace had also heard the commotion. At this moment, the high-ranking overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials began to appear one after another. Azura Ghost Venerate, Old Tree, both of you go, Yi Xian commanded. As for Wei Zhentian, he stood guard by Yi Xian's side. The Demon Dragon Palace was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Many of the dead were resurrected to join the battle. Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity to collect the interspatial rings. This was the first time he had seen so many interspatial rings. Chapter 1738. Ding, host's bewitchment value has returned to 0. A system notification sounded. After consuming a large amount of heaven and earth treasures that could reduce bewitchment points, Yi Xian's bewitchment points returned to 0. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 2nd grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding. Lightning Fire's Ember has broken through. He is now a 5th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through to a grade 6 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding. Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through. He's now a grade 6 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Ding. Host's bewitchment value has reached 88 point. Because he had just broken through twice, the 3rd time he broke through, he directly added 88 points. At this moment, Wei Zhentian and Ghost Venerate Azura, who were both grade 6 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, were invincible. Hey, which scoundrel dares to behave atrociously in my demonic dragon palace? An explosive shout came from the sky. Yi Xian turned his head to look and saw a middle-aged man in black quickly flying over. A 9th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. The Hall Master of the Demonic Dragon Hall? Yi Xian looked at him and narrowed his eyes slightly. So what if he was a 9th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial? Eye of Azura, Divine Light of Azura, Ghost Venerate Azura, who had absorbed a large amount of death chi, blinked the large eye on his chest. A gloomy black pillar of light shot out and instantly pierced through the Demon Dragon Hall Master's heart. The next moment, Yi Xian felt his killing intent increase by a lot. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. The Hall Master of the Demonic Dragon Hall was dead. The entire Demon Dragon Palace was in a state of panic. They had been trapped in the Dragon's Ridge for countless years. Now, a few mysterious people had suddenly appeared and killed the strongest in their hearts. This was unacceptable to them for a while. However, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with the others. He hurried over and took the Demon Dragon Hall Master's Universe Ring. Ding, host's bewitchment value has returned to 0. Another system notification sounded. However, this time, Yi Xian did not dare devour any more breakthroughs. This was because he knew that the next time he broke through, his bewitchment points would definitely exceed 100. At that time, he would directly turn into a demon, kill all 6th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials and above. At this time, Yi Xian gave another order to everyone. The people from the Demon Dragon Palace trembled in fear when they saw the death of their palace master. Even the 8th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials fled in fear. Of course, Yi Xian would not let them off so easily. Since Ghost Venerate Azura was a grade 6 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, he could easily kill them. In less than half a minute, all of the high-level overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials were dead. Yi Xian's gains were extremely shocking. As for the low-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials and great overarching Golden Celestials, Yi Xian could not be bothered to deal with them. If I devour all of these cultivation resources, I'll be able to become a grade 6 or even grade 7 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestia. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly as he looked at the piles of heavenly treasures in the devouring space. Unfortunately, he could not make a breakthrough for now. He could only maintain his cultivation base as a 2nd grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. However, these things could be given to Luo. Moreover, the flow of time in the planting space had increased by 400 times. A year in the planting space was less than a day in the outside world. Although Luoluo did not have a celestial heart or a devil heart, with the planting space, her cultivation base had caught up. Currently, she was a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. With these heavenly treasures, it would not take long for her to surpass Ghost Venerate Azura and Wei Zhentian. For this reason, Yi Xian decided to nurture Luoluo first. Now that the Demon Dragon Palace was destroyed, all of its members were scattered all over the dragon's spine. Yi Xian searched the Demon Dragon Palace but did not find anything. This was a tricky situation. Initially, he thought the Demon Dragon Palace would have discovered something on the dragon's spine. He did not expect the Demon Dragon Palace to be helpless as well. However, when he recalled the Demon Dragon Palace had been trapped in the dragon's spine for millions of years, it made sense. At this moment, Yi Xian was wandering around with a map of the inner area of the dragon's spine in his hand. Occasionally, he would come across some disciples of the Demon Dragon Palace, but they were all thrown into the planting space. The dragon's spine was divided into the inner area and the outer area. The inner area was the area around the Demon Dragon Palace where there was no fog. However, there was a large amount of fog in the outer area. Even Yi Xian, who had a death-hunting order, could not escape. Yi Xian walked around the area for more than 10 days, but he did not find anything. 10 days in the outside world was equivalent to more than 10 years in the planting space. Luoluo had been cultivating in the planting space for so long. With the help of the heavenly loathsome fox bloodline and the many heavenly treasures, she had broken through to a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. What's the secret of the dragon's spine? Yi Xian was confused. Was he going to be trapped here like the demonic dragon palace? After another 5 days, he still could not find a way out. Half a month had passed since the Demon Dragon Palace was destroyed. For this reason, Yi Xian decided to devour more heavenly treasures. Ding! Host has broken through to a grade 3 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Thunderfire Ember has broken through to a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through to a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Ghost Venerate Azura has broken through to a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host's bewitchment points have increased to 30. System notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. Although Yi Xian and the others' cultivation bases had increased, Yi Xian still felt it would be difficult to leave the dragon's spine. Therefore, he decided to search for another month. If he still could not leave, he would return to the celestial realm and reopen a passage to the devil realm to look for the little devil. Since the Demon Dragon Palace had been destroyed and very few people entered the dragon's spine, Yi Xian was not worried. He kept all the disciples he encountered in the planting space. After all, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Who knew if there might be some heavenly treasures that could lower the bewitchment points? However, they did not find anything even after searching for a few days. However, on the 5th day, Luoluo suddenly discovered something. "Young master," Rib Jiu said, "there's a strange bone here." Luoluo suddenly transmitted her voice to Yi Xian. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and hurried over. Soon after, he discovered a towering mountain. However, it was not a mountain but a huge bone. Even with the Eye of Revelation, I have to look at it carefully for a few seconds before I can find it. If even I can't find it, there's no need to mention the others. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling he had found the right bone this time. "Clear the surroundings," Yi Xian ordered. Following that, the old tree and the others blasted the mountain apart, revealing the white bone inside. Could this bone belong to the demon dragon? Yi Xian thought to himself before he ordered Azura Ghost Venerate to attack. Chapter 1739. The attack was swift and fierce, but when Azura Ghost Venerable's saber landed on the bone, it could not leave a mark on it. It was so hard. It seemed that it was the bone of the demonic dragon. System, analyze. At that moment, Yi Xian flashed over and swept his gaze over. Ding. The object is the tailbone of a powerful immortal beast. The system notified. Now, Yi Xian could be sure. Since it was the tailbone of the demonic dragon, there might be some clues. Immediately, The crowd circled around the tailbone to see if there was anything wrong with it. As for Wei Zhentian, he was in charge of digging up the soil around the tailbone. "Young master, there's a hole here." The white fog came out from there. At this moment, Luo Luo found something. "What?" Hearing this, Yi Xian hurried over and found a small hole with a diameter of 1 centimeter on the tailbone. "Wei Zhentian, go in and take a look." Yi Xian immediately turned Wei Zhentian into a thin needle and drilled in. There was another world inside. The demonic dragon's body was huge. Just a small piece of its tailbone was like a mountain peak. The inside of its bone was definitely not small. At this moment, Wei Zhentian entered the bone. Immediately, Yi Xian broke through the void and drilled in. Everyone came in together. "Haha, fortunately, Wei Zhentian can transform. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come in." Yi Xian grinned. It was impossible for humans to come in through such a small hole. Even immortals could not, unless they could cut it open. However, this demonic dragon was at least a 9-heaven Xian immortal. Even if it was dead, its bones could not be damaged by ordinary people. Azura Ghost Venerable had tried just now. It was no wonder that the demonic dragon palace was trapped here. Even if they found the small hole, they would not be able to do anything. "Old Tree, Azura Ghost Venerable, the two of you go and find the way," Yi Xian said to the two of them. As for him, he hid in the heaven-shaking ship. After all, this place might be dangerous. As for Luo Luo, she returned to the planting space and continued to cultivate. Every day in the outside world was very precious to her. Sure enough, the interior of this dragon skeleton was not that simple. The old tree and the Azura Ghost Venerable who had gone to scout ahead directly sent back news. There was danger ahead. Bone warriors. Comparable to a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. This was 2F** King ridiculous. The palace master of the Demon Dragon Palace was only a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It was unbelievable that 3 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial bone soldiers would appear in front of them. However, Yi Xian calmed down when he recalled that this demon dragon was at least a 9 heavens Xian immortal. So what if he was a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Even the old tree could deal with him, let alone the Azura Ghost Venerable. Soon, Yi Xian arrived and saw the old tree and Azura Ghost Venerate fighting 3 bone soldiers. The old tree said, "Little young master, although the bone soldiers' combat strength isn't strong, their defense is amazing. Even Rib Goo's full-powered saber attack couldn't kill them. Rib Goo's full-powered saber attack should be able to injure a 9 heavens Xian immortal expert. However, these bone soldiers must have been born from the bones of the demon dragon after countless years." Yi Xian said slowly. The old tree frowned and asked, "What should we do then? Should we force our way in or?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Azura Ghost Venerable, capture one of them. I'll see if I can subdue it." Ghost Exalt Azura's eyes flickered, and he practically instantly captured a bone soldier. As for the remaining 2, he left them to Elder Shu and Wei Zhentian. Force Devour. Yi Xian approached the bone soldier and tried to use Force Devour. Ding! Force Devour failed. The grade of the bone soldier was unknown. Since Yi Xian was only a 3rd grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it was impossible for him to subdue it. Since that did not work, he would try the next move. 1000 Cleave. Yi Xian took out the departing flame celestial sword and slashed. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang in Yi Xian's ears. There were a total of 2000 vibrations. Unfortunately, the 1000 Cleave was still unable to kill the bone soldier. Looks like this is going to be tricky. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. "Young master, why don't we wait here for the time being? Maybe we can do it when your strength has increased," the old tree reminded him. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, "All right, in that case, let's wait for a while. Let me break through first." He had destroyed the Demon Dragon Palace and obtained a lot of natural treasures. Now, his bedevilment points had returned to 0. However, since it had not been long since his last breakthrough, he was waiting for some time. Then, He tried to use Force Devour on the other 2 bone soldiers. However, he still did not succeed. Wei Zhentian, trap the 3 of them. We'll wait here for a few days, Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. To be honest, Yi Xian did not want to let the 3 bone soldiers go. After all, the bone soldiers were born from the demon dragon's corpse. The corpse of a 9 heavens mystic celestial was a huge source of income for him and the old tree. How could he let them go? Upon hearing this, Wei Zhentian quickly transformed into a ball. Then, Azura Ghost Celestial threw the 3 bone soldiers into the ball and trapped them. The 3 bone soldiers were only grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials, so they could not break through Wei Zhentian's defense. Then, Yi Xian asked the old tree to wait at the end of the tailbone while he returned to the outside. Time passed slowly. After 7 days, Yi Xian felt that it was about time, so he began to devour natural treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Azura Ghost Celestial has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Thunderfire Ember has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Azura Ghost Celestial has made a breakthrough. He's currently a grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Host's bedevilment points have reached 60. When Yi Xian had broken through to become a grade 4 overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his bedevilment points had been reset to 0. When he broke through again, his bedevilment points had increased by 60. Then, he devoured a large amount of natural treasures to reduce his bedevilment points to 0. However, he had almost used up all the treasures he had obtained from the Demon Dragon Palace. I'm now a grade 5 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Azura Ghost Celestial and Wei Zhentian are now grade 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart, then let Wei Zhentian release a bone soldier. Chapter 1740. Azura Ghost Lord, grind it to dust. Upon hearing this order, Azura Ghost Lord instantly charged forward, slashing at the bone soldier's head with his broadsword. Catcher. This time, Azura Ghost Lord finally broke through the defense, which made Yi Xian very pleased. It had to be said that this demonic dragon was really too strong. Its bones were very hard even after death. Soon, Azura Ghost Lord shredded a bone soldier into bone fragments, which were then stored in Yi Xian's planting space. Now that the first bone soldier was dealt with, it was time for the second one. In a short while, all 3 bone soldiers were dealt with. Good, it's time to go in and take a look. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, then entered the Eye of the Void again and arrived at the dragon bones. Wei Zhentian still turned into a flying boat, and Yi Xian hid inside while the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord led the way. In these 7 days, the old tree explored the interior of the dragon bones countless times, turning the surroundings upside down. The map was already copied in the immortal level devouring system. There were hundreds of bone soldiers nearby, which was enough for Azura Ghost Lord to deal with for a while. After Azura Ghost Lord was dealt with, the old tree took the opportunity to continue exploring. With his current strength, the bone soldiers couldn't catch up to him at all. With the shared vision, the immortal level devouring system automatically drew a map of the interior of the dragon bones. Catcher, catcher, catcher. Crisp sounds rang out from the dragon bones, which were the sounds of Azura Ghost Lord continuously dealing with the bone soldiers. With Azura Ghost Lord's current strength, it would take a lot of time to kill a bone soldier, but Yi Xian had all the time, so he wasn't in a hurry. 10, 20, 30, 40. The number of bone soldiers decreased little by little, and the broken bones were directly stored in the devouring space by Yi Xian. These things weren't inferior to natural treasures, and there were a lot of them. Yi Xian reckoned that he didn't lack items for leveling up in these few realms. However, half a day after they entered the Dragonbones maze, Ember of Thunderfire has died. Ember of Thunderfire has revived. Suddenly, 2 system notifications rang out, catching Yi Xian off guard. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian shuddered. Why did the old tree die? The old tree was an 8th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. His strength should have surpassed ordinary 9 heavens mysterious celestials. Young master, there's a red variant bone soldier over there. It's so strong. I accidentally let it pierce through my demon heart, the old tree quickly said. A red mutated bone soldier? When Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The old tree was now an 8th tier Deluo golden immortal, so he could fight across 3 realms. In other words, he could fight against a 2nd tier 9 heaven Xian immortal. However, those that were capable of instantly killing him were likely rank 3 9 heavens mystic immortals, or even rank 4 9 heavens mystic immortals. At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the Dragonbone maze. Yi Xian trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Not good, he's here. The Azura ghost Venerate dashed into the fork in the passageway. The old tree quickly followed behind him. Boom, boom, boom. In just a blink of an eye, the sound of an intense battle reverberated in the passageway. Yi Xian did not notice it earlier. However, now that he shared his vision with the Azura ghost Venerate, he saw the red variant bone soldier. No, it should be called a bone general. Bone soldiers usually attacked with both hands, but this bone general was wielding 2 bone tridents. Clang, clang, clang. The Azura ghost Venerate and the old tree joined forces, but they were unable to gain any advantage from the bone general. Instead, their bodies were riddled with holes from the bone general's bone tridents. What powerful strength! Wei Zhentian, go and help as well. When Yi Xian saw that the situation was not good, he quickly ordered Wei Zhentian to help. At the same time, he ordered the Azura ghost Venerate to activate his Undying War Soul, increasing his combat strength by 3 times. Once the Undying War Soul was activated, the situation stabilized. Both sides were evenly matched. At this moment, the cowardly Yi Xian finally dared to approach the bone general. Death Hunt Command. 9 Dragon Lightning Fire Shield. Extreme Void Shield. Since the bone general was so strong, Yi Xian decided to test out the 1000 Cleaving Slash. Eye of Assassination. While the bone general was being held back by the Azura ghost Venerate and the other 2, Yi Xian suddenly appeared behind the bone general and struck with his sword. Bang! 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 The 1000 Cleaving Slash began to vibrate violently. However, Yi Xian was only a 5th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial while the bone general was only a 4th grade 9 heavens mystic celestial. Therefore, the 1000 Cleaving Slash was useless against the bone general. With the Undying War Soul, the Azura ghost Venerate and the other 2 are able to fight the bone general to a draw. If the Undying War Soul lasts for a long time, I'm afraid they won't be able to kill the bone general, Yi Xian thought to himself. For this reason, he reckoned the Azura ghost Venerate would have to break through again to become a 9 heavens mystic celestial. Forget about him. Let's go. Yi Xian decided to retreat for now. Once he broke through again, he would be able to kill the bone general. Swoosh. The door to the void closed, and Yi Xian left the dragon bone. As for the old tree and the Azura ghost Venerate, there was no need for them to leave. They would fight to the death. Although the 1000 Cleaving Slash was not very effective, it was enough to injure the bone general. Yi Xian decided that he would enter the dragon bone every day and let the Azura ghost Venerate, who had activated the Undying War Soul, harass the bone general. Although it was not very effective, it should be able to injure the bone general. Time passed by slowly. In just a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. I've used up all the treasures. Although my bewitchment points can only be restored to 10 points, it should be fine after such a long time, Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he began to devour the remaining treasures and bones. Host has broken through to a 6th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Thunderfire Ember has broken through to a 9th grade overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding! Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian have broken through to a first-grade 9 Heavens Mystic Celestial. Host's bewitchment points have increased to 64 points. Now that they were strong enough to kill the Bone General, Yi Xian decided to enter the Dragon Bone. It did not take long before he found the Red Bone General. Undying War Soul, kill him, Yi Xian shouted. Then, Azura Ghost Venerate, the Old Tree, and Wei Zhentian charged toward the Bone General. This time, Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian did not break through to become a 9th-grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Instead, they broke through to become a first-grade 9 Heavens Mystic Celestial. Their strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. With the help of the Undying War Soul, the ferocious Bone General was killed in less than 10 rounds by the joint forces of the Azura Ghost Venerate and Wei Zhentian. Then, Yi Xian put the Bone General away. Huff. After fighting for so long, we finally killed the Bone General. Yi Xian sighed in relief when he saw the pile of bone dust. He had to admit that the Bone General was very difficult to deal with. Chapter 1741. However, Yi Xian did not think that there was only one Bone General in this Dragon Bone maze. Moreover, perhaps there was an existence stronger than the Bone General. This Bone General is comparable to a 4th stage 9 Heaven Mystic Immortal. If we use our trump cards, we can kill it. However, if there is an even stronger one, it will be troublesome. I don't have any heaven and earth treasures that can reduce the bewitchment points. Even if there are so many bone fragments, I can't level up. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but have a headache. If there was an existence stronger than the Bone General, and they couldn't get a heaven and earth treasure to reduce the bewitchment points, it would probably be difficult to get out. It seemed that they could only take one step at a time. In the following time, Yi Xian still cleaned up the bone soldiers in this Dragon Bone maze, and at the same time, encountered one Bone General after another. He estimated that if there was no bewitchment point limit, he could use these bone fragments to break through to the 9 Heaven Mystic Immortal realm. Unfortunately, without a heaven and earth treasure to reduce the bewitchment points, he didn't dare to break through. This Dragon Bone maze was very large, and naturally, this Dragon Bone maze was not small. In addition, there were crisscrossing passages, as well as the fog that made people lose their sense of direction. If Yi Xian didn't have the immortal level devouring system and the Eye of the Void, he would probably be trapped inside and die. After these days of wandering, he had already walked through this Dragon Bone maze. The entire maze was a huge dragon bone, and he found the dragon head from the tail. As for the Pathfinder, it was naturally Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord. However, this time, they encountered a tricky existence. The purple bone creature should be stronger than the Bone General. For the time being, I'll call it the Bone King. Yi Xian thought to himself. Just now, he let Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord enter the skull to explore and found a purple Bone King. At the same time, this purple Bone King killed Old Tree on the spot, and then even Azura Ghost Lord was no match for it and killed it. Therefore, Yi Xian estimated that this Bone King was a grade 6-9 Heaven Mystic Immortal. On their side, Yi Xian was a grade 6 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, Old Tree was a grade 9 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, and Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian were grade 199 Heaven Mystic Immortal. General was a grade 6-9 Heaven Mystic Immortal Realm, Azura Ghost was a grade 6-9 Heaven Mystic Immortal. If it was a Bone General, Ghost Lord Azura would be able to deal with him. He would probably be able to put up a fight against a tier 5-9 Heavens Mystic Immortal. Yi Shui Yi Xian Immortal Azura Immortal Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal Immortal Imps. However, no matter what, he had to leave this damned place. Yi after making his decision, Yi Xian ordered Azura Ghost Lord and the other 2 9 Heaven Mystic Immortals to attack. However, the Bone King's strength was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. It had taken less than 10 rounds to kill Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian. The gap between their strength was too big. With my strength, I'm afraid I'll be killed instantly if I appear in front of it. Even the 1000 severing slash won't be effective against it. How am I supposed to kill it? Yi Xian thought to himself as he ordered Old Tree and the other 2 9-heaven mystic immortals to charge to their deaths. The Bone King was too strong. Even if Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Yizhantian joined forces, they would not be able to break through it, let alone reach the Great Bone Door. It seemed like they had to add more people to their team. Luo Luo? No, she's still very close to becoming a 9-heaven mystic immortal. Moreover, she won't be resurrected. I can't let her take the risk. Yi Xian shook his head and thought about it again. He could only summon Unicorn and the immortal slaying puppet. There were a lot of broken bones in his Devour space. If he had enough bewitchment points, he could break through again. At that time, he would be able to fight the Bone King. Unfortunately, his bewitchment points had reached 64 points. If he broke through again, his bewitchment points would rise to 36 points. Then, he would be bewitched. The defense of this dragon bone maze is above that of the Bone Generals. Even Azura Ghost Lord couldn't break through it. I don't have any heaven and earth treasures to lower the bewitchment points. It seems that I can only wait. Yi Xian sighed. But in the next moment, he suddenly remembered something. Other than time and specific heaven and earth treasures, there was another way to lower the bewitchment points, and that was to use Devour points. He now had 2 Devour points. If he used them to lower the bewitchment points, he could lower it by 20 points. At that time, he should be able to break through again. However, he then thought of another problem. What would happen if he broke through again? He had no more ores for Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Yizhantian to break through. At most, he only had broken bones to help the Old Tree break through. At that time, even if he was a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial and the Old Tree was a grade 1 9 heavens mystic celestial, it would be useless. Moreover, Devour points were precious. It was not worth it to waste them here. Currently, there were only 2 options. The first was to wait here, and the second was to return to the celestial realm and open a passage to the devil realm. Of course, there was another way, but Yi Xian could not guarantee that it would work. He could lure the Bone King out so he could take the opportunity to destroy the White Bone Door and escape. I'll try to lure the Bone King out. If it doesn't work, I'll have to return to the celestial realm. Yi Xian made up his mind. However, he could only make a move tomorrow because he had already used his undying war soul. Soon, another day had passed. On the second day, Yi Xian was ready to set off. His plan was simple. He would lure the Bone King out and send Wei Yizhantian, who had transformed into a needle, over. Then, he would enter the White Bone Door and see if he could destroy it. The Bone King was in a room at the end of the hall. If they wanted to enter the room, they would have to go around a corner. Previously, as soon as they appeared, the Bone King rushed forward and blocked them, not allowing them to enter the room. Even Old Shu, who had the ability to teleport, was pierced through by the spikes shot by the Bone King at the moment of his arrival and died. This time, Yi Xian asked Wei Yizhantian to transform into a swift boat and shrink it. That way, it would be more durable. Naturally, Yi Xian had to appear as well. At that time, he could summon Wei Yizhantian instead of the Bone King. Let's go. After making the necessary preparations, Yi Xian gave the order in his heart. In an instant, Ghost Lord Azura and the other 2 appeared. Catcher. Chapter 1742. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Bone King's speed had exceeded Yi Xian's reaction. In just a split second, it had killed Old Tree, who was at the forefront. Next, it was Azura's turn. Undying War Soul. Grasp of the Underworld. Azura reached out with his right hand. An invisible force wrapped around the Bone King, but it was immediately neutralized by the Bone King. Previously, Old Tree, Azura, and Wei Yizhantian had joined forces, but they could not last more than 10 moves against the Bone King. 5 of those moves had been blocked by Azura alone. After all, it did not have an immortal heart nor a demon heart. It would only die when it was damaged to a certain extent. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the Bone King had discovered this after a few battles. Catcher. The Bone King pierced the 2 bone tridents into Azura's chest at lightning speed. Then, he pulled them apart, splitting Azura into 2. The original 10 moves had been shortened to 5. F*CK, This Bone King's combat awareness can still be upgraded. I only have one chance. Yi Xian gulped a mouthful of saliva. Although Azura had been split in two, it was not dead. It continued to slash down and stuck the Bone King's neck. Now was Yi Xian's chance. Wei Zhentian, old tree. Yi Xian instantly summoned the old tree and appeared beside Azura. As for Wei Zhentian, he was summoned to a room far away. The Bone King was guarding the white bone door. When someone entered the room, it did not care about Azura and the old tree. It turned and ran back. What? It didn't use the bone spikes on its back to kill Wei Zhentian? Yi Xian was shocked. He had thought that the Bone King would shoot the bone spikes on its back, but it ran back instead. However, this was also a good opportunity. It meant that the door of the room was empty. Charge in! Yi Xian shouted angrily. The Azura Ghost Sovereign, Old Shu, and Yi Xian, who had recovered through the immortal divine phoenix bloodline, all entered the room. At the same time, Bone King had pierced through Wei Zhentian's sword. At this moment, there were still several figures in the room, scattered in various corners. Only then did the Bone King fire the countless tiny bone spikes on its back. Shio, shio, shio. Ear-piercing sounds could be heard. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. He looked at the white bone door and instantly teleported over. After entering the room, he, the Azura Ghost Lord, and the old tree stood in two separate corners. Therefore, the Bone King's bone nails did not hit the white bone door. However, this room was a little strange. He couldn't teleport directly to the white bone door, which made Yi Xian very surprised. Thousand Severing Slash. Although Yi Xian did not flash in front of the bone door, he had moved to the center. This attack would definitely land on the bone door. He hoped the Thousand Severing Slash would work on non-living things as well. Alas, Yi Xian's plan failed. The Thousand Severing Slash did not have any effect on the bone door. The Bone King, who had intended to charge toward the Azura Ghost Lord, suddenly changed his target and charged toward Yi Xian. His speed was not something Yi Xian could react to. However, at this moment, the Azura Ghost Lord extended his right hand again. At the same time, the old tree cast the Nine Dragons Thunder Chain and successfully restrained the Bone King for a moment. I don't believe it. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly as he directly used 3 slaughter seals. At the same time, he consumed 3 slaughter seals and fiercely slashed at the white bone door. Celestial Slaughtering Breath Slash. Although Yi Xian was only a 6th grade overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, his attack was not any weaker than the Azura Ghost Lord's attack. However, before the attack could land on the bone door, the Bone King had already broken free from the shackles and charged toward Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian was prepared. After using the Celestial Slaughtering Breath Slash, he teleported to the Azura Ghost Lord's side. Rumble. In the end, the Celestial Slaughtering Breath Slash successfully landed on the bone door. Unfortunately, it did not break open the door. He left a mark. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow when he saw this. This meant that the Azura Ghost Lord would be able to break open the bone door. This was a good sign. Unfortunately, if there was a large amount of death chi, the Azura Ghost Lord would be able to use the Azura Divine Light. At that time, he would definitely be able to break open the bone door. However, there was a more serious problem at hand. The Bone King had returned. The Gate of the Void. Yi Xian quickly broke through the void. At the same time, the old tree, the Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian went up. Although they could not stop the Bone King, they could still handle 5 moves. In the end, they did not disappoint and helped Yi Xian to successfully delay the Bone King. Whoosh! The Gate of the Void closed. Although they failed this time, it was not without gain. At least they damaged the bone door and knew that it could be broken open. At this time, Yi Xian returned outside. The Bone King could have actually passed through the Gate of the Void to hunt me down, but he just watched me leave. It seems that using the Eye of the Void to bring him out won't work. Yi Xian thought to himself. If the Bone King came to hunt him down, that would be exactly what he wanted. When the time came, he could just close the Gate of the Void and the Bone King would not be able to return. Unfortunately, the Bone King did not seem to be that stupid. If the Bone King had forcefully avoided the Azura Ghost Lord, it would have been a threat to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian still had a trump card that could reverse time, so he was not afraid. At worst, he could do it again. I've used the Undying War Soul today. I'll go meet the Bone King tomorrow. In the end, Yi Xian still resorted to coaxing and pestering the Bone King. As long as he could damage the bone door once a day, it would be worth it. Over time, he would definitely break through the bone door. Yesterday, I've already used the void locator in that room. This time, I can go directly. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, he directly broke through the void. The Azura Ghost Lord and the other two rushed in. Now, he did not want to break through the door. He only wanted to leave a mark on the bone door. After a fierce battle, Yi Xian successfully left a mark on the bone door. This trip was not in vain. Then, they left once again. Although the Bone King was powerful, Yi Xian's goal was not to kill him. Therefore, the Bone King had no way of stopping him. Day after day, the bone door was covered in scars. Finally, on the 10th day, the bone door was broken through. It's broken through? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He had been trapped in the Dragon's Ridge for several months. Was he finally going to leave this damned place today? However, it seemed that it would not be that easy to break through the bone door. Wei Zhentian, get out. Yi Xian immediately ordered Wei Zhentian. After hearing this, Wei Zhentian instantly transformed into a flying sword and flew toward the bone door. Chapter 1743. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Bone King didn't intend to let anyone leave. Its back shook a few times, and countless bone spikes shot out, turning Wei Zhentian into a sieve. Old tree, Azura Ghost Lord, hold it back. Yi Xian roared in his heart. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain, 2 control skills locked the Bone King down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian teleported a long distance away and released Wei Zhentian. Whoosh. Wei Zhentian mustered all his strength and finally rushed out of the bone gate, escaping with his life. In the next moment, Yi Xian opened a void gate and quickly entered it. Whoosh! The void gate closed. Yi Xian left the dragon bone maze, and Wei Zhentian also passed through the bone gate. As for Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord, they died in battle inside. Huff, 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 Wei Zhentian finally left. I wonder if the Bone King will chase after him. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Whether the Bone King chased after him or not, it wasn't a threat to him. It was best if the Bone King didn't chase after him. Whoosh! The void gate opened again, and Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord rushed in. Ha ha, as expected, the Bone King can't leave the Dragon Bone Maze. Old Tree laughed loudly. During this period, he had lost count of how many times he had died to the Bone King. Now that he saw the Bone King standing at the exit of the Dragon Bone Maze, he immediately mocked him. Yi Xian also saw the Bone King. At the same time, he glanced at it and found that they came out from the forehead of the Dragon Bone. 3-eyed demon dragon, we came out from its third eye, Yi Xian immediately understood. However, this was no longer important. After all, he had successfully left the Dragon Bone Maze. Ding! The host has successfully escaped from the dragon's spine. The second round of the chain random quest is completed. Ding! The system rewards Wei Zhentian to activate the treasure form. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. What? This chain random quest only has 2 rounds? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Originally, Wei Zhentian had the form of a flying sword and a flying boat. Now, it had the form of a magic treasure. What was this? Yi Xian hurriedly checked and discovered that Megatron could transform into a different magic treasure every day. Today's Dharma treasure was called the Mystic Divine Battle Armor. Not only did it have a strong defense, but it could also increase the wearer's strength. If the host is able to kill the Bone King within a day, the maximum number of treasures you can choose per day will be increased to 3. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted. Killing Bone King in 1 day? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. How was that possible? No, it was possible. Wei Zhentian, you have already activated the Dharma artifact system. Your current Dharma artifact is this Mystic Divine Battle Armor. If you let the Azura Ghost Lord wear it, he might be able to fight this Bone King. Alright, Megatron, Magical treasure form. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into a set of silver armor and put it on Azura Ghost Lord. After putting on the mystic divine battle armor, Azura Ghost Lord felt that his strength had increased by a level. His body surged with endless power. It's time for revenge. Let's kill this Bone King. Yi Xian roared angrily. Azura Ghost Lord charged in. Previously, Azura Ghost Lord, who was a first-stage 9-heaven mystic immortal, had joined forces with the old tree and the others to defeat the Bone King. Now that he had the mystic divine battle armor, it should not be a problem. Although the undying fighting soul's duration had passed, Azura Ghost Lord's strength had increased. In an instant, he charged into the Dragon Bone Maze. Boom! 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 Loud sounds came from the Dragon Bone Maze. Even if his realm did not increase, the undying fighting soul did not have any effect. However, Azura Ghost Lord was currently fighting against the Bone King, who was 5 realms higher. The mystic divine battle armor is indeed powerful. It actually gave Azura Ghost Lord the strength to fight against the Bone King. Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. Haha, this Dharma treasure is really powerful. This old man will also join in the fun. Boss Tree laughed a few times before charging in. As for Yi Xian, he stood outside and watched. However, it was undeniable that the Bone King's strength was extremely strong. Even with the mystic divine battle armor, Azura Ghost Lord could only fight to a draw with him. This battle could be said to be earth-shattering. They fought for a full day. During this day, neither side gained the upper hand. However, the Bone King's attacks could no longer break through the mystic divine battle armor's defense. Hence, he could not hurt Azura Ghost Lord. Although Azura Ghost Lord could not hurt him, the Undying Fighting Soul's cooldown period was 1 day. The Undying Fighting Soul's cooldown period has been restored. When the system notification sounded, Azura Ghost Lord's aura skyrocketed. Undying Fighting Soul. Catcher. A distinctive voice finally rang out in the Dragon Bone Maze. This Bone King was finally injured by the Azura Ghost Lord, whose combat strength had increased by 3 times. Furthermore, it was unable to resist at all and was directly blasted into a pile of bones within 10 rounds. He's finally dead. He's really hard to deal with. Yi Xian sighed. If it were not for the Undying Fighting Soul, they would not have been able to deal with the Bone King. However, the matter was finally settled now. Ding! The maximum number of Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form has been increased to 3. A system notification sounded. Originally, there was only 1 Dharma treasure form to choose from every day. Now, there were 3. Yi Xian immediately checked. The mystic divine battle armor form had not disappeared because Wei Zhentian was still in it. As long as Wei Zhentian changed into the flying sword form or the flying boat form, he would not be able to change into the mystic divine battle armor form today. At this time, 3 new Dharma treasures had appeared. They were the Heavenly Wind Limitless Fan, the Sky-Splitting Axe, and the Immortal Binding Rope. The Heavenly Wind Limitless Fan can create a super strong wind with a gentle wave and blow people away. The Sky-Splitting Axe has strong destructive power. The Immortal Binding Rope. Once bound, it will be difficult to break free. These were the 3 new Dharma treasure forms. Come, try changing into the Sky-Splitting Axe. Yi Xian immediately gave Wei Zhentian an order. Then, Wei Zhentian turned into a huge golden axe and was held by Azura Ghost Lord with both hands. Roar! Azura Ghost Lord roared and smashed the axe hard on the ground. Catcher! The indestructible dragon bone labyrinth actually shattered, and the cracks extended for thousands of meters. So strong. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva again. The destructive power of the sky-splitting axe was too strong. One should know that Azura Ghost Lord, who was wearing the mystic divine battle armor, could not break through the dragon bone maze. Now, Azura Ghost Lord, who was not wearing the mystic divine battle armor, could break through it. Haha, the Dharma treasure form is awesome. Chapter 1744. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wei Zhentian's immortal binding rope bound Azura Ghost Lord in the blink of an eye. The latter was bound and couldn't move at all. Next was the third treasure, the Heavenly Wind Everlasting Fan. Old tree, Give it a try. Yi Xian let Azura Ghost Lord hold the heavenly wind everlasting fan and come to the dragon's ridge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Azura Ghost Lord waved his hand, a strong gust of wind swept out and blew the old tree into the sky. Even Yi Xian's eye of revelation couldn't see it. The old tree only felt that its speed was too slow. As it flew back at high speed, it felt a sharp pain in its back. It was obvious how fast it was. It's so far. It will take an hour to fly back. Yi Xian was speechless. Azura Ghost Lord blew the old tree to a faraway place with just a wave of his hand. Even if he continuously used the 9 Dragons Thunderflash, it would take an hour to return. However, Yi Xian had a special position in the void and directly opened the door to bring the old tree back. Magic treasure form. It's too awesome. Wei Zhentian, use the sky splitter again. Destroy this dragon bone. I'm going to keep it, Yi Xian said. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into the sky splitter again. Azura Ghost Lord controlled the blade and began to destroy the 3-eyed demon dragon's dragon bone. The 3-eyed demon dragon's dragon bone was already terrifyingly large. There were countless bones in it, and Azura Ghost Lord took nearly half a month to destroy it. Once the dragon bone was put away, the white fog quickly dissipated, and the people inside would no longer lose their way. This dragon bone is definitely enough for me to break through to the 9 Heaven Xian immortal level. Yi Xian was very satisfied. Now, not only did he escape from the dragon's ridge, but he also kept the entire dragon bone. Next, he would start to roam the demon world. Wei Zhentian, use the flying sword form. Let's start our journey. Yi Xian immediately ordered. Based on his current position, he knew the little demon king was in the north. Hence, he had to head north. He was currently a grade 6 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian were both grade 19 heavenly Xian immortals. After coming out of the demon realm, Yi Xian was unfamiliar with this place, so he had to first understand this place. He directly cleaned up a faction that was weaker than the demonic dragon palace and obtained information. Right now, I am in the Skyfiend territory, which is under the control of the Dark North Emperor. The Lord of Skyfiend territory is an expert of the pure Yang True immortal level. Yi Xian's eyes slightly narrowed. The of the Lord was the of the territory, of the was. Of the. The little demon king seems to be a subordinate of the Shura sovereign. This is the territory of the Dark North Emperor. It seems like it won't be easy to find him. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. It seemed like he had to raise his level. Since he was in the devil realm, he did not have to worry about anything. Next, he cleaned up the surrounding overarching heavenly supreme celestial immortals. As for the people of these forces, they were all kept in the planting space. I've cleaned up a few overarching heavenly supreme celestial immortals. Some of them are 10 times stronger than the demon dragon palace. I've finally obtained some treasures. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he consumed the treasures that reduced his bewitchment points to 0. Following that, he tried to break through again. Host has broken through. Host is now a grade 7 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now a grade 19 heavenly Xian celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian have broken through. Host is now a grade 29 heavenly Xian celestial. Yi Xian felt helpless. Every time he broke through, he had to lower his bewitchment points. This greatly reduced the speed of his breakthrough. Otherwise, with his current wealth, he would have become a 9 heavenly Xian celestial by now. However, Yi Xian's arrogant actions attracted the attention of the heavenly demon territory's experts. Yi Xian was still on his way when a group of people rushed towards him from the horizon. These were all demonic cultivators. The strongest one had reached the grade 5-9 heavenly Xian celestial, which was 3 realms higher than Azura Ghost Lord. However, this realm was nothing in Yi Xian's eyes. Wei Zhentian, heavenly judgment lot. Yi Xian looked at the group of people and said to Wei Zhentian in his heart. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into 9 heavenly judgment lots and flew through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind whistled and the formation of the demonic cultivators was instantly disrupted. Some of them were even killed by the 9 heavenly judgment lots. A few seconds later, all the demonic cultivators were dead, including the grade 5-9 heavenly Xian celestial. Facing this group of demonic cultivators, Wei Zhantian only transformed into a Dharma treasure and killed them all. This Dharma treasure form was really powerful. Then, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the interspatial ring. The bewitchment value returned to 0 again. Ding. Host's cultivation base has increased to a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ding. Ember of lightning fire made a breakthrough. Now a second stage 9 heaven Xian immortal. Ding. Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhantian have broken through to tier 3 9 heavens Xian immortal. Now, Yi Xian did not want to continuously break through. Therefore, every time he broke through, he would need even more precious treasures to lower his bewitchment value. Therefore, his plan was to lower his bewitchment value to 0 every time he broke through. Continue. Without another word, Yi Xian had Wei Zhantian transform into a pair of immortal ascension cloud boots and put them on his feet. The immortal ascension steps was a magic treasure that could fly much faster than the flying sword form. However, this magic treasure rarely appeared. This was the first time Yi Xian had encountered it. Although there was a limit to the bewitched value, Yi Xian no longer had any scruples now that he was in the demon realm. Every power in the devil realm was very cruel. Their own people would often kill each other and leave behind the strong ones. This was completely different from the immortal cultivation sects. Thus, Yi Xian would kill wherever he went. If he was dealing with those small sects, Ghost Lord Azura could simply activate Ghost Lord Azura and wipe them out. As for the large sects, given the strength of Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhantian, as long as they were not pure young true immortals, they should be able to deal with them. However, Yi Xian's actions had already attracted the attention of the celestial demon lord. Another squad of demonic cultivators has arrived. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. However, the strength of this squad of demonic cultivators had exceeded his expectations. Of the 5, 4 were tier 8-9 heavens Xian immortals. The leader was even a tier 9 heavens Xian immortal. They were all dressed in standard armor and looked extraordinarily mighty. A tough one has arrived. However, Wei Zhantian has transformed into the mystic god armor today. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately had Wei Zhantian transform into the mystic god armor and put it on Ghost Lord Azura. Chapter 1745. Kill. Upon hearing Yi Xian's order, Azura Ghost Venerate made his move. The group of devil cultivators knew Azura Ghost Venerate was the strongest among Yi Xian's group, so they focused their attention on him. One of you, go and kill the rest of them. The leader of the group, a grade 9-9 heavenly mystic celestial, shouted. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He hastily tore a hole in the void and entered it. He was only a grade 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even the weakest one among them was a stage higher than him. What was there to fight? After Yi Xian left, Azura Ghost Venerate was besieged by 5 people. However, to everyone's surprise, the mystic divine armor's defense was beyond their expectations. The other 4 grade 8-9 heavenly mystic celestials could not even break through its defense. Only the leader, a grade 9 mystic celestial, was able to damage the mystic divine armor. However, one should not forget that Wei Zhantian and Yi Xian shared the immortal divine phoenix bloodline. Their recovery speed was amazing. The mystic divine armor would heal as soon as it was damaged. In other words, this group of people could not do anything to Azura Ghost Venerate. However, Azura Ghost Venerate had been hiding his strength. He was waiting for an opportunity. Bastard, try this move of mine. A devil cultivator wielded a short sword and aimed it at Azura Ghost Venerate's heart. However, at this moment, undying fighting soul, Azura Ghost Venerate's aura suddenly soared as a huge eye opened in his chest. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A strong wind howled as a crisp sound rang in the air. Azura Ghost Venerate had sliced the devil cultivator and his devil heart into 2. As soon as the devil cultivator died, death chi surged into the eye of Azura. Before anyone could react, Azura Ghost Venerate's Eye of Azura blinked. Eye of Azura, Azura Divine Light. Boom. A black beam of light instantly killed the second grade 8-9 Heavenly Mystic Celestial. Then, Azura Ghost Venerate blinked again. A second Azura Divine Light shot out. Dodge. At this moment, everyone finally regained their senses. Although the second Azura Divine Light did not miss, it did not penetrate his devil heart. It was considered a waste. As a result, the Azura Ghost Lord could no longer use the Azura Divine Light. At that moment, the Azura Ghost Lord took the opportunity to take away the interspatial ring of the person he had just killed and disappeared in an instant. What? Where is he? Everyone was astonished. They turned their heads to look and just happened to see Yi Xian's void door close. As it turned out, Yi Xian had returned from the battle and teleported Ghost Lord Azura into the planting space. This time, although he only earned one interspatial ring, it was already very good. Besieged by the 5 of them, the Azura Ghost Lord had relied on a surprise attack to kill one of them. Then, while the other party was still in shock, he used the Azura Divine Light to kill the second person. However, the other party had already reacted. Even if he activated his undying fighting soul, he would not be able to do anything to the other party. Hence, it was better to quit while he was ahead. After all, if they continued to fight, they might not even get an interspatial ring. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's not that easy to kill me. Yi Xian grinned as he thought to himself. Now that he had obtained the interspatial ring of a grade 8-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial, there were many good things in it. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Host has broken through and is now a grade 9 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Thunder Fire Ember has broken through and is now a grade 3-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhantien have broken through and are now grade 4-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestials. However, this was not the end of it. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Host has broken through and is now a grade 1-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial. Thunder Fire Ember has broken through and is now a grade 4-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhantien have broken through and are now grade 5-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestials. In just a blink of an eye, Yi Xian's cultivation base had increased twice before he finally became a 9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial. At this moment, Azura Ghost Lord's undying fighting soul was still present. Go. Kill them. At this moment, Yi Xian once again broke through the void and returned to the previous place. A grade 5-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial should not have a problem dealing with 2 grade 8-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestials and a grade 9-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial. Don't forget that Ghost Lord Azura was still wearing the Mystic Divine Battle Armor. What? A grade 5-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial? The 3 people were shocked. In just a second, Azura Ghost Lord had broken through from grade 3-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial to grade 5-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial. How was this possible? Before they could react, Ghost Lord Azura charged at them once again. This time, these demonic cultivators were no match for him at all. The 2 grade 8-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestials were instantly killed, and the grade 9 Mystic Celestial did not last more than 3 rounds before finally dying. Host's killing intent has increased. Host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, Yi Xian won this battle and obtained 4 more interspatial rings. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Host has broken through and is now a grade 2-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial. Thunder Fire Ember has broken through and is now a grade 5-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial. Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhantien have broken through and is now a grade 6-9 Heaven's Mystic Celestial. Host's bedevilment points have returned to 0. Based on his previous experience, he could at most break through 3 times in a short period of time, and every time he broke through, his bedevilment points had to return to 0 before he could continue. Today, Yi Xian had jumped 3 levels in a row. This time, his bedevilment points had only reached a maximum of 90, and then he had instantly returned them to 0. However, he did not dare to continue to level up, because the next time he broke through, it would definitely exceed 100, or even 200. If he wanted to break through again, he would need at least 10 days to half a month. This was a bit safer. These 5 people should be the personal guards of the celestial demon lord. It seems that I've attracted his attention. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of this, because he had discovered some proof of identity in the 5 people's interspatial rings. But, so what? According to legend, the celestial demon lord was a pure young true immortal, but even a 9 heavens mystic celestial had died at the hands of Azura ghost lord. A mere pure young true immortal was not much of a threat. However, Yi Xian did not dare to let his guard down, because he had heard that the celestial demon lord was not a demonic cultivator, but a true demon. Forget it, I'll find a place and go into seclusion for 10 days to half a month first. Yi Xian shook his head and did not want to trouble himself, so he turned around and left. In any case, he had already arrived at the demon realm, and he was not in a hurry at the moment, so he was not in a hurry to travel, and could take his time. Thus, he decided to find a random place to lie low for a while. Chapter 1746. Just now, Yi Xian had broken through in a short period of time, then charged back and caught the enemy off guard. However, on the 6th day of his seclusion, he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful sense of oppression. A 9th rank arcane immortal? No, a pure young true immortal. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He could sense an aura that was even more powerful than that of the 9th rank arcane immortal from before. A pure young true immortal level demonic cultivator, the celestial fiend lord. Yi Xian instantly understood. His body trembled as he hurriedly summoned Ghost Lord Azura and the others. It just so happened that the mystic god armor was one of Wei Zhantian's 3 magic treasures. This caused Yi Xian to let out a sigh of relief. Ghost Lord Azura, go out and meet the celestial fiend lord. Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhantian to transform into the mystic god armor and put it on Ghost Lord Azura. Ghost Lord Azura was a 6th rank arcane immortal, and he had the mystic god armor. Even if he faced a pure young true immortal level demonic cultivator, what could he do? When they left, they saw a black figure standing in midair. However, when Yi Xian saw this person's face clearly, he couldn't help but tremble violently. This pure young true immortal was actually a little girl dressed in a black dress. She looked to be no more than 12 years old. However, this little girl had a pair of wings on her back. When her cold gaze swept past Yi Xian, the latter felt a chill in his heart. She was the celestial fiend lord? I heard that the celestial fiend lord isn't a demonic cultivator, but a true demon. And a peak-level demon race at that, Yi Xian murmured to himself. Right at this moment, the little girl spoke. So, you are the ones who act so recklessly in my territory? Faced with this question, Yi Xian didn't answer. Instead, he asked, you are the celestial fiend lord? That's right. I am the celestial fiend lord, the little girl replied. If that's the case, then there's no need to say anything more. I won't show you any mercy just because you're like this, Yi Xian said slowly. That's exactly what I was thinking. However, this immortal beast of yours isn't bad. I'll spare his life. The celestial demon lord snorted. That will depend on your ability. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, Ghost Lord Azura moved. He transformed into a streak of light and attacked the celestial demon overlord. A rank 5 arcane immortal against a rank 1 pure young true immortal. There was a difference of 5 levels of power between them. Although he had the mystic divine battle armor, Yi Xian was not confident. After all, this heavenly demon lord was from the demon race and not a demonic cultivator. Demons are naturally stronger than devil cultivators, so this battle won't be easy. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening booms resounded in the sky as Ghost Lord Azura clashed with the celestial demon overlord. Now, Wei Zhantian was also a 5th grade 9 heavens mystic immortal. When he transformed into the mystic divine battle armor, his defense was even stronger than when he was in his flying boat form. However, such a powerful defense was nothing in front of the celestial demon overlord. The celestial demon overlord didn't even take out her own weapon. Her fists alone were enough to crack the mystic divine battle armor. However, Wei Zhantian had the bloodline of the deathless phoenix. He quickly recovered. Oh! This immortal artifact isn't bad, the celestial demon overlord said, a thoughtful look on her face. She didn't know that this was Wei Zhantian in human form. However, she could tell that Ghost Lord Azura was Yi Xian's immortal beast. Thus, she decided to capture the ringleader first. Swish! Instantly, the celestial demon overlord dodged Ghost Lord Azura and dove downwards. Grip of the yellow springs. Ghost Lord Azura hurriedly extended his hand, but the grip of the yellow springs wasn't very effective against this celestial demon overlord. All it could do was slow him down slightly. The celestial demon overlord was 8 levels higher than Yi Xian. The difference in power was enormous. Fortunately, Yi Xian was prepared. He instantly flashed to the edge of the celestial demon overlord's field of vision, then tore through the void. Let's go. Yi Xian dove in, leaving behind only Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhantian. So you actually have a technique like this? Impressive, but it won't be that easy for you to escape from me. The celestial demon overlord let out a cold snort in her heart, then flew towards a certain direction at high speed. Thanks to her celestial demon wings, if she moved at full speed, not even a rank 3 pure Yang true immortal would be able to match her speed. However, if Yi Xian wanted to leave, unless she set down a spacelock formation in advance, she wouldn't be able to stop him. That little girl, she's flying towards me. She's quite fast. Yi Xian shuddered. This speed, not even Wei Zhantian in his flying sword form could match it. Forget flying sword form, even the cloud steps of ascension probably wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Yi Xian estimated that it would take her at most half a day to reach him. Alas, if he wanted to use his void eye, there was no way he could catch her. Half a day later, Yi Xian sensed that the girl was already very close to him. Thus, he hurriedly tore through the void and returned to the place where they had fought earlier. What? He went back. The celestial demon overlord was flabbergasted. She hurriedly turned around. She refused to believe that Yi Xian would be able to use it repeatedly. In addition, for the sake of subduing Ghost Lord Azura, she was willing to chase him for 100 years. However, Yi Xian didn't want to fight her at all. He was simply using his void eye to buy time. The celestial demon overlord hurried for half a day, only to see Yi Xian fly away again. And each time, he would fly to a different location. This caused the celestial demon overlord to grit her teeth in anger. 10 days. She chased him for 10 full days, but to no avail. Time passed as she hurried. However, after 10 days, Yi Xian's bewitchment points had more or less recovered. Although he could only break through twice in a row, it was more than enough to deal with the celestial demon overlord. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is currently a rank 3 arcane immortal. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is currently a rank 4 arcane immortal. Ding. Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. Host is now a rank 6 arcane immortal. Ding. Ember of Thunderfire has broken through. Host is now a rank 7 arcane immortal. Ding. Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhantian have broken through. Host is now a rank 7 arcane immortal. Ding. Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhantian have broken through. Host is now a rank 8 arcane immortal. In an instant, Yi Xian and Old Tree's realms had risen by 2 levels. With their current realms, they no longer had to fear the celestial demon overlord. She'll be here soon. Once she arrives, we'll capture her. Yi Xian ordered Old Tree and Ghost Lord Azura. It didn't matter whether they killed the celestial demon overlord or not, but Yi Xian's realm was too low. It would take a long time to search his soul, so Yi Xian decided not to kill him. Rather than that, he might as well capture him and ask him how to quickly find the little demon king. After all, the flow of time in the planting space was so slow. He didn't believe that Yi Xian wouldn't give in. Soon, the celestial demon overlord's petite figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. Chem. Chapter 1747. In just 10 short days, a rank 6 mystic immortal had broken through to rank 8 mystic immortal. This was simply inconceivable. Not waiting for the celestial demon lord to react, Ghost Lord Azura immediately charged over. Back then, he had only been a rank 6 mystic immortal. Although he hadn't been able to touch the celestial demon lord, the celestial demon lord hadn't been able to injure him either. Now, Wei Zhantian had broken through to rank 8 mystic immortal as well. With the mystic god armor activated, there was no way the celestial demon lord could break through his defenses. Celestial demon great art, myriad demons shatter the heavens. Sensing how extraordinary Ghost Lord Azura was, the celestial demon lord immediately unleashed his most powerful attack. A black fist smashed into the mystic god armor. This time, however, the armor wasn't damaged in the slightest. Hiss! The celestial demon lord sucked in a cold breath. That day, she had been able to crack the mystic god armor with her fists alone. Today, she had used her most powerful attack, but she hadn't been able to injure him in the slightest. How was this possible? Right at this moment, Ghost Lord Azura suddenly stretched out his hand, and an invisible force enveloped the celestial demon lord. Grip of the netherworld. However, the celestial demon lord wasn't to be trifled with. Although the grip of the netherworld was powerful, it wasn't to the point where she couldn't move. But what if she added the 9 dragons thunder astral chain to the mix? Swish, swish, swish. The 9 dragons thunder astral chain was suddenly thrown out by the old tree. Although the old tree was only a rank 7 mystic immortal, 1 level lower than Wei Zhentian and Ghost Lord Azura, he already had the power to fight against pure young true immortals. You want to trap me? Not so easy. The celestial demon lord spread her wings and quickly dodged. Unfortunately, the grip of the netherworld and the 9 dragons thunder astral chain were just a setup. Yi Xian's true killing move was yet to come. Wei Zhentian, immortal binding rope. Upon receiving Yi Xian's order, Wei Zhentian instantly transformed into a long golden chain and swept over to the celestial demon lord, then instantly bound her. Immortal binding rope, the immortal binding rope, even pure young true immortals. How is this possible? The heavenly demon lord was shocked. How did a set of battle armor suddenly turn into such a magical treasure? She couldn't even use the heavenly demonic power in her body. TSK, 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 little girl, you're too weak. A wretched voice entered the celestial demon lord's ears. At this moment, Yi Xian darted over with a sneaky smile and took the former's interspatial ring. Forceful Devour. After removing the universe ring, Yi Xian quickly used Forced Devour. Although there was a difference of several realms between them, Yi Xian had 9 luck points. Moreover, the effects of 9 luck points were doubled, which was equivalent to 18 luck points. This time, the forceful devouring actually succeeded. Oh my god, I didn't expect to be so lucky. When Yi Xian saw the celestial demon overlord disappear, he was visibly moved. He had only used Forced Devour subconsciously, but he never expected it to actually succeed. Now, a pure young true immortal level celestial fiend lord was like a piece of meat on the chopping block, completely at the mercy of Yi Xian. What is this place? The celestial demon overlord, who was trapped in the planting space, cried out in alarm. This is my space. Here, with your cultivation level, you are at my mercy. Yi Xian grinned. So what if you've brought me here? Do you think you can kill me? The celestial demon overlord snorted coldly. Why don't we give it a try? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Although he didn't know how old the celestial demon overlord was, he was definitely much older than him. Although the celestial demon overlord appeared to be only 12 years old, who knew if he was already a super old monster who had lived for 1,000,000 years? Thus, he wasn't going to show any mercy to the fairer sex, especially when his opponent was a demon. Ghost Lord Azura, chop off her wings. Yi Xian ordered Ghost Lord Azura, who had returned to the planting space. Ghost Lord Azura was an immortal beast and didn't know how to show mercy to the fairer sex. He only obeyed Yi Xian's orders. When he heard Yi Xian's order, he immediately raised his saber and chopped down. However, something unexpected happened. Ghost Lord Azura, an 8th tier 9 heaven arcane immortal, should have been able to hurt the celestial demon overlord. However, the celestial demon overlord blocked his attack. Moreover, it wasn't difficult at all. You're too naive. Do you know who I am? The celestial demon overlord glanced at the saber with disdain. Aren't you just an overlord? Yi Xian replied casually. Haha, the celestial demon overlord smiled innocently. My realm is the lowest among all the overlords, but do you know why I'm able to manage the celestial demon overlord without being killed by the other overlords? Yi Xian trembled when he heard this. So you have a background. But so what? You're now my prisoner. Just a prisoner. You can't hurt me anyway. I have a demonic weapon on me. Even if your strength increases by 10,000 times, you can't hurt me. The celestial demon overlord snorted. 10,000 times? Yi Xian couldn't help but gulp. He hurriedly examined the celestial demon overlord's skin and discovered that there really was something strange about it. Forget about a 4th tier 9 heaven arcane immortal like you. Even if you were an immortal king, you wouldn't be able to break through it. Give up. Now that I'm missing, I'm sure my father will find me soon. When the time comes, you'll suffer, the celestial demon overlord continued. Immortal king? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise on his face. He was currently a 9 heaven arcane immortal, followed by pure yang true immortal, grand unity peerless immortal, and then immortal monarch. As for immortal king, that was one realm higher than immortal monarch. He didn't expect this little girl to have such a background. It seemed that her father was at least a demon king. TCH. Once I break through and take control of you, this demonic weapon will be mine. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. A demon king level demonic weapon. If he could get his hands on it, he'd be able to do whatever he wanted. I've heard that you immortals have immortal arts that can control one's mind. I advise you to give up. This demonic weapon is called the Celestial Demon Armor. Not only does it have astonishing defensive power, it can also block soul attacks. Even a demon king won't be able to control me. The celestial demon overlord had a look of disdain on his face as he continued, besides, I have a celestial demon heart in my body. Even without the celestial demon armor, you won't be able to control me. A celestial demon heart was on the same level as a celestial demon heart. He didn't expect this little girl to have successfully refined it. Where did this little girl come from? Yi Xian couldn't figure it out. After all, even the little demon king hadn't managed to refine a celestial demon heart. But this little girl had. It seemed that he'd run into a tough nut to crack. Chapter 1748. A demon king was not someone he could deal with right now. Any one of his subordinates could kill him 100 million times over. At this moment, the celestial demon lord suddenly spoke again. Let me go if you know what's good for you. I'll let you go for the sake of the purple extreme demon heart. Oh, purple extreme demon heart? Yi Xian was shocked. Why would you let me go for the sake of the purple extreme demon heart? The demonic cultivators in the Chaos Royal Territory under the Shura Sovereign cultivate the purple extreme demon heart. Since he cultivated the purple extreme demon heart, he must have come from the Chaos Royal Territory. The celestial demon lord's gaze fell on Old Tree. I know the Chaos Royal Territory's lord, so I'll let you go for his sake. Chaos Royal Territory? Hearing this name, Yi Xian suddenly thought of someone, and that was the little demon king. Moreover, the little demon king happened to be under the Shura Sovereign's command. Could it be? Is the Chaos Royal Territory's lord the little demon king? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. Nonsense. The celestial demon lord rolled his eyes. This answer shocked Yi Xian. He did not expect that the little girl he kidnapped would know the little demon king. If that was the case, things would be simple. You know the little demon king? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. So what if I know him? Why are you asking about this? The celestial demon lord glanced at Yi Xian. This matter was not a secret, so it was fine to say it out loud. What a coincidence, I'm looking for him too. If you tell me how to find him quickly, I'll let you go. How about it? Yi Xian suddenly showed a harmless expression. This time, it was the celestial demon lord's turn to be surprised. You know the little demon king? Yes, he asked me to come to the demon realm to find him. Yi Xian nodded. Lying with such a straight face. He wouldn't even take an immortal lord seriously. How could a mere 9 heavens Xian immortal know him? The celestial demon lord clearly didn't believe him. The difference in realms between Yi Xian and the little demon king was so great that it was like a beggar saying that he knew the emperor. How was this possible? I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm just making a deal with you. As long as you bring me to him, I'll let you go. Yi Xian's expression turned cold. "TCH, I don't believe you. If you can tell me his name, I'll take you to him," said the heavenly demon lord. "Name? That's easy. I think his name is Qi Shu, right?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow as he thought back to that day. The little demon king had really told him his name. However, very few people in the demon realm knew of this name, but Yi Xian actually knew it. This gave the celestial demon overlord a fright. "You really know him? How is that possible?" The celestial demon lord was stunned. Only a few people knew the name Qi Shu. Yi Xian couldn't have guessed it. "I've already told you my name. What else do you want to confirm? Once you bring me to him, won't the truth come to light?" Yi Xian said. "I have a mana stone in my interspatial ring that can communicate with him," said the celestial demon lord. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately took out all the mana stones he had. Then, the celestial demon lord took out one and tested it. No response. The celestial demon lord was surprised. He's probably in seclusion. He just came back. In that case, take me to him. Yi Xian was slightly disappointed. "All right, but you have to go to the Dark North Royal Territory," said the celestial demon lord. Dark North Royal Territory? Yi Xian was speechless. The Dark North Royal Territory was the territory of the Dark North Emperor. Moreover, it was a long journey. How much time would it take? "My father is the Dark North Emperor." "What, are you scared?" The celestial demon lord snorted. "The F***CK? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was so shocked that he almost pissed his pants. This pure young true immortal celestial demon lord was actually the daughter of the Dark North Emperor. The Dark North Emperor was the demon emperor, HMPH. The father of the little demon king? The demon king of chaos is a general under my father's command. If you really are a friend of the little demon king, then all you have to do is find him, the celestial demon lord said. Demon king of chaos? If that's the case, then how did the little demon king end up serving under the Azura sovereign? Yi Xian asked, somewhat puzzled. The celestial demon lord said helplessly, the father and son had a big argument and ran off. Also, the little demon king is my brother-in-law. Hiss. Yi Xian sucked in a cold breath. He hadn't expected that the little girl he had kidnapped was the sister-in-law of the little demon king. Just now, he had wanted to chop off this girl's wings. It was truly a case of a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. However, Yi Xian had no way to verify the celestial demon lord's words, so he only believed half of it. The Dark North Royal Territory is a long journey. How long will it take to get there? Yi Xian asked. Given your cultivation, if you don't run into any dangers along the way, it'll take at least 100,000 years. However, I can call someone to come pick you up. Do you dare? The celestial demon lord suddenly smiled slyly. I wouldn't dare. Yi Xian immediately replied. This little girl was the daughter of the Dark North Emperor. The person who came to pick her up would at least be a demon king. He was just a Xian immortal of the 9 heavens. In front of a demon king, he was like an ant. If something happened, he wouldn't be able to escape at all. I think I should go on my own. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. Or, you can go to the Flower Rain Royal Territory first. That's the territory of my sister, Beiming Huayu. Once there, you can ask around. My sister is engaged to the little demon king, the celestial demon lord said. The Flower Rain Royal Territory, huh? Yi Xian found the Flower Rain Royal Territory based on the map in the little girl's interspatial ring. It was much closer than the Dark North Royal Territory. However, it was still a royal territory, and the Demon King level Demon Lord would probably not be able to get there so easily. Forget it. I can continue to make breakthroughs. As long as I have time to grow, it shouldn't take too long. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He had kidnapped the youngest daughter of the Dark North Emperor. Although the items in the interspatial ring didn't match his status, it was enough for him to break through to the pure Yang True Immortal level. He estimated that in a month or two, he would break through to the pure Yang True Immortal level. For safety's sake, Yi Xian decided to first enter secluded meditation. After all, he was only a rank 4 mystic immortal. This time, He entered secluded meditation for a full month. A month later, Yi Xian emerged from seclusion. By now, he had broken through from the rank 4 Mystic Immortal level to the rank 9 Mystic Immortal level. As for Ghost Lord Azura and Wei Zhentian, they had broken through to the rank 3 Pure Yang True Immortal level. Even the old tree was a rank 2 Pure Yang True Immortal. Right now, they were all supremely powerful. Leaving this ordinary territory shouldn't be a problem for them. Chapter 1749. Hey, you're already at this level. Why are you still committing crimes in my territory? Celestial Demon Lord Beiming Zun said rather unhappily. Committing crimes? Immortals and devils can't coexist. As an immortal cultivator, I'm already giving you face by not starting a massacre. Yi Xian snorted coldly. By now, he had already turned Beiming Zun's estate upside down. You kidnapped my people and stole my things. You really are shameless. Since you need it, why don't you go to the Flying Sand region first? If you rob a power there, you'll be able to match up to my Celestial Demon region, Beiming Zun said. Flying Sand region? Why do I have to go there? Yi Xian asked curiously. The Lord of the Flying Sand region. Although he knows who I am, every time he looks at me, there's something wrong with his eyes. I want you to gouge out his eyes. It would be best if you could kill him, Beiming Zun said. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel pity for the Lord of the Flying Sand region. He clearly knew who Beiming Zun was, but he still dared to look her in the eye. He was truly courting death. Fine. I'll go kill him. Yi Xian agreed. Although he had taken Beiming Zun's things, she was still the sister-in-law of the little demon king. He still had to help her out. Of course, the most important thing was that the Lord of the Flying Sand region was a rank 6 Pure Yang True Immortal. Given Azura's current level of power, killing him wouldn't be a problem. Soon, Yi Xian left the Celestial Demon region and swept through everything. None of the powers along the way were able to stop him at all. All of them were swept away. However, Yi Xian had now reached the rank 9 Mystic Immortal level. He was only one step away from becoming a Pure Yang True Immortal. He needed quite a few natural treasures. After spending a few days, Yi Xian traversed through several territories before arriving at the Flying Sand region. Although the Lord of the Flying Sand region was a rank 6 Pure Yang True Immortal, Yi Xian didn't directly charge into his main city. Instead, he began to sweep through everything. Moreover, wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. There was not a single living person. All of them had been taken into the planting space. The disappearance of these forces and families made other people in the Flying Sand region feel strange. At the same time, this news also reached the ears of the Lord of the Flying Sand region, Shoju. However, at this time, Yi Xian had already collected a large number of heaven and earth treasures and reduced his bewitchment value to 0. Moreover, he had killed his way to the Lord's mansion of Facia region. Ding! The host has broken through. He is now a rank 1 Pure Yang True Immortal. Ding! Ember Thunderfire made a breakthrough. Current level, rank 4 Pure Yang True Immortal. Ding! Ghost Exalt Azura and Wei Zhentian have made breakthroughs. They have now become Pure Yang True Immortals. System notifications rang out one after another, and Yi Xian and the others' realms skyrocketed. What a powerful aura! The Lord of Flying Sand region, Shoju, sensed the presence of Azura Ghost Venerate and immediately rushed out of the Lord Mansion. A few silhouettes were standing in the air. One of them was someone he recognized. Little Princess. Shoju recognized him at a glance. Beiming Zun, a rank 1 Pure Yang True Immortal, had been released by Yi Xian. She was currently standing in front of Shoju. Old man, today is the day you die. Kill. Beiming Zun didn't waste time with words. She let out a cold snort. Azura Ghost Venerate instantly charged over. Midway, he clenched his right hand, and an invisible force enveloped Shoju. Grasp of the Yellow Springs. The first stage of the Grasp of the Yellow Springs restricted Shoju, while the second stage crushed Shoju's body and caused it to explode. Bang! Shoju's entire body exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Shoju wasn't a demon. He was merely a demonic cultivator. However, His physique was extremely shocking. Yet, he was instantly killed by Azura Ghost Venerate, who was one level lower than him. Once he died, the Lord Mansion was like a group of dragons without a leader, and Yi Xian immediately plundered everything. However, news of the appearance of a celestial demon lord in this place also spread. After all, some people had communication crystals. Alright, one dead. Continue. Beiming Zun looked at Shoju's corpse and said slowly. Continue? How many do you want to kill? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. A lot. Anyway, once these lords die, a new lord will soon appear. Why don't we kill them all? Beiming Zun said. With my current strength, I'm afraid I can't go to Flower Rain King territory. Anyway, I need to improve my strength. Yi Xian thought inwardly. He nodded and said, Alright, I'll help you kill those people. Immediately, they left again. In fact, he found some information in some people's interspatial rings. In addition, he secretly searched their souls and confirmed Beiming Zun's identity. Beiming Zun's elder sister, Beiming Huayu, was indeed engaged to Little Demon Lord, but they weren't married yet. Because of this, Yi Xian was not worried about Beiming Zun. In the following period of time, Yi Xian plundered all of the territories around the Flying Sand region. A month later, he had reached rank 5 pure young true immortal. As for Wei Zhentian and Azura Wraith, they were rank 9 pure young true immortals, only one step away from Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. After the Grand Unity Absolute Immortal was the Immortal Monarch. At that time, Yi Xian would decide to head to the Flower Rain Kingdom. However, just as he was about to continue ransacking, a black team suddenly attacked. There were 3 people in this team, but their strength exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. All 3 were Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. That's not right. The lords I killed weren't even Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. Why would such powerful people come? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, feeling that something was wrong. Such powerful demonic cultivators should be in more powerful places. Why would they come to such a remote place? There were countless territories in the demon realm, and they were divided into different levels. Lords of pure young true immortals were considered low-level territories, lords of Grand Unity Peerless Immortals were considered mid-level territories, lords of demon lords were considered high-level territories, and lords of demon kings were considered royal territories. Grand Unity Peerless Immortals usually lived in mid-level territories. Why would they come to low-level territories? Most importantly, these 3 people were very strange. They came directly for Yi Xian. Is it because I'm a demonic cultivator? Impossible. I'm just a rank 5 pure young true immortal. Even a demonic cultivator can insta-kill a pure young true immortal with a casual attack. When he thought of this, Yi Xian understood. These 3 Grand Unity Peerless Immortals were probably here to kill him because he had been in the limelight recently. Or perhaps there was another reason. Strange. Where's Beiming Zun? The leader of the demonic cultivators said in a low voice, a look of surprise on his face. He recognized Yi Xian, but he didn't see Beiming Zun, the youngest daughter of the Dark North Emperor. Whatever. Kill him and search his soul.